Me. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to day 2 of BuzzBook Expo. I'm really excited for what we have coming up this afternoon. We have some really great presses talking about some really cool stuff. We've got readings, we've got interviews, we've got giveaways, we've got all kinds of exciting things. And I'm really happy to present Michelle from Erie River Press. Hi, Michelle.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Nervous, but
don't be
excited.
We only bite a little bit. It's all good.
I'm good with the biting. It's looking like an idiot that I'm not a big fan of.
No, you'll be fine. So I won't get in your way. I'm going to step out here. If you need me, I'll be hiding, but I'll be here. And I want to let the audience know out there that if you have any questions, feel free to type them in the comments section. And if you could tag them as question in the beginning, that'd be great. That way I won't miss anything. And then I'm just going to get out of Michelle's way and let her do her thing. So this is Michelle from Erie River Press. Take it away.
Hi. So yeah, I'm Michelle from Erie River Publishing. Probably a lot of people haven't really heard of us or heard of me because we are like babies. We're very new on the horror scene. We're like the new kids on the block. I think we opened our doors for submission windows only in November, and our first of last year was like 2019. So we are like itty bitty. So what I'm hoping to do is just kind of tell you guys about us, what we're doing, how to find us, and what we're planning on doing in 2021, which sounds weird to say because that's like months away, but I guess you have to plan. So that's a lot of fun. We're going to have a reading by one of our authors, Tim. He's going to be reading his story On a Wing and a Prayer, which is going to be featured in one of our upcoming anthologies, which is coming out in October. So that's really soon. And we're really excited about that one. That one is a horror-based anthology of everything that comes from the sky. So torrentials, rain, storms, aliens, all that other fun stuff for your horror-loving minds will be included in that one. So we're really excited, and again, that's releasing in October, so you can pre-order that now on Amazon. It's going to be in an ebook, paperback, as well as hardcover, because we love hardcovers. But yeah, so I'm Michelle. I'm the owner, and I'm also the project manager. So I'm the one that's going through a majority of the submissions. I'm doing a lot of the book covers, formatting the books. If you see anything on social media, because we are on Twitter and Instagram, we've got a Facebook page. I'm the one on my phone chasing after a toddler, trying to answer questions and post things and do all that other fun stuff while I can, and then in the middle of the night or first thing in the morning. So I'm the one that's heading all that other stuff. We do have an editor. She's also, she's the second person really on our team. Her name is Alana Robertson Webb, and she's edited a few different anthologies and single author books. So she's the one that's heading all of our editing for all of our projects, which is really awesome. We're very excited to have her. So what is Erie River? Erie River Publishing, it's just a small independent publishing house that's really, it's based in Ontario, Canada, which is why some people are probably like, where's the weird accent from? Well, it's me. It's from Ontario. And we're committed to developing and releasing high quality works from indie authors, because I think it's really important to be able to give some indie authors some voices and hopefully get them a little bit more mainstream in the darker genres. So we're looking for horror, and we're looking for dark fantasy. We just opened up a couple submissions for that. So we're really devoted to offering all indie authors of all experience levels the opportunity to publish their work. So through our anthologies, as well as through, we just opened up some single author book collections as well. So not collections, single author novels will be coming out soon in 2021. We're also offering some formatting and editing services for authors that want to self-publish or haven't been able to find an avenue to actually publish their own works through the traditional publishing. So we're also offering some services at reasonable prices. So I'm trying to just make it available to everybody. Like, we're so new. In fact, our first release under the name of Erie River was actually only in September, I think 14th, 2019. And that was Storming Area 51, which is this hilarious, not hilarious, is this book right here. This was, this really was the book that kind of spurred us, or spurred me anyways, into realizing that I did want to take this adventure and go for it and see what happened. Yeah, just everything about putting the works together, because this one was actually a collection, not a collection, it was a collaborative writing adventure experiment with 5 different indie authors where we all got together and plotted. And I liked having that experience in publishing and marketing. So I was like, let's take this further. I'll talk about Storming Area 51 a little bit later. But let's just kind of figure out where you can find us. So kind of where we are, what we're doing right now. 2020 was really about letting people know that we're here, like screaming into the void of the internet, going, hello, see us. So we really focused on building our brand, letting not only readers know, but authors know that we're open for submissions, that we're taking it seriously. The books and the quality of writing we're looking for is high. So we're really devoting ourselves to make sure that our paperbacks and our hardcovers are something that you would be proud of putting on in your library, putting on your shelf, giving it to your friends. Like, it's not something that's been rushed over. It's something that's been planned and is meticulous. So what we did, or what I did, is I focused on making sure we were on all the social media outlets. So you can find us on Facebook. We've got Twitter, Instagram. We've got a newsletter that goes through like our monthly submissions, what we have coming and going, what's closed. It also announces things like contests and giveaways. And for people that sign up for it, we actually have a book called Darkness Reclaimed. Yeah, that's the title. Darkness Reclaimed. We have a book, an ebook, that if you sign up, you get a copy of that. So that's like a little mailer perk. So if you wanted to join us there, you can join us there. We've also got a solid website that drives a lot of traffic to our submission posts. What's coming, what's recently closed, what to expect from the next year, goes through all of the guidelines, what we're able to pay for in way of compensation, rights, all that other fun stuff. For our authors, we also have a really interesting, dynamic Facebook group, which I can give a link to later. So for them, at this time, we're hosting monthly themed callouts. So every month we have a different theme. For the year of 2020, we decided that I wanted the theme to be like classic horror tropes. So we did, like, we're doing a haunted house. We did witches. We just did a horror tech horror submission call, which is really interesting to read through some of those nightmares. So if you're in the author account, you have access to all of that stuff. Plus, I give graphics. We have discussions. So it's a nice little environment, and everyone's really supportive, and that's a lot of fun thing to do. With the monthly contests that we do, what we do is we read through and we select the top 2. So the top 2 actually will eventually get put into a book of the best of 2020, and then the runner-up or third place gets placed on our website, because we've got a blog as well on our website. So that will give that author a little bit of a boost, because we do a little mini bio in that. We talk about them, we make sure we share their links, and then we share that through all of our social media as well. Because again, the biggest reason we're doing this is to give voices to indie authors. So the more exposure, the better it is. And of course, with all of our stories that we print and publish, except for Drabbles, because there's just no way to do this, we are offering compensation for everything. So albeit we are very young, so our compensation isn't necessarily at the highest level right now. It is something still that we're working on, and next year should be even better, which is awesome. And again, the top 2, again, beyond being put into the book, it's actually being put on our patron account, because we have a patron account as well. And so anyone that is in any of the tier levels will automatically get access to 2 stories a month that will eventually be put in that anthology. So that's exciting for our authors. A lot of people like to submit to them. You don't have to submit every month, but it's still something that is keeping everyone interested in talking. And the anthologies that we're going to be putting together with all the yearly one, it's going to be great. I'm very excited about that one. So I guess about a little bit more about our website is all of our submissions are on there, so you can review all of that. We also have a brand new online shop. So one of the ways that we're promoting or trying to build some funds so we can keep pushing out marketing and pushing out books with great covers and things like that is through our market. So it's a really cool thing that we've done. We decided, because of our we've got some really exciting books coming out, we decided to do some postcards. Whoa, there we go. So we've got postcards that are available. A lot of the authors are really enjoying them. We have a secret page for authors where they can buy stuff in bulk and get it shipped to them. And then they can also send all of this stuff, all this fun swag. Here's some bookmarks. These are, ooh, there we go. This is It Calls from the Forest 1, note 1 and 2. So they've got some pretty cool swag that they can give away to fans and to friends. And just another way of helping them kind of promote themselves, share if they're doing book cons and all that other stuff. We also have one that's specific just to Erie River Publishing. Yep, there we go. We also have, again, some journals. For those that are joining us on Patreon this month, we're having a little special offer for our patrons where they will receive bookmarks and things like that. But if you go to the next level, you'll also receive a mini journal. It's a little 4x6, has some fun little pages. Well, fun as in writing pages. It's a journal. And then we also have available on Amazon a big writing journal. This one's a 6x9. And again, all funds that are produced through these things are just going directly back into the company, because again, we're so little. Every penny that we make just goes to driving us for marketing and driving us to like get better compensation for authors and all that other fun stuff. So, but speaking of Patreon account, our Patreon account, for those that don't know what a Patreon account is, it's kind of like, it's a form of fundraising, essentially. Unlike Kickstarter or some of the other ones where it's just like this one big event and you just do it once a year, this is like a monthly membership where people pay a specific amount for tiers, like a tier level. So there's like for us, we start at $2 a month, and that gives you access to the monthly installments of stories. It gives access to author interviews, things like that. And then it builds. So eventually you can get ebooks every month, some paperbacks. We also have access to, because something new that we're doing is audiobooks. So we've got actually a couple on there right now where we have a audiobook snippets, as well as one whole story on there for people. So that's a lot of fun. So it's essentially a membership service that's exchanged for exclusive content and insider perks. So it's just another way of making sure we're building enough capital so that we can keep pushing the way that we are pushing. Like for us, the patron account is really the cornerstone of Erie River. Since we're so new, and we didn't really start receiving revenues, obviously, because our books didn't come out until earlier, or like spring. This is really what's been helped fund, along with some of my money, what's been helped funding and like growing the business. So it's really exciting to see people getting on there and getting excited about it and liking the content. So that's really refreshing and exciting, and we're just excited to see what more we can do, because we've got new covers coming out and new books. So yeah, that's pretty much really what Patron is. But it's not just for readers, it's also for authors. So for authors in certain categories, you can get discounts on formatting, because I do book formatting and I know people self-publish. So if you want to self-publish, you can get your book formatted. We also, for our large anthologies, you get to submit a month earlier. You also get to help pick the themes for our monthly themes, which is, so again, this month is for tech horror, or next month. No, this month was tech horror. So the patrons are the ones that selected this month's theme, which is a lot of fun. So hopefully they're all writing for it, or did write for it. But you can check that out if you're interested on patron.com, and then it's /Erie River Pub. There we go. Do we have any questions so far? I feel like I've been like, nah.
Hi, I'm popping in because I actually do have a couple of questions. One of the things I think is fantastic, listening to you talk about Erie River, is how many innovative ideas you have for marketing and promotion, and also for building, I guess, capital in order to increase, your pay rates for writers as you go along. And I know this is gonna sound like a silly question, but from a publisher standpoint, how long did it take to plan all that? Like was it a sort of a group effort of like, let's generate some ideas of cool things we can do? Like if somebody else was going to start a publishing company, I think you're working on a pretty good model here. And I guess I'm just curious as to the thought process that went into so many really cool creative perks and things.
Yeah. I have to admit, I'm a little crazy. I'm one of those people, when I get an idea in my head, I'm just like, I'm doing this 100% or I'm not doing it all. So when I first started it, I'm like, it was in December, when I was like, you know what I need? I need to figure out, how can I build money? Because I know, like, let's be honest, millions of books are published every year on Amazon. Mm-hmm. Unless you have some sort of substantial marketing plan, there's no way. Like, you're just yelling into the void.
Yes.
Like, how do you draw people in? So it's like, okay, if I'm going to do this, I need to make sure that I have some sort of revenue coming in, even if it's $10 a month, so that I can be like, okay, this is devoted to this.
Right.
So the first thing I did was build the patron. And then halfway through this year, I was trying to think of ways to market It Calls from the Forest. And I was like, it would be really great to do book bundles. So if someone bought a book from us, we could put in postcards. We could put in bookmarks. We can put in journals. We could have like little things for the authors to sign, because actually on the things themselves, there is like a little space for people to sign it.
Oh, that's a great idea.
So I was like, okay, I need to make it light enough that people can get a Sharpie and sign it. So if people are buying this from the author is giving it at like book things, they have like a place to sign it.
That's a good idea. That's really awesome.
Yeah, I really thought it through. We didn't sell any bundles, but and again, I put this together in like a week because I'm just like, I need to get this. This book is releasing. Let's do it. I spent like nights and days being like, putting it together.
But see, that's the kind of, from a writer's standpoint, that's the kind of thing that we like look for when we're looking, especially at like, newer presses, is that they have a plan, that they have a financial plan, and that they're finding creative ways, because I think a lot of times writers feel like a lot of this falls on the writer to promote, his or her own books, or and it's nice to see that you're really putting in some thought into like, different cool ways to reach out to people. I'm seeing questions popping up, so I'm going to get out of your. I'm going to pop the question up on here, and then I'm going to get out of your way here.
Are there any books that have inspired the distinctive feel of Erie River literature? I don't know if there's any specific books that really inspired it. It's just, I've always been drawn to the dark and the grim. So it's something that, because I wanted to do something that I would enjoy reading as well. Like, I am an author as well, although I have no time to write anymore. So I was like, if I'm going to do it, I want to do something so that like I'm enjoying what I'm reading, which is why I chose to do the horror, and I chose to do the dark fantasy. The It Calls From collection, which is the Forest 2, Sky, Sea, Doors. For me, in my head when I was planning it, I was thinking, okay, I want it to be so that when people read it, they could be present in the moment and think that this could be a reality. So will all of my calls have to be reality based? No, but this specific collection is what it is because of that. What are future projects, whether a specific anthology or a new project or whatever, that you're most excited about? I am going to be touching base on what's coming up very soon. It's going to be after, because we've got Tim's reading coming up too. So I will get into that. There's a few projects I'm excited about. Like, I'm excited to wrap up It Calls From, because I think that's going to be an awesome series, and I can't wait to like have all of those books on my bookshelf. And I'd like to have at least one story in it that's mine. So I'm excited about that. And we also have some secret projects, which are not going to be talked about. And I'm also very excited about those. Who does your graphic work? The covers, postcards, bookmark? Me. I do it all. That's not true. I have one cover coming out for It Calls From the Sea that I actually finally commissioned someone for, because I just didn't know. I didn't feel comfortable. I wanted it to be really moody, and I had like a vision in my head, and I tried it for a couple of times. I was like, no, I'm not this talented. So, but so far, everything that you've seen for like, that's also like this journal, I did get somebody, I commissioned someone on Fiverr to do that. But all the bookmarks and other covers are all me. Oh, well, thank you. Thank you, William. Thank you. I try really hard. But yeah.
Hi, I'm popping back in with a question.
Yeah.
Do you plan on taking any kind of commissioned work for art in the future? I mean, because I love what you've showed us. It was fantastic. Matt and I were actually just chit-chatting about like how good it is. But I'm thinking if artists are watching and want to work with you, are you taking any kind of commission stuff, or is it not, that's not an open thing yet?
I thought at one point I was like, oh, I could do pre-made covers and things like that. But my plate is overfull.
Yes.
It runneth over. So although I would love to do that, because like art and graphics and stuff like that is like, I've always enjoyed that. Is something that I would like to do, but I think it's going to have to wait.
Yeah. Yeah. Sure. I could see that.
Yeah. But I think what I can do, not what I can do, maybe if we can flip over to Tim and he can read a little bit of his story. I'll give a little bit of a read through what it's going to be. But I'd like to introduce him so he's not like waiting in the background for another.
Sure.
Then we can do more questions. Hey, Tim.
Hello, how are you doing?
I'm good.
You're doing great. It's all good.
So Tim is going to read a story from It Calls from the Sky. This is the story, an anthology that is, I want to say, it's not book number 3 because it's book number 4 because we have one that has 2 volumes. But it encompasses 23 tales that go through terrors that come from the sky. Again, it's on pre-order right now. And Tim's going to tell you all about it. I'm going to put myself on mute. Enjoy the read.
Yeah, I will indeed.
Okay, good.
Oh yeah, I'm Tim Mendes. I've been privileged enough to work with Erie River a few times now. I mean, I was first picked up for the anthology It Calls from the Forest. I've got 2 stories in that. I'll tell you a little bit more about that afterwards. It's a lovely hardback, and also I was going to show off one of them as well, just in case Michelle forgot. Okay, yeah. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to read an excerpt, and I'm going to try and leave you on a nice cliffhanger. So if you want to hear more of this story, you're going to have to buy the book. You see what I've done there? Okay, this is part of On a Wing and a Prayer from It Calls from the Sky. November the 6th, 1940, Killimster, Caithness, Scotland. Algernon McTavish looked up at the sky and shivered. Even for a hardened Scot, it was bleak. Since the freak storm just over a week ago, the weather had been even more savage than usual. In the 40-odd years he had run the moderately sized sheep farm, he had never seen weather like it. Still, it meant that there were fewer German bombers in the sky than normal. Placing 2 frozen fingers in the dark slit between his bushy ginger beard, he blew out a series of sharp whistles. His faithful sheepdog Bonnie answered with a bark and proceeded to try and round up the frenzied sheep. The poor creatures had been driven half demented by the fierce winds and horizontal hailstones. At first, it sounded like a particularly persistent mosquito, a low, continuous whine. Al looked around, flat cap in hand, but there was nothing to swat at. Besides, it was the wrong time of year for those little devils. Then the whine started to get louder. Oh, Christ, Al panicked. A cacking bomb. But there were no planes in the sky. He looked around in confusion as the whine built into a roar. It was the sort of noise usually attributed to a downed plane, but there was nothing that he could see. Boom! The ground in the adjacent field erupted. Soil burst high into the air. Al swore oaths in purest Scottish Gaelic and dropped to the floor with his hands over his head, awaiting the coming explosion. Nothing happened. Bonnie barked in a wild frenzy and jumped at the fence. Al looked up, thanking the Lord, and looked over at his dog. She was snarling at something in the next field. Pulling himself up and brushing sheep droppings off his tweed overcoat, Al made his way carefully towards his dog. Hush now, girl, he whispered in calming tones. Bonnie looked at him. He had never seen a look like the one in his dog's eyes before. It was a look of sheer terror. What's got you so spooked, lass? Al approached the fence and peered over. About 50 yards away, something large and rectangular had slammed into the ground, half burying itself. When something hits the ground at such velocity, you expect fire. Al scratched his head. The object wasn't even hot. In fact, it was freezing cold. He hopped over the fence with his eyes fixated on whatever the hell had just landed in his field. So rapt with attention was he that he nearly crotched himself on the barbed wire. The ground steamed and hissed. The object was evidently much colder than the frozen ground he walked upon. This in itself was a mystery. The ground was chillier than his mother-in-law. Finally reaching the object, he knelt down to get a better look. What was inside nearly turned his ginger locks the purest white. A second later, he was charging across the field with Bonnie at his heel. Climbing into his tractor, he turned the ignition and headed towards the nearest centre of civilization, the town of Wick. He needed to get in touch with the RAF at the airbase there, pronto, though he didn't expect them to believe him for a second when he said that one of their pilots, glowing orange and encased in a perfectly rectangular block of ice, had just landed in his field and scared his sheep. No, he expected them to smell his breath for whiskey. November the 9th, 1940, RAF Wick, Caithness, Scotland. Group Captain Blake's buttocks were numb. The hard seat of the Austin K4 troop transport vehicle had turned the long journey from RAF Sutton upon Hull up to the far end of Scotland into an exercise in endurance. He was the only passenger, yet the telltale aroma of sweat, boot polish, machine oil and fear from hundreds of national servicemen still lingered like a dark cloud. Blake was more accustomed to more salubrious vehicles, but none were available to ferry him off to Wick at such short notice. He must have read the report on the strange events that had taken place since the 6th about 100 times by now, even when he knew the document back to front. It was either that or share banalities with his driver Evans. He was a nice enough chap, but there was only so much conversation to be had with a man with a lower IQ than a mug of mess hall tea. The main issue with Evans was that he didn't seem to understand the word classified. No matter how many times Blake changed the subject, the garrulous Welshman kept on asking why, in all that is sacred, did he have to go to Wick so damned urgently? After all, it wasn't exactly the hub of the war effort. Blake was saying nothing. Loose lips, sink ships, and all that. Even if he did want to reveal his mission, he was almost certain that his driver would think he was pulling his leg. Nobody would give credence to such a wild story. Hell, he wouldn't believe it fully until he saw the chap with his own two eyes. It was beyond belief. A pilot who shot down over the North Sea and believed KIA turns up a week later in a farmer's field, glowing orange and encased in ice. If that wasn't unbelievable enough, the fact that the man subsequently defrosted and was now alive and well in a makeshift quarantine pushed it firmly into the realms of fantasy. As the rattling vehicle neared its final destination, he was treated to first-hand evidence that something weird was indeed going on. It had been reported that since the 7th, the base and its surrounding area had been pummeled by a freak snowstorm. Blake got the driver to pull over and jumped out the cab. "Bugger me," Blake muttered to himself. They had stopped at a perfect vantage point to witness the anomaly for themselves. Below them, covering the windswept, heather-blanketed land, was a perfect circle of deep snow. It radiated for what looked to be a mile in diameter, with Wick at the epicenter. A brutal storm raged, and lightning flashed. Blake walked a couple of 100 yards down the road, with Evans tagging along behind him. Eventually, he reached the threshold of the storm. It was uncanny. It went from perfectly clear road to a 15-inch drift without so much as a spray of powder. "Well, would you look at that?" Evans said with his mouth agape in wonder. "It looks like a bloody snow globe." Blake was miles away. In all his years as a pilot, he had never seen such bizarre weather. I was just saying that it looks like a snow globe, sir, replied Evans. Quite right, Blake said distractedly. Do you think we could get through this lot? He swept his blue-coated arm dramatically over the frigid landscape. Oh, no problem, boyo. Sir, Evans stumbled, turning red in the face for such a rank faux pas. It was okay, though. Blake didn't notice. Or if he did, he decided to let it slide. Right, should we press on then? Yes, sir. I'll have you there in no time, Evans grinned. Evans was wrong. Very wrong. Less than 500 yards down the road, they became bogged down and had to dig the front left wheel out of a pothole. It took them several hours to make it to Wick. In the end, they left the wagon at Algernon McTavish's farm and trudged the rest of the way. By the time Blake arrived, it was dark and he was frozen to the core. It appeared that the storm raged with increasing ferocity the closer they got to the epicenter. The block housing Flight Sergeant Warren, the guards on the gate let them inside after a brief check of credentials and ushered them into a mess hall where they were to be met by Dr. Blythe, the man who had been the sole person tasked with looking after Warren since his miraculous resurrection. Since it looked like they would be stuck in Wick for some time, Blake gave Evans leave to go to the Naffy for a couple of well-earned pints. Evans could have kissed him. It also fulfilled a secondary motive. It got the nosy devil out of earshot. Since Blake had read the report ad nauseum, Dr. Blythe got straight down to business. I don't know what to tell you, sir. I've never seen anything like it. When he was brought in, we had him thawed out using paraffin heaters. I thought I was going to be conducting an autopsy, but... Blythe shrugged, then buffed his wire-rimmed spectacles on his tunic. Did he just wake up there and then? Blake was scribbling notes on the back of one of the papers in his file. No, not right away. We had him on the slab when it happened, Blythe replied. Dr. Blythe had just finished his evening ration and was scrubbing up ready to cut Warren open. The orange glow seemed to pulse and radiate from the cadaver. He had his scalpel in hand and was ready to make the first incision from neck to navel, when Warren's eyes snapped open and swiveled wildly in their sockets. Blimey, Blake said after hearing the tale. I bet that scared the bejesus out of you. Not half, sir. I nearly jumped out of my skin, Blythe confirmed. After crying out in apparent agony, he sat bolt upright and started asking where he was and how he got there. I was dumbfounded. The man had been stone dead. Could there have been some kind of mistake, Doctor? Blake cocked an eyebrow. No, Blythe replied flatly. There was no mistake. The man hadn't breathed, and his heart hadn't pumped since he was defrosted. He was dead. I'll stake my reputation on it. Very well, Blake smiled. What did he say after he came to his senses? The doctor sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose with his thumb and forefinger. He told me a wild tale indeed. We recorded it on reel-to-reel. You are welcome to listen to it at your leisure, but I'll give you the bare bones. As the doctor paused and licked his lips, a young airman came charging into the room, calling Dr. Blythe's name. Doctor, come quick. What is it, airman? It's Warren, sir. He's dead, sir. Blake and Blythe looked at each other and followed the youngster out of the mess and across the courtyard to the main building. The storm had risen to an almost apocalyptic level. Snow and hail swirled in a chaotic dance. The troops had taken cover under tent flaps and other structures. The poor men's faces were whipped red raw by the onslaught. Warren was indeed dead. He had cut his own throat with a penknife. According to the man who found him, Warren had been ranting and raving for the previous hour. He had been screaming to be allowed to be freed. He bellowed at the top of his voice that he comes for me. Apparently, the rising storm was the source of his agitation. Dr. Blythe nodded, as though he'd heard him say such things before. For the time being, Blake was in the dark. The guard on the hastily kitted-out quarantine room said that he was alerted when it became suddenly quiet. Blake asked him why he didn't check on the man when he was carrying on, to which the airman replied that he had been instructed by Dr. Blythe not to have any contact with him, a fact that Blythe backed up. He wasn't sure if the odd orange glow was contagious or not. Once Warren had been stretchered out, Blythe decided that he would conduct the autopsy in the morning. Blake agreed, as he was shattered from his journey. In the meantime, he had one of the men kit him out with a room, with a bed, a desk, and the reel-to-reel machine. Blake was very interested to hear what Warren had to say. Okay, and if you want to hear the rest of that, you're going to have to buy It Calls from the Sky when it comes out in October. Yes, that's going to be my second anthology appearance with Erie River. Hello, Michelle. Hello. The first one was It Calls from the Forest, which I, pride of place on my vanity shelf. This I'm a sucker for hardbacks. And, yeah, it's like all the stuff that Michelle's created, all these bookmarks and things like that. As soon as they went up, it's like me want. Yeah, I've also, if you become a patron, there is one of mine on there. I believe it was March, the monthly contest for March. I believe it was. I was one of the winners along with David Green.
Yeah,
it was the carnival themed one.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was
Circus
creepy and disgusting. I love it.
Yeah, all my hallmarks. Creepy, weird. Yeah. With It Calls from the Forest, I do a series of these live readings, and I actually did, because I've got two in here, A Matter of Recycling and Rouse Them Not. I actually did a live reading of A Matter of Recycling, and you can find that on my YouTube channel, which is, look at this, it's tiny URL, Tim Mendes YouTube. Look at that.
Oh, look at you.
Yeah, high tech, that, isn't it? Yeah. And also, if you want to catch up, all my stuff is on my website, which is timmendeswriter.wordpress.com. Yeah. Cool. Yeah.
I definitely suggest you follow Tim. He's weird and exciting. Like it's amazing.
It was a really fun story, Tim. Thanks for reading for us. That was awesome.
Right.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Yep, my pleasure. Yep.
It was very cool. Very cool to have you on the show. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Thanks for having me. Yeah, I've been watching it over yesterday, and I'm going to watch some more of it today. I've been really enjoying it. So,
oh, great! Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Yes, thanks for having me. I actually commented yesterday because the first thing I saw when I signed on was the Doom poster.
Yeah.
I was like, Doom! Yeah. So.
Yeah. Hold on. Wait, see if I can turn it. There it is.
There it is. Like,
that's it. We're in Matt's office, so he's got all kinds. I mean, I wish I could show folks. Like, he's got all kinds of really cool stuff in here. He's like a really awesome, like, Mortal Kombat.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Yeah. There's some cool stuff in here.
Cool. Well, anyway, thank you very much. I'll check
thank
out
you.
now.
Thanks again, Tim.
Thanks, Tim. See you, Michelle. I'll speak to you later.
Yeah.
And now I'm back. Yeah, this is great. I'm gonna get out of your way so you can talk about some other stuff you got going on. And and again, I want to remind folks, if you have questions, by all means, post them in the comments. We'll get them up for Michelle to answer, and we'll talk a little bit more about Erie River.
All right, awesome. Okay. Well, thanks, Tim. That was awesome. Like, Tim does a fantastic. I think he just set it up on YouTube, so you can find him on YouTube, which he threw up there already. But he goes through a couple different. Not a couple different. He goes through his different stories with different publishers and in different anthologies, and he's got like a really an interesting range of stories on there. So if you can, definitely go on there and check them out because it's a lot of fun. So what I'm going to do is just kind of go through the books that we do have out right now. We're going to start it off with Storming Area 51. Now this one is getting a revamp. So because we're going to, the release date on this was September last year. So we're going to do a 1-year revamp. So new cover, fixing up a little edits on the inside, not changing the storyline in any way, but we're just we're excited about, we're going to do a big relaunch and have a big sale and all that other fun stuff. So this story itself was a collaboration of 5 authors. So we had myself, Alana Robertson Webb, who's our editor. She's also one of the authors in there. Drew Starling, Ben Hare, and then Zane Hensel. So all indie authors. The idea came to me when I was watching the news stuff about the storming Area 51, that big Facebook event that led to like 5 people outside with pickets and like weird people running strangely. So that's how it started. What I wanted to do, so it essentially, it features, so it's not a collection of stories, it is a novel. It is 5 different people, all written by different authors, that take us through how they end up at storming Area 51. The concept itself of the book, though, is that the aliens are actually the ones that are the driving force behind the event, because they want something. They want to break in. But we made sure that we did it, the viewpoints of the story itself are actually specifically human. We wanted to make it a human experience. So every plot and twist and thing that we hear is all from our narrators. So it's just a really interesting concept, and like, it was our passion project. It took us, we took 1 month of like heavy calling back and forth, Discord meetings, messengers going back and forth, planning plots, doing characters, all this other stuff. And then we're like, let's get this out there. So it was a lot of fun. It was a huge passion project. And again, big new release coming out in September. The first book that we put together with Erie River as like an actual publishing house, where I had like an open call, was Darkness Reclaimed. This is the one that you can find for free if you sign up for our newsletter. This one has 10 dark stories spanning the best of the horror genre. I had a call out on our author group for reprints. So I wanted to make sure that I was offering money for reprinted stories so that we could get some of their best collections in here. So we've got about 10. Not about 10, we have 10. So that's our first one. It's available online if you want an ebook, if you don't want to sign up for the newsletter. It's on Kobo and Barnes & Noble and Amazon, and also paperback, which I just showed you. So if you're into that, you can, which I think you should be, get the paperback. But yeah, it's a fun collection to have. It's short reads, but just like little punches of horror, which is, there's a dark fantasy in there too, which is a lot of fun. The next one was our official release. Now this is our Drabble collection. It's called Forgotten Ones. Sorry. It's a collection of horror drabbles that are specifically about myths and legends. And these ones take up a whole range of the world of myth and legends. We have Nordic, we have Greek, we have Chinese, we have Indian, we have Celtic, we have, I think there's even a Canadian one in here. There's American legends. It's just really exciting. What a drabble is, for people that don't know, it's an exactly 100-word story. So for me, it's like a glance through a window, a cut of a blade, one moment in time. For my collections, I prefer it to be an interaction or something that is happening, as opposed to a being or an entity just thinking about the cosmos. So this one is really punchy. It's very horror driven. Lots of blood. People are being murdered. Human sacrifices. So if you're into that, which I am, get into the book. Also available in hardcover and paperback. And this one is available on Amazon, I think it's Barnes & Noble too. I've got this one wide for ebooks. So that's a lot of fun. Now, the It Calls From series, which is essentially our hugest collection. This is the collection for 2020. Starts with It Calls From the Forest, and these two are just released. This one released August. This is volume 2, and I think this one released April. Essentially released just as the pandemic hit and everyone like ran for the hills. So that was fun. Happy pandemic. Here's a book. So yeah, these ones are again inspired by anything from the forest. So people getting lost, hiking trips, people getting hurt, monsters, ghosts, some fun tales are in there that I think a lot of people enjoy. The first one I find is when we had planned for so many people or so many submissions to come in, to be honest. Like I thought, okay, we're going to get like 100, maybe 150 submissions. But then we quickly realized that we doubled that and then we tripled it. And I was like, oh my gosh, people are really excited about this. So I don't know if it was the cover. I don't know if I tapped into something that was Twitter, but it was just really exciting. And so we, instead of doing one collection, we did 2. So this is the number 1. These are available wide for paperback and hardcover anywhere. So if you're Barnes & Noble, if you hate Amazon, look it up. We're probably there. Same with volume 2. For ebooks, we are exclusive right now with Amazon. But we're doing a 99-cent sale because we just released Forest Volume 2. And it hit number 1 in best occult fiction, best occult suspense, horror, all that other stuff for the new release. So I wanted to just celebrate that. So we did a worldwide 99-cent sale. So that's on right now. It Calls From the Forest. We'll still have that sale on until I think end of Monday. But It Calls From the Forest Volume 2 is only on sale last days today. So if you want to get that one, you have to get it now. But again, worldwide. So hi, Canada. We finally have a 99-cent book. Go buy it. And again, we've got It Calls From the Sky coming out in October. So what's coming up? I know I'm probably going over. Okay, go fast. So what's coming up? We have a dark fantasy collection. This one is going to be not the short fiction. We're doing longer ones, almost novelette size. So between 5,000 to 15,000 words. There's only going to be a short number of them. I'm still reading through a lot of them right now, but we are going to be releasing that probably mid 2021. It Calls From the Sea. So for authors that are out there that are looking to get into this It Calls From anthology, we still have one that is open right now. It's open until September 15th. Again, we're looking for everyday reality horror. You can still have like crazy stuff happen in it. But we're not looking for something like 200 years in the future. We're looking for something our reality, our universe, our world. So people can really kind of envision getting lost at sea, or it doesn't also have to be the ocean or sea. It can be a pond or a creek. I'm just not looking for pools. I think what can really happen in a pool? Change my mind if you want to try, but I probably won't read it. I will read it. I just probably won't go for it. And that's pretty, yeah. You're like, get off.
No, I think you're doing such a great job.
I know. I'm just
we were saying that there's so many fantastic ideas that Erie River has, and we're just I'm like really excited. This is awesome. This has been awesome.
Oh yeah, I'm pumped. 2020, like what we did in 2020 blew my mind. And then what we have planned for 2021 is just exciting. Like we're going to be doing some single author books. We're going to be releasing those probably mid-year in horror and dark fantasy. And then we've got a couple more big anthologies coming up too.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
That's so great. I'm really happy to hear, and I want to thank you again for being on the show. This was really fun. I'm really glad that you were in the expo. It was awesome. So thank you.
Well, thanks for having me. It's been a pleasure. Like any business, the first year, or any relationship, the first year is like cutting teeth, right?
Yep.
So like
Yep.
we've had so many amazing highs, and we've learned so many different things, like time management on my side. Like for some reason, I thought I could answer everyone's submissions in 30 days, being the only person reading 400 submissions.
That's hard. Yeah.
So I think next year is going to be a little bit more reality check on, okay, how long does it actually take to do
Right.
these things,
Right.
and to get books out? But hopefully no one hates me too much for it.
No, it's understandable. And I think honestly, as a writer, if I see that, it's taking a while to get back to people on submissions, within reasonable time, obviously, it's like, okay, well then they're getting a lot of submissions. They must be doing something right. So
yeah. It's just the what is the reasonable time? Because I think I just set
for books, I would say 3 months. 3 months.
Yeah.
I mean, for like a basic partial, if it's a case where, I send you, like, say, my first 3 chapters and a synopsis. I think 3 months is definitely reasonable. So, and I've had publishers take even longer. So
yeah, I'm definitely on that. I'm within that.
That's good. That's good.
The short stories, like I always want to get them done within 30 days, but sometimes it's just like, this isn't
right.
Sometimes 200 come in a week. How am I supposed to read 200 in a
Right. Exactly.
But yeah.
Well, thank you again for being on in the expo. This was really fantastic. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, thanks for having me.
All right. Take care.
Yeah, you as well. Thank you.
I'm not sure where my hand is. Bye.
And I was like, where do I put this?
Okay, folks, coming up in about 4 minutes, we have Lamplight, and they're going to tell us about some exciting stuff they have going on. Jacob is going to have a chat with Jessica McHugh. It's going to be awesome. So just stay tuned, and we will be back shortly.
Hi, everyone. My name is Katie Southard, and I am the host of Make Me Read Your Book podcast. So the premise of this show is I interview horror authors as a brand new reader. Not only do I get to learn more about them, but I get to learn more about their catalog and decide from there the best place for me to begin. So it's a great way for you to discover the best place for you and to learn about new artists in the meantime as well. I have interviewed seasoned authors such as Brian Keene, Mary Sangiovanni, Tim Levin, Simon Clark, and Jonathan Jans, and so many more. I also interview a lot of newbies and up-and-comers such as Christopher Triana, Aaron Dries, Kenzie Dennings, John Wayne Comunale, and just recently I had 2020 Splatter Punk award-winning author for Best Novel, Christine Morgan. So I am available on all platforms. You can find me my main page on Podbean, Make Me Read Your Book podcast. It has the RSS feed and links to all the podcast streaming services that you enjoy. I am also on all social media on Instagram and Twitter. It's at Make Me Read Pod. And I do have a Facebook page that you can like as well. Sorry, I'm not good at this. But I really hope you give it a listen and find some great new artists. And I really hope you enjoy it. Thanks, everyone.
Hi, Jacob.
Hi there.
Hi, Jessica. How you guys doing? How is everything going?
As well as be expected.
Okay, I think Jessica's mic is muted. You just have to unmute your mic.
Sorry.
No problem. No problem. It's taken me a while to get the hang of this, to be honest, with the mic and the muting and the whatnots. Folks, this is Jacob Haddon from Lamplight, and he's going to be talking with Jessica McHugh, and they're going to talk about cool stuff coming up from Lamplight. So I'm not going to get in the way. I'm going to pop out here and
Hi, everybody.
Hey.
So I guess first,
Hi, everyone.
a little introduction. I'm Jacob Haddon, and I'm here to introduce myself. So first off, what is a Lamplight? Lamplight is a magazine. So I run Apocryphal Books, and Lamplight is our sort of showcase production, right? It's our flagship. It is a quarterly magazine of dark fiction. It comes out. We just had this one came out in June. Next one comes out in September. We've been around since 2012, right? So we've had 32 issues, over about 150 stories, and so Volume 9 starts in September, and I'm pretty excited about it, to be honest. We also have a radio play, and that's produced by Andrew Wardlaw. We've had 9 episodes of those so far. We just also had a new one come out in June. It was called Apex Predator. And so the radio play is a podcast based on the stories in the magazine. So Andrew finds stories that he thinks that can turn into an actual like radio production with cast and everything, and puts them together and makes it. An Apex Predator, the most recent one, was pretty cool. It's an epistolary or whatever the audio equivalent is, right? Because video equivalent would be found footage, so I don't know what an audio one would be, but it takes, instead of just telling the story in a standard narrative, he used TED Talks and documentary clips and news broadcasts and things like that as all of a part of a way to weave the whole thing together, and he does a fantastic job with it. So episode 5 of the radio play was a story called The Mime by somebody you may have heard of named Mary San Giovanni. And Andy did a fantastic job with that one as well. You should listen to all of them, I think. The next one coming up, which will be in the fall, is based on The Nightwire by H.F. Arnold, which is a classic weird tale from back in the 20s, I believe. And The Nightwire is it's basically old school bulletin board internet for you, some of you younger people. It was a telegraph system where they would telegraph each other news stories all night long. And so that way you were always aware of what was going on. And of course, this being a weird tale, something weird comes across the Nightwire. And Andrew's been having a great fun with it, trying to find old telegraph information, old news stories. I'm really excited about that one. So that one's coming. Of course, it's a magazine, right? So as a magazine, it has a subscription. The subscription is $10, and that gives you 4 issues. And we send them right to you, ebook. That subscription supports both the magazine and the podcast. And so it's a sort of a thing. Again, this is the June issue that just came out. This is a double issue. There's actually issues 3 and 4 combined for volume 8. There are 8 stories in here and 2 classic stories. It's a packed issue. It's pretty fantastic. How to build a haunted house is the start, right? So it starts off with instructions for those of you who have a boring normal home and would like to do some redecoration in the spiritual sense. We've got a journey to the afterlife. We've got some mermaids. We have got a reprint called Totenhaus, which is German for House of the Dead, sort of. And then, as seems appropriate for the day, there is actually a story with sort of a Frankenstein theme in it. Again, these are all fantastic. Just came out. I'm really excited about this issue. You can get it in ebook basically anywhere. So Lamplight Magazine, lamplight.com is our website. That's where you can get everything that I've talked about so far. One more thing. So every volume, we do a full collection. Where's the camera? We do a full collection. So this is this one is for 6, but there's one of these for each one. So for those of you who prefer nice, well-made books for your shelf, that's when this one is. It is every story and whatever in that volume beautifully put together. And so the volume 8 edition of this will be coming out this fall as well. 1 through 7 is also available on Amazon right now. So that is Lamplight. It is a quarterly magazine of dark fiction. We primarily do quiet horror. And so things like old school Weird Tales, old school Twilight Zone is a big influence in what we're thinking about. It's that end of the genre. So Apocrypha Books is the press, and we do, of course, Lamplight. So we do horror. We publish Steampunk. This is a series by Elise Tobler. This is finished now, but we are going to be redoing the first editions, or first volume, so that it has a nice consistent cover. So that'll be coming out this fall as well. These are fantastic steampunk series. We did a kaiju series, which will come up again later. Oh, look at that. These were women writers, women heroes, big monsters. We had a story by Victoria Chase, Jessica McHugh, K.H. Kohler, and Catherine Tobler. The series was, in my opinion, fantastic. All 4 of them did a great job with these. These are novellas, so people catch those out. And we do a series of classics, which we'll talk about later. And now, apparently, I publish poetry. So A Complex Accident
Apparently I do too.
is our most recent publication and something I'm particularly excited about. This is Blackout poetry, written by Jessica McHugh, inspired from Frankenstein. So let's start off with the important part. Who in the world is Jessica McHugh? So Jessica is a novelist. She's now a poet. She's an internationally produced playwright. She writes horror, sci-fi, young adults, basically whatever she wants at the moment. She's had 24 books published in 12 years, including The Green Kangaroos, which is a bizarro romp, The Darla Deca Diaries, which is a whole YA series, and now poetry. So before we get into what?
20. I was just going to say 2020.
2020.
I never keeps at me.
So before we get into an interview, would you like to read some poems to us, Jess?
Yeah, I'd love to. Because Blackout poetry is, it's pretty brief. Sometimes, it can be just a few words. Sometimes it can be a little bit longer. So I can definitely read a couple here. The first one I'd like to read is the first poem in the book. It's actually the Mary Shelley bio that was in the beginning of my copy of Frankenstein. And I just liked it. So the way I get the titles for all these poems is by looking at the reverse side of the page. And whatever I haven't blacked out, what's on the side, that's how I get the title. I just choose something that's appropriate. Usually it's pretty appropriate because it's only a page away. Right. So on the reverse side of this was A Girl of 20, which is great because Mary Shelley was like 1920 when she wrote Frankenstein. So it was, it all worked out. So this is definitely one of my favorite ones. Like a dark fairy tale, she hated the tomb of love and decided to live in tragedy. Girl of 20. Yeah. There she is. I'm going to go on right to the second one because this is where I kind of felt like I was Mary Shelley, but also me and maybe all female horror writers who are told they shouldn't be doing horror. This is called Blooming. I should write. I could possess and cultivate my hours on paper, wet as a bride in the arms of death, clothed like the ghost in the moon. And maybe one more for now.
Sure.
This is also my favorite. I would actually like to get a tattoo of some of the lines of this poem. And this is also the one that I've made the most because people tend to really like this one. It's called Cultivation. I am a vessel of dauntless courage and severe evil. My joy will endeavor, my rage possess.
Fabulous.
I like that girl.
So I guess as a quick tour for those of you out there, the book, since Blackout Poetry is both visual and poems, the book is laid out like this so that you get the poem on one side and, sorry, I'm trying to hold this correctly, and the Blackout on the other, and it's done that way through the entire thing. So you can see Jessica's art and easily read the words.
Yay!
All right, so let's start from the beginning. So where did the first one of these come from?
The first one from Frankenstein. I started doing Blackout poetry quite late in about February 2019. And I was just doing mostly, I had gotten a Shirley Jackson book from the dollar store and just started making them. I don't know what, like a beautiful Shirley Jackson book of poetry and short stories and essays was doing in the dollar store, but thank God for it. And I had just a copy of Frankenstein, and we were getting ready to move, and it was a big load of trauma. And a friend who told me that there was an apartment in her building coming open, and I wanted to thank her for giving me that tip and basically writing a recommendation. So we live in this beautiful downtown Frederick apartment now, which, you know, they're going to have to drag my bones out of here because I'm never leaving. So as a thank you, I decided to make her a Blackout poem. And I had tried Frankenstein once before and just could not find nothing was coming to me. Nothing seemed like it would make a good piece. And then, but when I opened it that day, I found, I can't remember which one. It's like the "Do Not Fear, Dear Girl" or something. And it's like how wonderful is the kindness of friends or something like that. Oh, here it is. Yeah. Dear girl, do not fear. Sorry, I'm going to do a reading again.
Go ahead.
It's called, it's page 56. Dear girl, do not fear. Play and give courage to a bitter world. Learn from despair the inmost answer. Sweet is the affection of others. And I gave that as a gift to my friend Devin. And yeah, it's right there. Yeah. So that was the first one I made. And yeah, after that, it was like unlocked, like the whole book opened up to me. Though I did there were a lot of repetitive words in Frankenstein. So it was kind of hard not to just use the same words over and over. Passion is used a lot, monster, and obviously, so I could have written probably 20 just about the monster within me and stuff like that.
It could be the follow-on, right?
And maybe yeah.
So I was thinking that you could sort of talk us through how we do one of these things. And for that, I brought
juice. It's terrible.
It's a vintage 2009 Poets and Writers vintage, right? This is a collector's edition. So I'm marking it up just for you.
I have a page from Fahrenheit 451,
Fantastic.
Which was probably the worst because it's one of the oldest ones I have, and sometimes this paper does not work very well. It'll bleed. So yeah, I'm gonna try. I probably should have chosen a better one. But yeah, so when I'm doing a commission or something like that, I always ask whether someone wants a certain theme
Mm-hmm.
for me to aim for, like love, family, passion, whatever, art, when I'm just doing it myself, I just kind of look for the first things that jump out. I like to go with similes and metaphors. I am, she was, women are not, and lots of fun imagery that just kind of pop out. And I think it's very much of a feeling. Like, I tried Blackout poetry a few years ago with a copy of Game Informer, which I don't know why that's what I chose. I thought it would make a cool sci-fi poem. I don't know.
Right.
But anyway, I had decided right away that I was terrible at it and would never try it again. So clearly I just needed not to use Game Informer. Go figure. So yeah, I just kind of like to look for stuff that it's easy. You like to look at the flow too, because you want the eye to dance in a way that isn't strenuous. So that's why it's kind of hard. Like, you can't. A lot of times, if you end way over here, it's a bad idea to go like way over to the side there and then like back over, because especially if it's a small word like to, of, the eye, no matter, unless you draw a line to it that's like, look over here,
Right.
the eye kind of just misses it, I feel like. So, which I do use the lines quite often, because I'm like,
yeah, so there's some of them that do that.
You can
I forget which one now, but it actually looks like thought bubbles, right? So it just, they're all connected all the way down, which is a great style.
Yeah, and because sometimes, like, I'll color something thinking it's going to make it clearer, and it just makes it a whole lot more confusing. And then I'm like, all right, I got to get out the ruler and do something here. I also really don't like to build words out of letters that are spread out, but sometimes it's necessary just to, like, sometimes you get all the way to the end and it like would be a perfect poem if there was just a 4 like FOR, and like it's nowhere to be found. It's not like you start looking for words that have that word in it, like before and forethought, and it's just like, and you can't find it, so it's like, all right, I gotta build it, which, yeah, I just don't love to do, but it, for the sake of the art.
For the sake of the art. For the sake of the art. So,
Yeah, so yeah.
While we chat, for everybody out there, the two of us are going to be scribbling on these things to do this live, so that you can see basically how much better Jessica is than I am at this.
Oh my God, you have no idea. Like,
but as you're going through
so stressful. We're going through it together.
Right. So obviously now you've imposed an artificial constraint on your creative, right? You have not only a limited set of words, but they're a limited set of order and everything. How does this both hinder but also help your creation of the poems?
Yeah, I think it definitely exercises my the thesaurus of my brain, for sure. Although there are some times when I have to actually jump on thesaurus.com and be like, what's another word for since? And it's like just trying to find it. Yeah, it'll drive me crazy sometimes. But I mean, I think it's good for, and this is true of flash fiction too. See, this one's kind of bad. Which teaches, I think, anyone, even if you don't want to write flash fiction as part of your career or something that you're trying to sell, it teaches you about the economy of words and how the right words in the right order can evoke an emotion, like a really powerful response, where if there were a couple more words in there or they were flipped around a different way, it wouldn't. So there's like a certain mathematics, I feel like, to both flash fiction and blackout poetry, where yeah, you do have a constraint, and it makes you have to be more flexible and a little bit more creative, I guess.
Yeah.
or I'm just good at guessing.
Yes. No, but I know exactly what you mean.
Could be that.
I published Glass Slipper Dreams by Gam, which is a book of they're all microfiction, right? So most of the stories in the collection are actually about 100 words, right? And it's that exact thing that you're talking about. It is this sort of hyper focus budget of both time and space, and she's just masterful at it, at creating these immense worlds in very few words. And so yeah, I can absolutely.
And that's a perfect length too, with 100 words, like a drabble. You can really like get so much world building, surprisingly, into just that short amount of words. It's really quite fun. I did one of those it was Carrie Blue Press, 55 word stories a few years ago. It was called Questions and Cancers, and it was a great challenge, but I was teaching creative writing at the time, so I made the kids do 55 word stories with me, so
Nice.
so I could actually like get some work done during class.
There you go.
Okay, let's also do 55 word stories.
Right. And I suspect you inevitably had the ones who were like 55 words, like I can't even write the first paragraph in 55 words, and the others who were like 55 words is so many words.
And it was really great when someone would be like, oh, I can't do this. And then you read their story and it's like, oh my God, that's amazing.
Right.
Like you're really good at this. So yeah, it's always a nice thing. But that's why I think it's really fun to try new things. Like, Blackout poetry turned out to be like a wonderful new thing for me. And you just never know what you're going to be good at, or, what you're going to enjoy so much. Though granted, I do like finding the poems more than coloring them, I'll be honest. I do like it, but my husband took over some of my coloring while I was suffering from a pinched nerve. Mm-hmm. And then I'd look at his stuff and be like, you're so much better at it than I am. Can you just do them all, please?
Right. So you guys are like a team, right? You're like the penciler and you do all this stuff, and then he does the ink and color work afterwards.
Right. Yeah, I'm the tracer, and
right.
He draws these beautiful like foxes and like big rainbow stars and stuff, and I'm just like little line here, little line.
Well, good. Well, so okay, that's a part that you enjoyed about it. But what was something that was like? What's something that's difficult about it? I think you already talked about a little bit about having to dig into the thesaurus, but like,
yeah. So especially with like something like Fahrenheit 451, like the actual like physical pages can be hard to deal with, because you might find something and ripping it out, and then you rip the whole thing in half. Which has happened to me, and I actually ended up I sewed it back together, and it worked for the poem, so it actually made a cool like visual element. But when you're actually looking for the poem, you can't always erase a lot because it's going to strip the ink, and in older ones, like it can just tear a hole right through the page. Mm-hmm. So like this is really brittle, and that can and a lot of people like that. I've definitely for commissions ask people would they prefer like a nice, clean white page, or would they prefer something more vintage looking? And a lot of people do like prefer the older ones. Mm-hmm. So I'm trying to think. I've definitely had I've had a lot of commissions from the book The Last Unicorn, rightly so. And I've now gotten to the point where it's like I'm looking at the pages and I'm like, I got nothing. It's like I drained the book of everything it had. I mean, that was kind of like the end of it. It was like this thing.
Yeah.
That's so funny.
So this one thing that's great about this about the Frankenstein poems is that they're actually like became like not only like this flowing theme throughout the entire book, but there was not quite narrative, but they all fit, right? Like we'd originally talked about putting them in changing the order and doing other things, but actually like the poems flow pretty well with the order of the novel.
Yeah, the first time I put them in order, I started crying because it was just like a story. It was like reading a story that was like the story of my life, the story of Mary Shelley, the story of Frankenstein, like kind of gender swapped. Because, well, a lot of it was I had just seen the previous year, my friend directed like a gender swapped Frankenstein, and I forget the playwright's name. So sorry about that, but she had this beauty in it. There was like this puppetry in it that was like so cool. The creature was like all these different like moving parts, and like when I was doing the poetry, I kept hearing Frankenstein as a woman, like all the lines and stuff. So it felt to me just very, and I feel like it's written that way too. I feel like Mary Shelley, you know, she's in all those characters, and
Yes.
it was just, it blew my mind that it worked so well together. I never expected that, but I also never expected that there was going to be a collection. So
Well, and that was
surprising.
Yeah, that was me, like reading all of your Instagram posts, your Facebook posts, seeing these things, and just thinking they were fantastic. And I think there were only like 5 or 6 at the time, right?
Yeah, there weren't that many.
But
and because I got a little worried. I think I told you I was there. There is a lot of repetition of theme and words specifically, and I'm not sure how it's going to work out.
Right.
But except for maybe 2 poems, I think it's not I don't think even those 2 poems are an issue, and I can't even think of them off the top of my head. But
well, that's good.
But yeah, I can't.
Yeah. Yeah. So were there any outtakes? Did anything stay on the editor's floor, if you will?
Yeah. Oh shoot, I should have brought it out. There was only one poem that didn't go into the collection. Only one that I removed, and it's just because it did not fit the theme at all. I felt like the theme and the narrative was more of a woman taking pride in herself and pride in what she does, and embracing all the light and dark parts of herself, and not needing to depend on a man and all this kind of stuff. And then this poem was just like, oh, my love. Like, it was like really romantic. And I didn't feel like, I think there are romantic poems in there, but they're about art and creation and loving yourself.
Yeah.
And this it just felt so just didn't fit. So I took it out. But other than that, and then I've made one since from Frankenstein publication. But it was my friend's daughter's birthday, and her name is Elizabeth. And I was like, I could make a Blackout poem for her. What book has the name Elizabeth in it? So that was nice to revisit the text.
And that does bring up a good point, as Jessica scribbles. So here is one of the pages from Frankenstein. So Jess sells these. JessicaMcHughBooks.com. She's got pages, some of them that were the actual ones in the book. She's got them from several other books as well, and does commissions, as she already said. So I own Forever Chained. It comes with a handwritten version of the poem because it's fantastic.
And I love it because it distracts from my writing deadlines.
It's good to have distractions,
so
otherwise you worry about them.
Yeah. I do really enjoy doing it because it's something that I can do while I'm kind of like hanging out and watching TV. I can watch something new and do a Blackout poem in a way that I can't like write a short story and watch something new. Like my husband is trying to get me, I'm into the second season of Dark on Netflix, and he's watched the whole series and loves it and wants someone to talk to about it. And so I'm trying to catch up, but I have so much writing I need to do. It's difficult to watch a German show about travel.
Yeah.
So this is something I can do.
Oh, good. Well, do you mind doing a couple more readings?
Sure.
We have a question for you here, Jess, if you can see, from Joel. How did you find balancing different genres and formats? Do you find readers want the same genre and styles each time, or do you embrace the variety?
Yeah, it's weird. I don't really think much about what other people want, which is probably not the most successful way to be a writer, I guess. I just really love writing in so many different styles because I get a little bored. Like when I was writing my young adult series, as much as I love it, like I just wanted to like throw a big monster in there that would eat them all, make them all stop whining for a second. But so I that's why I like to write multiple things at once. That way I can kind of balance that need to be nice and also tear shit up. Yeah, and I also I do like when I wrote a horror erotica, and I didn't know how that was gonna go over, but also I didn't care so much. So hopefully people like it when I do that. I hope it's not too annoying. I've definitely gotten reviews that are like, this book didn't know what it wanted to be. And I'm like, no, it knew what it wanted to be. It wanted to be everything. Because I feel like life just is a mix of genres. You know, we're constantly experiencing horror and romance and humor and new technology that feels sci-fi and all this kind of stuff. That just feels realistic to me for everything to be a big genre goulash. So I'm kind of just rolling with it when I write. But thank you for the question. Okay, I'm gonna read Restrained but Firm.
Right, and I do see your question. We will get to that, I promise.
I'm sorry. All right, Restrained but Firm. Women are not thoughts, not feelings. She is forever, a reflection of time all have felt, when a smile deemed sacrilege plays upon the lips. Yeah. This one I did like this natural philosophy had a nice kind of like green to earth kind of gradient, which I felt like this really embodied this poem. Natural philosophy. We are branches of supernatural enthusiasm, acquainted with decay and fancy, a churchyard of beauty forced to degrade. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, and this one's right behind me here. The First Kiss. So that one is it's not my favorite, but it is very it's very spicy. So that 15 that's on it, that was not actually there. I believe it was 5. But okay, so my birthday is November 15th. And with the coloring of orange, which I'm kind of rocking today too for other reasons, if you've looked at my Instagram or my Facebook. And when I found this poem, I was like, this is my birthday poem because it talks about November being half extinguished. November 15th, like halfway through the month. And it's about birth. Yeah, I'm just going to read it. The First Kiss. November was half extinguished, a dull yellow eye within I endeavored to form, beautiful and horrid, a complex accident of life. That's the name of the book. Yeah, there were a couple. I if you recall, Jacob, I sent you a couple options for the title that were lines from the poem or from the book. And oh, sorry, my cat is playing with a Rock'em Sock'em robot in the background. And and yeah, when I was like, man, I got a complex accident of life. Just sounds like the creation of the collection, like Frankenstein.
Right.
Like, oh my god, yeah, I loved it. And the cover.
No, I think it did that great. So,
Yeah.
and again, this is what we're talking about. Your edition, by the way, will not have the "not for sale" across the top of it. That is a special collector's edition only, as
It'll look like
publishers get. The interior, again, all laid out like this, so you can see the fantastic art that Jess, with her lovely assistant Dave, put together. And they are great. And this is one great thing about this format. For those of you who aren't quite as familiar with Blackout poetry, is not only do you get the fantastic poems themselves, but there is this visual aspect of it, right? And so you can not only see this. It's not only a good piece of art, but it's a good sort of flow of how all this thing came together.
Mm.
And so this is out now.
Yeah, I feel like if I knew it was going to be a collection, I would have done some more elaborate stuff. Like these days, I am like building. I've built like big ones. It's crazy, big Blackout poems, and yeah, it's crazy. Every time I do a new one, I'd have to do something I've never done before. I feel like it's become a challenge.
It's become a challenge, right?
This one I know is not so elaborate.
So how'd it turn out?
It's coming together. It needs something.
It needs something.
Something.
All right.
Needs some like definition.
All right. So while you do that something, let's talk quick about what's coming up for you, and then we'll talk more about what's coming up for Apocrypha. So Rabbits in the Garden, if I got my date right, is originally published in 2011.
Yes, I believe so. Yes, originally, and so now that's going to be coming out from in 2021, and I'm gonna spruce it up a bit, not change any plot elements for people who love the original Rabbits in the Garden. Just give it a little 2020 sprucing up, and so that will be released from Perpetual Motion Machine Publishing in 2021, and soon after, the sequel, Hares in the Hedgerow, will be released. Oh my god, it feels like forever. That was the last novel I actually finished, by the way. That's how traumatic it was.
Oh wow. Well, good.
Yeah.
I'm glad.
But no, it's a really fun. Rabbits in the Garden takes place in the 1950s and 60s in Massachusetts, and Hare's Hedgerow takes place in 1975 in Concord, California. In 1975. So it's culty. That's all I'll say.
Fantastic.
It's got some cool 70s cult vibes.
Good. Well, good. We're looking forward to that. I'm glad to see that Rabbits found a new home as well.
Yeah, me too.
And just a reminder.
And then, yes. Home birth. I'm so excited to get back into the home birth universe. Some people have heard me mention a motherfucking heist novel, melon farming heist novel for the children, which I've been planning for several years now, and it's a big old heisty sci-fi insanity romp through space, and it has many of the characters from Home Birth, so plus some extra ones, and introducing. I love my main character, Meanie, is like a 74-year-old woman. So I mean, she's badass. So I'm really looking for. I've got like everything planned out. I just need to sit down and get it
Fantastic.
out. And hopefully I'll do that a little bit next year after I finish up, get everything finished up for this year.
Look at you being all optimist that you're going to get things finished. We're writers.
I know. I haven't finished a novel in like 4 years, but this is going to be a piece of cake.
Well, that's great, because this book is already an amazing sci-fi romp.
Yeah.
It starts off with these guys. Well, this is the queen, but the king of these has a bachelor party, but they apparently are a little intoxicated when they hit the transporter button and don't end up where they want to end up. They end up in Russia, and that's how it starts.
Oh my god!
So yeah,
and the main character in that book will be in the novel, and she's very very interesting character, and I loved reading her so much.
Good.
Eyeball.
Yep.
That's her name. Eyeball.
So for Mary, were there any questions for either myself or Jessica? Okay, so mimes. Yes, so the mime conversation was about actually Mary. Mary wrote a story called A Mime. It was in Lamplight. Volume 2, issue 3, if I'm remembering off the top of my head. And it was fantastic. The way she talked about it is that she'd been reading about mimes and about how their movements were so precise. And it occurred to her that same kind of precision was very much in the way that you would cast spells. And of course, being Mary, it's a fantastic story, and in the radio play as well. So an anthology of mime terror, I will have to put on the ideas pile. Right now, I'm not planning any upcoming anthologies. I too am trying to finish some things. I am too being optimistic, but and so once we get through the upcoming things that we've got, then we'll start to look at that. But thank you, Anne. Were there any other ones?
Finish my poem.
So yes, Katie. I am in fact rocking my kilt.
Yes.
This is this one is made by Damn Near Kiltum. I just got it. It's one of my new ones. It's got pockets, which are awesome. I am happy about that. So yes, I am. I have not actually worn pants since March because there's a global pandemic going on, and fuck it. So but yes, and I miss you too, Katie.
That is amazing.
Love the idea of Blackout poem. How do they start, Jessica?
My suggestion is to start with something where you can do I am. It's just a really good way to like I am we are, family is, any kind of, and then try to find like a nice visual simile or metaphor. Sometimes that's the best. You can really try to. I've written some that are pretty elaborate that sound like actual stories. Those are a little bit more difficult, I think. But starting out, just find a nice kind of, I am a waves crashing on clocks and I have no idea.
That's fine.
just
so
weird
stuff.
Get weird.
Dealing with attribution. And so I will certainly caveat with to say that I am not a lawyer, right? But once you get into fair use, you get into basically like transformative artwork, right? And for the most part, Blackout poetry falls into this sort of transformative thing. Again, I would consult a legal expert for any actual legal advice. But for that kind of thing, right? You are doing an immense transformation on something. You aren't simply just taking the words on the page and just adding, and rewriting them. So, all right.
Yeah, and I it works somewhat the same with cento poetry, where you're taking lines from other works and other poems and creating something else. And obviously something that's in public domain definitely helps.
Right. Yeah, it certainly makes it makes it a little more straightforward. So on that note, we were one thing that I do. So we do upside down Lamplight Classics. So this is the classic series that I was talking about. This is based off of we had a series of articles written by Jesus Gonzalez in the first 2 volumes of Lamplight. They're all about the history of the genre, right? So they start, as he put it, from the Stone Age to the modern era in 3,000 words. But he talks a lot about not only just sort of the history, but the influences and how those influences built onto each other. And as we were going through, it was obvious that there are quite a few of these titles that are difficult to get. That aren't quite as promoted or talked about as much. So we wanted to make copies that were nice and build a library. So like I said, this one with Carmilla, Man Who Was Thursday, which is another fantastic book. We've got Wyland. We've got some other ones. And on the radar coming up, because apparently everybody was thinking about Frankenstein, is that I'm working on a comparative edition of Frankenstein. So for those of you who don't know, Frankenstein had 2 editions, I should say. There was an 1818 edition, which was the first one Mary Shelley published, which was a 3-part. And then the 1836 edition, which was the revised edition that she put out much later in her life, and more than likely it's the 1936 edition that somebody has read, because it's the much more popular version of the 2. And my first thought, just as a writer, which was what is actually different between these, and you can find lots of articles online and papers talking about the sort of the symbolic, the weight of the changes. But I was like, yeah, but I want to see what the actual changes were, and so that's where this edition comes from. And so it'll be, if I may, on one side it'll be the 1818 edition, and on the other side it'll be the 1836 edition, and just like a sort of a changed version, like when there are differences, they'll be specifically called out so that you can visually see, okay, should we replace this paragraph with that paragraph, or change this word with that word and whatnot, and we'll be just nice and laid out for easy review and everything. So some of the fun changes, for those of you who don't know, in the 1818 edition, Elizabeth is actually Victor's cousin. They are related to each other, and apparently that was a little too much. By 1836, they were like, we're going to take the incest out, and we're going to make it better by doing the following. We're going to turn Elizabeth into an orphan who is probably of noble blood that they find on the street, and they adopt her for the purpose of raising her with Victor, so that when they're old enough, they will get married. Because that is much less creepier than incest, apparently.
Like one does, yes.
It also does things with Victor's agency, right? He's much more caught up in the flow of fate in the 1836. He's much more determination in the 1818. So it's been fun. It's been really fun to lay it out. It's really a layout challenge at this point where I've got the information. It's making it so that it's visually appealing to the reader. So, but that's coming up. That's going to be one of the next editions of the classics that come out, along with a couple of those stories like The Confidence Man by Moby Dick. I'm blanking right now. Herman Melville, and The House on the Borderlands by Hodgson, which is sort of the starting point for all cosmic horror. And get those, again, nice editions that come out. 4 things. So yeah, I think we're coming slow to the end. And again, we'll have more of this. How's it going, Mary?
Hi there. I actually did have one quick question before you go. I wanted to know what the transition between like fiction and the radio plays was like. Is it hard to adapt things? I mean, is there things you look for in a particular fiction piece that this would make a better adaptation than something else?
Yes, there are definitely things. I guess the first thing is that can this story be conveyed completely by audio, right? Because it's a radio play, not a reading, right? So it's we're production of it, right? So we want as much as possible. There are several ones with narrators and things like that in them, but as much as possible to try to convey it through action, dialogue, that sort of thing. And so when Andy does the primary of the choosing, that's what he's looking for, right? Like what can I make a script out of this that when I get actors involved, when I start doing the thing, that we can make it do that. And then even for the ones that we really like what tricks can we use so that it's not just a narrator, right?
Right.
And there comes a time, which is about time travel. She's dictating to herself as she goes. And so you're hearing that dictation in replay as part of what's going on, so that it's not just okay, well, here I am talking to myself, which unfortunately is a trick that we have to use a lot. So that's the kind of thing that he's looking for when we go through.
It's a lot of fun, the radio plays. I think that I've seen actually in comments yesterday people saying they'd like to see more of those. So well, I want to thank you both very much for doing this expo. It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun watching the process, and thank you so much for joining us.
Real quick, Jessica, do you want to read your poem? Yeah.
Yeah. So this is from Fahrenheit 451, and it's called Split Apart. Like a fantastic collapsing, the girl with no way back stretched her invisible threads to the unsleeping waves, and feeling free, slid off in darkness.
Nice.
Done
Very
live
nice. Well, thanks again so much for being on the expo. I really appreciate it.
And thank you, Mary. We appreciate you and everybody's work on this.
Oh, thanks. Take care, guys.
And if you are a reviewer, a librarian, a small bookstore, if you are anybody who wants copies of anything that we've talked about or anything I've published, please get in touch with me directly, and I will help in any way I can.
Great. That's a good point. Thanks, guys. Okay, folks. Next up, we have Thunderstorm Books coming up at 1. So we're going to take another quick break, and we'll see you in a few minutes.
Some songs stick in your head. Others consume your soul. Others consume your soul. Others consume your soul. Others consume your soul. Others consume your soul.
Me in.
Oh. Yep. Brought you on.
We're just waiting for Paul. We know he was here. Aha! Hi, Paul. Sorry. Hello.
Hello. Can you
How
hear
are
me?
you?
I can barely hear her.
Barely hear her.
Can you hear us okay?
Better now.
I'm having trouble hearing you, Mary.
You're having trouble hearing us?
Oh, weird.
I got my technical expert on it.
Okay.
Nice to hear.
Hold on. Let me make sure I'm not
volume.
do something stupid. Nope. My mic sound flash something. Is that any better?
Can you hear me okay, Mary?
I can hear you. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I think we're good.
Okay.
I don't. That should. You should be full. Like it should be blasted.
That's okay. I don't think they're gonna. I think we'll be good.
Are you sure?
Yep.
Okay.
All right,
Are we
everyone.
starting?
Yes.
Have
Everyone.
we been
this is-
starting?
Yes. We're
Oh my
officially
goodness.
starting.
Hello, everybody. How are you?
Say, this is Paul from Thunderstorm Books, and he's going to tell us some exciting stuff that's happening with the publishing company in the next year. So, Paul, I'm going to get out of your way. And as questions come up, just want to remind folks, if you have any questions, just post them in the comments, and we'll put them on the screen for Paul to see. So, all right,
Sounds
Paul.
good. Thank you, Mary. Hello, everybody. I'm Paul Goblish. I own and operate Thunderstorm Books. I specialize in signed limited editions. So today on the show, we'll go over kind of a lot of the stuff that I've been putting out lately. Some stuff coming up in the future. A little bit of stuff from the past. We'll bring out some oldies and goodies. First off, we'll start off with what is a limited edition. Some of you may not know. So a limited edition basically has two components to it. I don't know if you can see that. One is it says limited edition. This one's limited to 60 copies. And typically they are signed. In this case, it's signed by 6 people. So that's what a limited edition is. What I'm going to do is I'm going to be showing you some of these books. All these books I'm showing you up until our new announcements, I'm going to give away. So when you guys have questions later, if your question gets posted, I'll try to get you something just as a thank you for tuning in and checking out my stuff. Basically, the format of the show is I'll go through various lines that I produce, kind of general announcements of what's coming up. And then later in the show, we're going to go over some announcements that are going to go live during the show. A couple of them are, I consider, very good. Bigger announcements. Some of the stuff I do is very, very limited. So we'll start for there. And I hope you're around to post questions. Sorry if I'm a little nervous. It's the first time I've ever been on camera. So I do not think I will do as good as my cat did on my commercial. To start off the show, I'm a little bit superstitious. So I'm going to start with, there's a magazine I kind of put out called Screaming Cacti. The first ever interview kind of was asking about magazines, and I was completely off guard. So I'm actually making a second issue of this, but it's been ongoing for about a year. It's kind of a back burner thing. But I do have a couple stories kind of lined up for it, but I should get back on it. The other part of my superstition here is I'm wearing Jonathan Jan's t-shirt. That always brings me good luck. So, because Jonathan Jans is one of the best, most talented, and kind authors out there. So if you're not reading his stuff, you should definitely pick it up. And I just want to say, to start off, thanks to Mary Sangiovanni for setting this all up. And let's get started. The first, if you see me going off to the side, I have a stack of books that we got to go through. So the first thing I want to talk about is Tempest, which is actually Mary's line. She's the editor of this line. The first book we did was True Crime by Samantha Kolyesnik. So these are actually little blue books. Sometimes they come out as gray on screen. So I'm going to be giving away this book right here during the questions later on. We did true crime, we also publish Summer Cannon's A Fresh Start. And we have contracted a new novella by Gwendolyn Keist called In the Rose-Colored House Where They Died. So that will be coming out later in 2020. And I will post links once that starts coming up. Another line of books that I do is called Black Voltage. This is probably my most popular line. I have about 30 to 40% of the books I produce are produced in this line. They're oversized, usually have nice, good artwork. They'll have artwork on the spines. Again, signed limited edition formats. I have 5 books currently at the printer. Cruel Summer by Wesley Southard. A Voice So Soft by Patrick Lacey. Gone to See the Riverman by Christopher Triana. Zero Saints by Gabino Iglesias. And also Coyote Songs by Gabino Iglesias. So those are all at the printer now. They're all sold out. So we will be seeing those probably towards the end of September. And we'll have one of the announcements later today is some Black Voltage stuff. I also do something called a private reserve. It's kind of what it sounds like is what it is. Got 2 books here. I'm sorry. It's backwards. So these are usually done through my membership thing. You'll probably see it on my website at thunderstormbooks.com. I have a little clubhouse. That's typically people who buy a lot of my stuff will kind of go in there and I sometimes offer stuff just to that group. So if you're ever interested in something like that, you can just email me at thunderstormbooks@gmail.com. Let's see. Continuing. I also do something called the supercells, which are like series of books within one storyline. So this one is Return to the Lost Level by Brian Keene. We're doing all the Lost Level books. We're actually going to be, the next book coming up in that is going to be The Seven, which is Labyrinth Book 1. We're going to start probably later this year in 2020. And then we also have, sorry, I'm a little bit out of breath already. We also have the Verses line. This is run by Todd Clark. This was the book 1 right here, Clickers versus Zombies. This took a couple years to get rolling. So we did Clickers versus Zombies. We did Pillowface versus the Lurkers, and we did Clowns versus Spiders. So we're actually open for the next one. We don't have anything lined up for book 4 yet, but it's kind of a cool concept. It's kind of like a comic book concept. We actually made the covers kind of look like a comic book with panels. You can mess around with different, if there's 2 authors collaborating, and it can mess around with different authors' worlds, or maybe it's one author within their own IP stuff. They can pit various characters against each other, or maybe even general genre tropes can be put together, that sort of thing. So it's pretty open. As long as there's a verses in the title, it's good to go. So again, we got an open spot for that. I forgot to mention in Private Reserve, the next book in Private Reserve is going to be by Armand Rosamilia called Toolshed. That'll probably be announced later in 2020 as well. Douglas Westerns, kind of a little Western thing I do. This is like a suede-like brown material. This was the last one that came out. I don't do a lot of these, but I do have another one lined up called Pig Iron by David James Keaton. And again, that's another later 2020 book. Let's see how we're doing on time. We're all right. All right. So those kind of cover all the books that the lines currently that I'm running that are kind of what I would call Thunderstorm main lines. I also work sometimes with authors and give them their own imprints so that they can basically build kind of, it's like their own imprint. They can kind of put the books they want to put into them. In the past, we had one, I had one, the first one I ever did was Bitter Ale by Brian Smith. We ended up doing 12 of these books. It's hard to see because it's actually a black foil on a black cover. We ended up doing 12 of them, and then we kind of went on, and most of the books now we do are the oversized ones with dust jackets. I also did, oops, sorry, hit the mic. Jonathan Jan's Shadow Side series. We did 11 books in this one, and I don't make those anymore as well. That's like a closed set now. I'm currently working on J.F. Gonzalez's Dark Worlds. That one we've been doing for several years. I'll probably wrap that one up in 2021, maybe by the end of the year. And I'm also doing John Urbansk's Dark Waters, and that's a 6-book set. We did the first 4 books, and he's wrapping up book 5 and book 6. So we will be completing that in probably 2021 as well. And one of the announcements today is I've come to an agreement with Jeff Strand to have him do his own imprint. So that first book will be probably later this year, and he's calling it Gleefully Macabre. And so I'm going to have a sign-up sheet for that. Just kind of get a general interest. That should be coming. That should be coming soon, probably in the next couple of weeks. So you'll see it on Twitter and my newsletter. You'll see it in Jeff's newsletter if you subscribe to his. And then you can, if you're interested in that, he's fairly prolific, so you'll probably be seeing a lot of books coming out through that. Our plan is to do a couple in a row, and then we'll probably move to like a quarterly schedule starting next year. So I'm pretty excited about that. Jeff and I talked about that at Scares That Care 2019, and we're ironing out the last of the details, but that should be rolling very soon. Let's see here. Other things coming out this year. I'm going to be working with Nightworms again. I'm not going to announce what's happening there. I'm going to let them do that announcement, but there will be some more Thunderstorm exclusive stuff through Nightworms. Probably got something lined up 2020 and maybe again in spring of 2021. So that's basically kind of the general announcements that are going on. Looks like we're doing pretty good on time. So now for the rest of the show, I'm going to actually put the announcements that I'm going to continue with live on the air. You'll be able to go on to thunderstormbooks.com, order these books. Because they're different sized books and they're different sized packages, I put the shipping within the book price. So it's going to come up as free shipping, but it's already built into the price because I have one that's a chapbook and I have one that's a 2-book oversized set. So they're going to have a little bit different shipping rates. So announcement number 1. Let's see here. And then after announcement number 1, what I'm going to do is start taking some questions and answers. And then, and these announcements, by the way, are pre-orders. The first one is going to be available, I would say, the end of September. I'm sorry, the end of September. Maybe the beginning of October. Let's see. All right. So, back in the day, when I very first started out, I started out in 2008. Currently, I do about 36 books a year. And so, back then, when I was very first starting out, came out with a line called the Elementals. And what they were was they were little black and white novella-sized books. I'm going to show you the hardcover version of Wrath James White one of the first books I've ever done. And he kind of inspired me in 2019 to come back out with this line. So I want to thank Wrath for having a conversation with me about these books. On a publisher, publishers tend to go through various stages, and sometimes when they're early in their starts, they take a lot of advice, and some of it's good and some of it may not be. So I kind of shut down the Elementals after I tinkered with it for years. But truthfully, I always liked the original concept the best, which was the black and white version of the books. They came in hardcover, but they also came in a soft cover version. And actually, the very first book I ever did was a soft covered, unsigned book called Just Like Hell by Nate Southard. So the first book I want to officially announce today is I'm bringing back The Elementals, and I've signed a deal with Weston Oaks for pets during wartime. This is a very good story. I think you guys will enjoy it. It's actually, when I came out in 2008, it was $10.95. I'm actually selling this for $10, so it's cheaper now than it was 13 years ago. So if you guys want to order one, they're available on thunderstormbooks.com right now. It's basically $10. It's an unsigned softcover edition, but I'm going to only do 200 of them. So the hardcover will be out later. I'm not going to announce that today, but I hope you enjoy that book. If you do pick it up, thank you. What I want to do now is, in between these announcements, I want to take any questions you guys have. So let's see. Michael Bland, will there be a new VS book coming out soon? Actually, I don't have one lined up yet. So book 4 it's anybody's game right now. I don't even have one that we're considering, as far as I know. Todd Clark kind of runs the lead on those. It was his original idea to do them. So I'm like, hey, if you guys, you want to do these, I have very, very a lot of confidence in my editors. They carry me. There's some times where they're carrying me, through some tough times. So I said, hey, Todd, you want to run this line? You can reach out, get some people involved, and it kind of grew out of him. And so, but right now I don't have anything coming soon for VS, but hopefully soon. Will there be any more books from the Jonathan Giants Shadow Side series? That book is set as complete. So it was contracted at 11 books, and we ended up doing 11 books. I hope to work with Jans again. I love that guy. I think we will at some point. We'll work on some stuff, but Shadow Side, yeah, that's complete now. So if you have the original 11 book set, you got the whole set. And I don't know, I've told people in the past that 15, 20 years from now, that might be one of the most sought after of all my stuff. So we'll see. Okay. Paul, why do you retain specifically 3 copies of your books as it seems on your shelf behind you? Very good question. So, when I started out, I have 2 daughters. So I wanted to leave all my books to them. So 3 books, most of them I started with 1 book for my oldest daughter, Emily, 1 book for my youngest daughter, Melinda, and then a book for myself. That's kind of how I started. Not all of them do I keep 3 anymore. Some of them I keep down to 2. And, I mean, when you start out, you don't know how long you're going to do it. You don't know how many books you're going to end up having. And right now I'm over 300. I've done like 320 some limited editions. So it's gotten to the point almost where, I don't know if all my daughters are going to want to, drag 300 books around, and I'm not going to stop anytime soon. It could be 400 or 500 before I'm done. I don't know if they're going to want to drag those all around their lives when they're moving around and getting jobs and starting their own families and careers in different states. Who knows what they're going to end up. So really what I want to leave them is the Tempest line. That's the most important thing to me right now. If someone came up to me and said, Paul, you can only do 1 style of book for the rest of your publishing career, I would continue with Tempest. And so those ones are the ones I really want to leave for them, because Tempest is specifically books written by women, selected by Mary, and it's kind of has the female perspective. I would think they would enjoy those the most. But the 3 copies, again, were 1 for each of them, and 1 for me was the original concept. How do you pick which newer authors appear in one of your imprints? That's a tough question. And it just varies. I mean, there's not one way. It's a lot of basically I run an invite only press, so I don't get a ton of submissions. And as time goes on, just the book world in general reacts differently to, like, comparing 2010 to 2020 it's just an entirely different scene. So in 2010, there was a whole bunch of limited edition publishers, and there really wasn't very many paperback publishers. You had Leisure doing their two books a month, and that was kind of about it. There was a couple that did some paperbacks here and there, but there was a lot of hardcover presses. And now today, there's not that many hardcover presses anymore, and there's a lot of paperback presses. So what I kind of do is I kind of follow the paperback presses, and you've probably seen multiple ones if you've been watching this expo the last couple days. I'll follow what they're doing, and hey, this book sounds good, and I'll pick one up and read it and maybe reach out to that author. That's kind of how I do it. Sometimes I get, references from other authors that say, hey, Paul, you got to check this new author out. They're really good. It's just kind of, there's no one way. I wish I could answer it better, but there really isn't. Who picks the cover? Do you select it, or does the author, or does it just depend? They're always great. Well, thank you, Aaron. That's another good question. If you're a newer publisher, again, if you ever want to be a publisher, you can certainly ask publisher type questions. Here's how I do cover art for the majority of stuff. Every once in a while, I'll just put together the cover. That's usually that private reserve thing that I was telling you about, because Dave Barnett, who runs Necro, which is a great press, by the way, he kind of handles the whole design element of all that. But for most standard books, almost all my Black Voltage, the way I do it is I ask the author, I go, hey, especially if they're new, and I've never worked with them before, what are some of your favorite artists, and what kind of concept do you want for a cover? So they might say, hey, my favorite artists are, just as using an example, Alex McVeigh and Zach McCain and Danielle Serra. They say those three. Then I'll ask, what do you think about, what kind of concept do you want? And they'll come back with, I really want a surreal type thing. Well, out of those three, Danielle Serra probably does surreal more. And then, Alex and Zach do more straight up monster artwork. So I kind of work with them to narrow it down to one. And then we just go from there. And then, I reach out to the artist, see if he's available or if she's available. And that's basically the three steps. So usually, I work with the author in the beginning, narrow it down. And then once we pick the concept and the artist, I let the artist do their thing. So I'm not going to say, draw these lines or draw these curves. Once it's in the artist court, what they come up with is usually best. The more, after we pick them, the more involved we're at, of saying, hey, this is really what I'm looking for. Usually the artwork I used to do that kind of in the beginning when I was kind of a control freak, and I realized the artists are way better at this than me. So once they got the ball, it's all in their court to come up with the best concept they can, and they usually knock it out of the park. So let's see. Who are some authors you hope to work for that you haven't yet? That list is long, but I'm going to tell you an answer that might surprise you. I am totally content with how Thunderstorm has gone and where I am. So if I don't end up working with some of the authors that have always been on my dream list, that's 100% okay. I mean, I'm not going to get to everybody I've ever liked or respected or wanted to publish. So I've kind of come to the conclusion that, I'm good. I mean, I'm just thrilled to have the opportunity to work with everybody I've already worked with. So I'm going to leave that question open-ended like that. I mean, the announcement later today was definitely one of the ones that was like, oh my goodness, I still can't believe that I get to do one of his books. So when those opportunities come up, I'm definitely going to, take them. I'm definitely going to put my best effort out, make the best book I possibly can. But I'm actually really happy with the way everything has gone, and the authors and artists I get to work with, they're second to none. We'll do one more, and then I'll do announcement number 2. What do you pick? How do you pick new authors? Magazines, anthologies. So yeah, that question is similar to one that we was asked for earlier. How do you? Basically I keep track of, I read some magazines, paperback publishers, I'm looking at them, other authors recommending them to me. I do about 36 books a year, so I don't have unlimited space, but I do really make a concentrated effort to give newer authors a platform. I'm not one of those press guys that say if you don't have a name, you don't have a book. I've ever since the beginning, I've really tried to have an equal balance between newer authors and more experienced veteran authors. So book. I'm sorry, I'm going to do one more announcement here. Actually, I'm going to do 2 more announcements, but I'm going to get it set up here. Book number 2, and this will be ready to order here in 1 second. Now, book 2, I am sorry to say I do not have a sample of it. I was going at the last second trying to get. Oh, you hear me clicking. Okay, so book number 2 is going to be up on the site here in a second. So I apologize, I don't have a sample. So the sample I'm going to show you is A Fresh Start by Summer Cannon. Did I say a new start earlier in the show? I hope not. I kept messing up this title for some reason. A Fresh Start by Summer Cannon was Tempest number 2. The book I'm going to be doing it's called Nemesis by Brian Keene and John Urbancic. So what we're going to do, I'm showing you this sample because we're going to use a similar approach to the book. It'll be a different color and a little bit of different design. But this silk-like material that I used on these, I'm going to try to use it on that book as well. So my binder wasn't able to acquire the material to send me a sample. But what we're going to do on this book is we are going to run it for pre-order between today and September 4th, which should be like a Friday. So you got about 10 days to decide if you want to buy this, and however many people want to buy it, that's what the print run's going to be. So it's got about a 10-day print run. So if 40 people pick it up, then the print run's 40. If 140 pick it up, then the print run's 140. So however many people pre-order it between now and September 4th, that's going to be the print run, and it'll be sold out at that point. I hope it's cool that I'm not reading back cover copies on here. You can check that stuff out on the site. It's kind of a monster story about it's got this research team going and figuring out how this monster escapes, and it's a good novella. So I think that's about it. I don't know what else to say on that one. I'm sorry to but what I'll do, just so you realize some of the stuff I put into these, on these I'll put like satin ribbon page markers, fancy end sheets. That's kind of my typical stuff. And then of course it'll have a signed limited edition page signed by both John and Brian. So that is now available. And if you pick up a copy, I thank you. And even if you don't, I know they're going to have plans for a paperback, I think later this year, maybe early next year. I'll run the pre-order period until September 4th, and then it'll probably take me about 2 months to get the book in hand. So maybe the end of October, beginning of November will probably be when it comes out. So I am putting up, given the opportunity to do this expo, I'm putting up stuff for pre-order, which is typically not my standard operating procedure. A lot of times I wait until I have the books in the hand before I put them up. But I took this opportunity to do some pre-orders. So, but I'm very, I hope, I don't know, some of you might not know me, but I try to be very consistent as far as book releases. I try not to hold them for too long. I know that can get a little bit frustrating when you're waiting for a pre-order book for a long period of time. So I'm usually coming out with books every single month, and I usually have very short periods of pre-order time, and then I try to get the books out fairly quickly afterwards. So Nemesis, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, by the way. Nemesis should be out in 2020. Like I said, maybe beginning of November, somewhere along there. So let's see, we're at 10:30. I'm out in Arizona, so I guess it's 1:30 where most of you are listening. So we can continue with the Q&A for another 10 minutes or so, and then I'll put the last announcement up. What inspired you to start Thunderstorm? That's a very good question. So I was a book collector, and I collected books. First ever book from a signed limited edition standpoint, I bought in 2001, and right around 2006, I kind of got the bug of, hey, I want to see if I can do this. And really, what happened is another press was going to publish James Newman's The Wicked, and they went under. And so I'm like, man, I wanted that book so badly. You know, it was like, how could this happen? And I was actually in my bathroom staring at myself in the mirror. I think I was getting ready. And I'm like, why couldn't I just do that? I mean, why couldn't I do that? What's stopping me? So I researched it for about 18 months, I think. This was around 2005, 2006. By then, of course, James had sold that book to Necessary Evil. But that just kind of inspired it. I never really expected that specific book. But then, you know, I paid attention to stuff like this. I asked some publishers questions that publishers that I collected. I started buying other publishers' books, seeing what they look like. What do I like about the book? What do I don't like about the book? How can I kind of make it my own? And then I just took the plunge and decided to start a small press. So I guess the inspiration is James Newman, if you wanted the short answer. How do you set the number of each book that you publish? So I got to pay attention to the market. I wish I could sell 10 times the number of books that I do. I mean, these authors deserve it. They deserve larger audiences. But my role is as a signed limited edition guy. The limited part of that equation is important. So what I try to do is produce books that are going to sell out fairly quickly. And what I do is try to make them extra nice. Try to make them little things that'll last, generations. So I kind of pay attention to the market. I watch the trends of how my previous books have done compared to how they're doing, how I think they may do tomorrow. And then I kind of just make adjustments as I go. So currently I'm doing, and also it depends on how much the price is going to be, right? So the more expensive the book, it may be the smaller the print run type thing. Although that math doesn't always work out that way, but currently I've been doing stuff around 52 copies a lot of times. I've done stuff in the 40s. When I started out, I was doing stuff in the 80s and 90s. The limited edition market is, it's been shrinking the last couple of years. But they're still, it's still going healthy and strong for me. So it's kind of like an educated guess is basically the answer to that. I also look at how much of an audience the author already has. So some authors have a larger audience, so I try to give them a little bit of a larger print run. It just kind of depends on a case-by-case basis. But that's a good question. Like the hard rain and inexpensive limited editions, would you ever consider bringing back? Actually, this is a great follow-up question to what I just answered, because I said, hey, usually the more expensive the book, the lower the print run, and the least expensive books have higher print runs. So when Hard Rain started, the first one was Lights Out, and I think I did 150 up to. I used the word up to in the description on the signature pages, up to 150, and I did 52, I believe, of the oversized one. And over time, the oversized ones perform better. So towards the end, I was making more copies of the oversized expensive version than the Hard Rain. So I've tried doing similar things with other lines I came out with like a Nightmare Alley type thing, which was less expensive books. And sometimes they do well and sometimes they don't. So I'll never say never. You never know. But right now I'm pretty much concentrating on the ones that are a tad bit more expensive, the oversized with all the bells and whistles. That seems to be my strong suit. There are presses out there that will make books that are works of art that are, 10 times better than those. And then there's presses out there that'll make books a little bit cheaper, and I'm kind of in the middle. I'll probably stick with that for a while. But like I said, never say never. I never thought I'd bring back the Elementals, and I brought them back today, so you never know. Are copies of Gabino's books still available for purchase? Zero Saints and Coyote Songs, yeah, they sold out. So yeah, the clubhouse, for those that you don't know, is usually I'll let members who are part of that clubhouse, I'll let them know when books are going to be coming out, so they kind of get a heads up. The reason I developed that was, some of these guys, I've gotten people who've bought every book I've ever done for the last 12, 13 years. They get the same number and they've done every single one. So I want to give them the opportunity to continue that. So yeah, those two are actually sold out now. So you can grab them from a bookseller if you're still looking for them. There's a couple booksellers that should still have copies. So many presses have disappeared after a short time in the past 2 decades. What do you contribute your long-term success? Presses sometimes, especially limited edition hardcover presses, I'm going to speak specifically to that. There is a tendency to take on too much too early. So what happens, and I'm not saying all of them did this, there's various reasons why they go out, but say you get excited about a book, right? And that excitement makes you happy, right? So you get this cover art and you get this contract with an author, and I mean, you get to read this manuscript and you're editing this and you're putting together design elements and you're doing all this fun part of the job, right? That's the fun part. It really is. That's the best part. And then it comes time to send it to the printer, which is the most expensive part. So, and what fun is that, right? I mean, there's nothing, you're handing off all your files to somebody to put together the book. So you start taking in money from people, and then rather than sending it to the printer and getting it print, you have a tendency to say, well, I can repeat that same step, and I can get another author, and I can get another artist, and I can put together another book, and the fun part. And so all of a sudden you're taking on projects without actually completing projects. Again, not all the presses did that, but it was a common thing that happened, at least in my opinion. So if you're ever interested in starting a small press, I highly recommend you go through step 1 all the way to the final step before taking on more. Now, I didn't 100% follow that at my own advice. I had 2 projects going on at once. Actually, 3. 2 to 3 projects at once. And I should have just stuck with 1. But I did not go past 3. I'm like, if I don't get these printed, I'm going to fall into the same trap. The other part of it is luck. I mean, I started the press in 2008, which was not the best year in the world to start a small press. So, I don't know how to explain luck. I mean, and then lastly, I think I've always tried to make sure the customers got books that they wanted. So I was very open to feedback of what type of things I should be putting out. So I think that goes a long way. Sometimes presses are so excited about the books themselves, they don't really think about the end customer. And so there's, just the stuff that I learned when I was collecting. Hey, this is really important to me. I tried to put those things into the books as well. Who are booksellers that buy Thunderstorm Books and put up for sale? Basically, there's 3. Camelot Books buys an allotment. Bad Moon Books buys an allotment, and Jizzlefinger Books in the United Kingdom buys a lot. I think that third one, he usually runs it off eBay, if I'm not mistaken. The first 2 are U.S. booksellers, and they have their own websites, and they usually have allotments of my books. So those are the main 3. So other ones have done them in the past, but those are the ones that continue to still do Thunderstorm. All right, let's see. All right, you guys ready for the big one? My apologies if I sound nervous. Like I said, this is my first time on camera, so let's do the big one. I still can't believe it. And I was going to announce this in like April and May, and then the COVID thing happened, and I didn't know where my binder was at, and actually I was down for 2 months. I had no books come out for 2 months. So working with the author, and I'm like, and you'll know when I tell you the name why, but he had some big books coming out over the summer, so we were going to do it in the fall. And I want to thank him for letting me do this a little early, because we were going to do this in September. But we're going to put these up now. Let's see. So before I put them up, this is a little bit different of a print run, okay? Usually I just say the amount, or say it's going to be a pre-order for a certain amount of time. In this case, all right, I'm gonna wait. In this case, I kind of reached out to him and said, hey, I'm a little bit nervous that my newsletter comes out at a different time than this expo, comes out at a different time than maybe Twitter and social media. What do you think about keeping it open for a little bit longer, maybe 24 hours? It is very accommodating. So, through permission from this announcement, we're going to go up to 300 copies. So, what happens is if we hit 300, that's it. It's sold out. If we don't hit 300, it's going to be up for 24 hours. So, tomorrow, just over 24 hours. Tomorrow, as soon as I get home from work, if we're not at 300, we're going to call it, and that's going to be the print run. And basically, we're going to have a minimum of 200. So it'll probably be between 200 to 300 copies. So without further ado, because I only have a few minutes left, without further ado, this is amazing. You guys are going to like this. Probably won't have any time for any more questions after it, but all right. All right, you guys will want to buy this one today. Don't wait on it. And it's a 2-book set, by the way. There's 2 of, and I decided to put them all up all at once, so you'll get the same number on both books, and you'll these should ship this year, 2020, probably endish of November. So it's a little bit earlier than I normally do a pre-order, but that's okay. Mr. Paul Tremblay, his first 2 novels in signed limited edition format, The Little Sleep and No Sleep Till Wonderland. The artwork was by Ben Baldwin, who did a great job. So these will be done in my black voltage format, which is nice end sheets, full color signature pages, leather binding, that sort of thing. Let's see. And then, like I said, my black voltage have artwork on the spines. And in this case, let's see if we can hold this up. I'm sorry, I'm not. They kind of make one image. So 2 spines together make 1 image. Again, Paul Tremblay. The Little Sleep, No Sleep Till Wonderland. Thank you so much, Paul, for letting me put these up today. And thank you for letting me, giving me a shot at these books. These are his first 2 novels, as far as I know. I think they're his first 2 novels. They're more of a crime story than a horror story. In fact, they are crime stories. They're not horror stories, but they're still awesome. So I'll let you read the descriptions on the webpage. I got both images up, so everything is on a 2-book set. So with that, I think my time is about ready to run out. So I'm going to first say thank you to Mary for setting this up, and thank you for tuning in and asking questions. I hope you enjoyed it. The last thing I want to do before I leave is I want to plug a couple other presses. So I mentioned Samantha Kolyesnik earlier today. She runs a press called Off Limits Press that they just came out with their first book. I highly recommend that you check that press out. I want to mention Grindhouse Books, or Grindhouse Press, I'm sorry. They make a lot of the same books that I will end up making the limited editions. So we seem to have a similar taste. And then I'm going to mention 2 signed limited edition presses. The first book I ever bought and the last book I ever bought. Well, not ever, because I'll keep buying limited editions. But I wanted to just plug some other presses because, we're all in this together, Cemetery Dance Publications. This is the first limited edition I ever bought. Was Lost by Jet Ketchum. If you haven't heard of Cemetery Dance, then please check them out. Check them out before you check out Thunderstorm, because they simply are the best. They've been here since the late 80s. I was in high school, I think, when they started their press. And so definitely check out Cemetery Dance Publications. And then the newest one I got for my personal collection, SST Publications. They're out of the UK, I believe. They're putting out some great stuff. So they put out a lot of Lansdale. I got Silence by Tim Lemon. They put out Paul Tremblay, which I just announced. I got all their Tremblay books. They're a great press as well. So I wanted to just plug a couple other guys, a couple other ladies, so you guys can continue to buy small press books. I want to thank everybody for their time today. Hopefully I didn't do too horrible. And with that, I think that's about it, because my time is about up.
Hi, Paul.
Hi, Mary. How are you?
I'm really good. I'm so excited about your announcements, and I really appreciate the the kind things you said about Tempest. I'm honored to be a part of it. It means a lot that I can work with you, and then I can work with so many great authors and make beautiful books. They're beautiful books.
Well, thank you very much. I'm so glad you're a part of it. For those of you who don't know, Tempest has been in the works for years now. I mean, it's been like I think it's one of those ones that's it's worth the wait. I'm really, really excited about.
I am too. I'm looking forward to bringing some more books out in 2021. So thank you so much for doing the Book Expo. This was fantastic.
Oh, well, thank you for having me, Mary. I appreciate
really
it.
Great. I really appreciate it. All right. Take care, Paul.
All right. Thank you, Mary.
Okay, folks, that was Paul from Thunderstorm Books. Next up, we've got Crystal Lake coming up at 2, and we're going to hear some awesome stuff from Crystal Lake. So just hang tight for about 10 minutes, and we will see you soon. How are you guys
there.
doing today?
How's it going, Mary?
Good.
Doing
How are
great.
you?
Thanks for having us.
Good, thanks. Oh, I'm glad. Thanks for being here. I'm glad to have you guys. Just want to remind folks out in the audience, this is Crystal Lake Publishing, and we are, if you have any questions for these guys, just type it in the comments and tag it with the word question, and we'll get the questions up on the screen for them to see. Okay? So I'm going to get out of your way, and you guys tell us all about Crystal Lake.
I'll let you go first, Doug.
Yeah.
I haven't actually
I didn't know
published
that we were going to be
it
sharing.
yet. I'm sorry.
No, I haven't either. This is my first project with Crystal Lake, and I've had my eye on them for a long time. You know, they've been doing great books, so it's exciting to finally have something coming out with them. But you know, here we are, the two of us first timers with this publisher. I didn't know if Joe would be with us, but I guess he's in South Africa, where I don't know what time it is. Probably some ungodly hour, right?
Yeah.
So,
well, oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Is yours a novella as well? It feels weird to me to just talk to a camera without having a conversation. You know, we can talk with each other about these books. You know, since we're doing this together.
Yeah, I wrote a novella and I submitted to that last call that they had, and they took 6. I guess you were one of the 6 as well.
Yeah. Okay. So same window. Yeah. Novellas.
So tell me about yours.
Cool, you know, it was my first attempt at a novella. I've previously mostly done novels and, you know, some short fiction. So, you know, I like to try something a little different each time out, just to keep myself interested. So I figured it was time to take on a novella. And it was also the first long form thing I've done in first person. I tend to do more of that in short fiction. Haven't done a novel in first person. So this was kind of a unique project for me in a few ways. So my novella is called The Wind in My Heart, and it's a supernatural noir horror story. It's framed within Tibetan Buddhism. So, you know, I grew up Catholic, and there's a ton of horror, you know, that takes place within that worldview, you know, going back to The Exorcist and Rosemary's Baby and, you know, way back beyond that. So I was interested in just approaching a horror story from a different culture's perspective. And Tibetan Buddhism is something that I've been interested in for a very long time. Studied, you know, not in any academic way, but, you know, a lot of that culture, to the extent that I felt I could probably bring something authentic as a backdrop to a supernatural story. My wife and I were actually married in a Tibetan refugee village in India. So, you know, I have some friends who are monks, and you know, that to me was a very rich, you know, culture to bring in to my modern American setting. Well, not entirely modern. It's a semi-historical story that takes place in 1991 in New York City. And they called it the Year of Tibet in 1991. New York City was celebrating a visit by the Dalai Lama. There was I think a big concert that the Beastie Boys played a big role in to help promote awareness of the Tibetan freedom.
I remember that actually. Yeah.
I grew up on Long Island, so it was, you know, not far from me, but I was already off at college in Boston, so I missed out on the whole thing at the time. But it was an interesting thing to research. So to not get bogged down in the details, you know, I'll give you the boilerplate for the you know, the picture looks probably better than me nervously rambling about it. So the current you know, back cover paragraph I've got here to sum this up for readers. So it's about this private eye in New York City in 1991. Miles Landry is trying to put violence behind him when he takes up work as a private detective focused on humdrum adultery cases. But when a Tibetan monk hires him to find a missing person, things get weird fast. Charged with tracking down the reincarnation of a man possessed by a demonic guardian from the Tibetan Book of the Dead, Miles is plunged into a world of fortune tellers, gangsters, and tantric rituals. The year is 1991, and a series of grisly murders has rocked New York City in the run-up to a visit from the Dalai Lama. The police attribute the killings to Chinatown gang warfare. Miles, skeptical of the supernatural, is inclined to agree. But what if the monster he's hunting is more than a myth? So there's your short version synopsis.
Sounds like compelling kind of crime horror drum, like a crime horror? Is it the gruesome grisly, or is it more atmospheric, or kind of both? I guess
a little bit of both. A little bit of both. There's definitely some visceral horror moments in it. You're right. It is partly a crime, partly a mystery. He's trying to solve something he doesn't entirely even take seriously. This idea of a reincarnated demon acting as a serial killer in the city. At the time in the 90s, New York was still heavily crime ridden with especially these gangs and international triads, tongs. This whole Chinatown gang culture was really thriving. So that's another thing that I had to do a lot of research on. So yeah, it's a kind of a cross genre thing where there's some horror, some crime, and some questions about whether what's happening is actually supernatural.
Well, that's
so tell me about yours, man.
Great genre, so I'd love to hear it. I'd love to read it. I'm sure.
Cool. Thanks.
Again, for those that missed the beginning, what's the title?
It's the title is "The Wind in My Heart," which is actually taken from a talking. It's taken from a Talking Head song, actually, which the lyrics of that song don't really have anything to do with this story, but it's a phrase that had stuck in my head for a long time that just had a kind of resonance that I found fit this story. So what do you got? What's your title?
Oh, well, you didn't give me a release date yet. And I don't like talking about me, so let's talk about you some more.
You'll do it. Gonna keep on hitting the ball back to me, huh? We don't.
You don't have a release date?
I don't think we have a nailed down specific release date. I'm told it will be out in November. So sometime in November.
We'll be competing.
You are also.
Well, mine is about. It's called 8 Cylinders, and it's gone through a few different titles. So the other titles will tell you a lot about it. The Race are, even at one point I went with Cthulhu Death Race, which is a terrible title, but it gives you really the character of this book. It's like Fast and Furious meets Lovecraft, Lovecraftian horror.
Nice.
So there is that. Yeah, there's a lot of atmosphere. Oh, I'm sorry. Go. Did I interrupt you?
I just said you're speaking my language. I don't mean to interrupt. Go on.
Yeah, a lot of Lovecraftian horror, but it's also kind of my staple action horror. A lot of what I do, a little less camp than what I done in the past with some of my other novels, but a darker thing. So I'll read you the proposed back cover. So this needs some work, I'm sure. Sebastian Seb McAllister has run out of his luck in Vegas. Cornered by a trigger-happy gang and shot through the stomach, he makes a desperate escape in his over-horsepowered Hellcat. Fate guides Seb safely out of Sin City and into the desert, but as his wheels fade into the horizon, he fades into darkness. He awakes among a tiny community in the middle of nowhere. A mountain range circles the hodgepodge of shacks like prison walls looming high, and the warden that resides in those mountains is big, ugly, and deadly, a creature straight out of a Lovecraftian nightmare. If Seb hopes to escape that wayward way station, he'll need enough cunning to outwit a force beyond comprehension and a fast car. With a little luck and a ragtag group of would-be monster mashers racing alongside him, Seb just might have a shot of making it through those mountains alive. So that's the current back cover for it, but we'll see how it goes.
Nice. Yeah, that sounds fast-paced and crazy. That's very cool.
Well, with the novella, you find that you really need to not mince words and get right into the people like a lot of character development right at the get-go. Well, I'm sorry, we get right into the story and we run. I figure a novella should be a moving story at every point, but I don't know. How did you feel about it?
Every word counts. That's for sure. It's hard to know what the scope of a project will be while you're conceiving it and writing it. They kind of find their own proper length, I think. But yeah, I think, like you mentioned, character development. For me, writing in first person, I think, helped with a novella to be able to tell you a lot about this guy without having to get into heavy exposition. You get his voice right away. But Vegas sounds like a very interesting setting for this kind of shenanigans you're up to there. Have you spent any time there?
Oh yeah, too much time, too much shenanigans to it. This guy probably could have been me dying out in the desert, but whatever. Cool. But when you fly in, you see all those like brown mountains that looks like no life could live there. That's kind of the setting. Like not so much Grand. Well, I guess the Grand Canyon would be a good fitting setting, but without any water, without any people. Craggy,
You got your
dry.
Lovecraftian monsters in a desert. That alone intrigues me. That's a little bit of a juxtaposition there. But I kind of did something like that myself after a trip to Vegas to visit friends who live out there. We had gone to Fire National Park, which was gorgeous. And you mentioned the Grand Canyon. It reminded me of some places I've seen in Arizona or the Grand Canyon. All that red rock eroded. And that ended up becoming a setting for me for a Lovecraftian short story that ended up in an anthology called The Gods of H.P. Lovecraft. It's about the serpent god, Yig. And so who says you can't do Lovecraft in the desert, right?
And in the daylight, in the bright sun. So, there's no, I like the idea of writing a horror story that kind of takes place completely during the day, especially a monster story. So, I mean, you see the evil, you see what's coming at you, and it still should be. It's harder to make terrifying because you can't use that shadowy darkness to your advantage. But
right, can't rely on atmosphere quite as much.
Yeah,
but it's so vivid when it is happening in bright light. I'm sure you saw. Have you checked out the film Midsommar?
Oh yeah. Well, there was a lot of drugs involved in that too. So
sure.
I don't know how much was hallucination. Or, I don't know. I'm not going to analyze
even brighter and more vivid. Yeah.
But yeah. I actually like all those A24 films.
Yeah, they're great.
Hereditary. I'm actually looking forward to The Green Knight that was supposed to come out, but then COVID stopped that.
Haven't heard about that one yet.
Yeah,
that's another horror film from A24. I think we have a question coming in. It's let's see. Matthew asks, "What made you pick Crystal Lake as your publisher?" We had both submitted during an open call where they were going to be looking at novellas. I think I have noticed that there's really not a whole lot of opportunity to place a novella length book. That's maybe changing. I know that Tor was doing in their very competitive market, but they kind of did some very cool things with novellas, like speaking of Lovecraft again, Victor Lavelle's Ballad of Black Tom. They had some great stuff out from Caitlin Kieran and others. So I think that maybe showed the indie horror world that there was an audience for that. And when Crystal Lake entered the game, it was just good timing for me to send it their way. And fingers crossed, turned out they wanted it. How about you? What put them on your radar, Jason?
Well, yeah, I've always actually been a fan of Crystal Lake as a publisher. Chad Lutz, I don't want to pronounce your name wrong if you're listening, Chad, but Lutzke, a lot of his books came out from there. Oh, The Pale White recently, I think, was great. I don't know about a lot of his books, but some of his books, and I've read them, and they're great. Ben Baldwin's covers have been fantastic. Yeah. So those have kind of intrigued. Ben Eads' book, Hollow Heart, I think he just won a This Is Horror award for that cover. Sorry about the dog, by the way.
I can hear it.
She wanted to come up here. But their covers have been great. The quality of their work have been great. Some great authors have been there. You open up the book, you don't see some of these formatting areas that you see with some of the other publishers. So I lack the skill of some of these people that are self-publishing to format a book, and I always hire editors. I always hire cover artists for my books. I don't self-publish because I lack those skills. So when I'm looking for a publisher, I want to make sure they have all those. They do good editing. They do good marketing. They do everything right by you as an author. And I think Crystal Lake is the right place for that.
Yeah, those are all great points. It's pretty easy to assess the quality of work a publisher is doing just by looking at their covers and reading even a sample of the opening of a book. You can tell if there's good editing going on there. And it's one thing to produce a book and then just put it out into the throw it into a hole, and hope someone will read it. But small publishers who actually invest the effort in promoting books and creating a buzz, that is worth so much. You have to ask yourself, I think, if you're an author considering, your options, indie versus traditional publisher, I always ask, what can this publisher do that I can't do for myself? So they've certainly got a great track record of doing right by authors at Crystal Lake. We've got another question in from Shane. Either of you can answer, but what was your favorite part in the writing process for your publication, from concept to Crystal Lake accepting your work? I'm going to throw this one over to you, Jason.
All right. Oh, that's easy. Collaboration. If anybody's read my first novel, What Hides Within, it came out in 2012, and then Bloodshot Books did an update to it with a nice cover and reformatted. I made the mistake of rushing into publishing, which a lot of authors do, and thankfully I survived that rush in. So they put on this. They did all right by me, the first publisher, but the cover was absolute crap. Since then, I've been kind of hesitant to sign contracts without at least having input into the cover. Everybody knows publishers have final say on covers, but right away, Joe reached out to me. He's like, "Hey, you got some ideas for this cover? We haven't put one together yet, but Ben Baldwin's working on it now, and I have utmost faith in them. They took my ideas. I know Ben's a great artist. He could go his own way and ignore my ideas, and something great will come out of it." So at least they asked my opinion though. So rather than just going and doing it, and they've collaborated with me on every part of the process.
Fantastic. Yeah. It was nice to see it go through several rounds of proofreading. In my case, I'm not at the cover step yet. I think that's next. But yeah, Ben's been doing great work. Really, really striking stuff. It's great to also have someone who can kind of give you a reality check. I think that's one thing that the collaboration between an author and a publisher is really good for. Authors are maybe not always the best people for knowing what the right cover is going to be, but you definitely want some say in it. You definitely want to be able to, object if something's way off track. But yeah, knowing that there are talented artists who have a sense of the field, what do books in this genre, what's the best stuff doing to, draw people in. Hi, Mary, I can't hear you.
Yeah.
Sorry, I had my mic muted. I have a question for you guys, if you don't mind.
Please.
Douglas had mentioned that when you're looking for a publisher, you look for things that the publisher can do for you that you can't do for yourself, which I think is an excellent point. Could you guys talk a little bit about some of the things that Crystal Lake has done for you, maybe in terms of promotion or in terms of facilitating the author-publisher relationship that you found to be particularly helpful, something that they can do for you that it would be harder to do on your own?
You want me to go head first, or you want to take this?
Either way. We can both chime in on this.
Well, I can't say that what they would do post-publish yet for me, because we haven't published yet. But in the process, they kept me engaged. They've let me know where the books stand at every stage, and I'm not one of those authors that will ding a publisher. I mean, keep questioning, sending emails to a publisher like every 3 seconds. But I don't even have to. They keep me posted on every step of the way, and they've handled everything professionally, courteously. They've even included us in these author groups that we share information, share resources. And I'm not even published with them yet, so I can't say anything negative about my experience with Crystal Lake so far.
Yeah, the process has been book coming out, and you especially if it's one of your first, you get everything you want from a publisher, but as long as you have honest and regular communication, I think that's the foundation of a good relationship. But also, where Crystal Lake has this track record of itself is a wider network, for their mailing list, for their social media posts, than an individual author is likely to reach on if I were doing, a self-published effort. So thanks.
So, Doug, what else have you been up to? I know you
I don't know if
you
Mary's still with us here.
I'm here. I'm hiding in the background.
Yes,
So
can you
that
say that again? You cut out a little.
I'm curious what else you've been up to. I know you taught some courses in writing, which I was lucky enough to take one at, was that StokerCon? I think it was StokerCon. Maybe it was another event. But yeah, Doug, for those that don't know Doug, he's fairly local to me, and not only a great author, but a great guy. And I think you were voted best hair in horror at one time, too. So there's a little plug for your hair. But what else have you been doing lately? Oh, did you freeze on me?
Cutting out.
I think.
Sorry, if I'm in and out, it could be because my internet connection just kind of sucks in general.
You're
I
back.
think I'm back now. Yeah, we did a workshop. We did a horror writing workshop called A Sense of Dread. Bracken McLeod and I at StokerCon in Providence. And yes, you were among us, Jason, and that was a fun day. I really miss cons. This is nice to have some
Oh, looks like you froze again there, Doug.
sorry, I think
Makes you feel better. I have the worst hair in horror.
And we just
think you cut out.
Doug?
Yeah.
I think I'm back.
If you having trouble, if you want to come back in, I can put you back in again. If you're having any trouble. While we're waiting for Doug to sort things out.
Yeah, I don't know if you can hear me.
We can hear you.
No.
Okay. We lost Doug temporarily. If he comes back in, I'll pop him back into the live stream. So Jason, so is this is your first book with Crystal Lake, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And what are the kinds of things that you look for in a publisher? Like if you're going to, and when you're going to go send your book out, what are the kinds of things that you would want a publisher to be able to do for you?
Oh, okay. Well, book formatting, clearly, editing, then proofreading. So I would hope they would go. I know that it takes. I send my books to editors before sending them out to publisher to give them the best part, chance to get published. But I would still hope a publisher would do line, content, and proofread type edits. Cover, obviously, they should be doing a cover and paying for it, and not just putting up some stock image
right.
that you can pull off the internet. Marketing and marketing should be involved too, but obviously the author is equally responsible on that end. What am I missing? Never charge me a fee.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
If a publisher's doing that, you should run like hell.
I'm seeing a lot of nice comments about Crystal Lake. People being very pleased with the work that they've done on novels. I was in a Crystal Lake anthology actually, and it was a fantastic experience. And one of the things I've noticed is that they're publishing. You mentioned they publish novellas, right? And and they're publishing novels and anthologies. That's kind of an interesting thing. A lot of small presses tend to focus on one type of format over the other, and it's nice to see that there are a lot of opportunities we're seeing with Crystal Lake, putting out different kinds of different formats for different kinds of fiction. So in addition to the book that you're having that Crystal Lake is going to publish, you said November, right?
Yes.
Publish in November. Okay.
Yeah.
What other projects are you working on? Like, what's coming after this book?
I just finished. I just published a new book with Flame Tree. But after November, I'm going back to thrillers for a little bit to finish a series that I've been working on. So I work with thrillers with Red Adept Publishing, and they do everything I need to. So I stick with them. Crystal Lake, I would, based on the process that I've had so far, I'd be honored if they would take another book. They've been great so far.
That's wonderful.
I've been lucky though. I honestly, and I don't say this to kiss anybody's ass, all my publishers have been great to me so far. The first one did right by me. They just put a shitty cover on my book. But besides that, they were professional, respectful. I haven't had any of these non-payment issues that people have, and I hope never to. And I feel bad. I feel terrible for the authors that experience that. It's just I've been lucky, I guess. I don't know how else to put it.
No, that's a fantastic thing. I mean, we've one of the things that I know a lot of writers will pay attention to is when these newer small presses come out, we tend to watch them for a while to see, to make sure that we are getting these glowing reports about, working with them, and that they're treating their authors right, their contracts are fair, the payment's on time, and it actually comes. What about you, Doug? I see that you're back now, and it looks like everything's okay so far. What are you working on? What's coming next after the book that's coming out in November?
I've got a few things in the works right now. There's a techno thriller with a supernatural angle that I've been working on for a few years now, and so that's in a kind of final revision right now, which has it's been enhanced. My final draft of this has been enhanced a little bit by deciding I wanted to also write a prequel novella to this book that isn't out yet, as the kind of gateway into the longer novel. So in writing that, which is what I'm currently doing right now, I'm finding ways to I think punch up the novel a little bit, learning some new things about these characters who I thought I was done with maybe. So that I'm not sure when or with who that will be out, but that's the next big project that I'm excited about. And I realized also that I've got probably enough Lovecraftian short stories at this point, published in various anthologies, that I could pull those together into a single author collection. So I've been a slow writer when it comes to short stories, but where a lot of those are on the same theme, the mythos theme, I think that will make a nice book. So and publishers who are looking for a Lovecraftian short story collection, call me.
So that's a good question. Would you consider Crystal Lake for a short story collection? I know Todd Kiesling and a few other authors have had short story collections from them. And they've done pretty well and look pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just starting to put out feelers and look into what might be the best avenue for something like that.
Yeah, well, if you find some, let me know. I got a lot of short stories. I don't know.
I should mention also, since I wasn't sure if this would be entirely focused on Crystal Lake, but since we are, talking a little bit more broadly about our work, I should at least mention that that the Crystal Lake novella, "The Wind in My Heart," Tibetan supernatural story, there is a prequel to that, a shorter novella or novelette, which came out this past year. Which way is the camera? In a book called "I Am the Abyss" by Dark Regions Press. So this, it's not necessary at all to have read this. There it is, before reading "The Wind in My Heart," but either before or after reading the Crystal Lake novella, this is a story that adds another dimension to that and gives background to it, and is a historical story set in the time of the Chinese invasion of Tibet in like 1959. So there's that out there. It's called The Bardo of Becoming, my novella in that collection.
So how much research do you need to do for those books before you write them? It sounds like you would be doing months and months of research.
Sometimes, there's that fine line between, am I going so far down the rabbit hole of research that I'm just going to bog down my book with stuff that's only interesting to me? Am I using research as an excuse to not actually write fiction? Right. Those are the dangers. But I wish I would have an idea that was just easy to write without having to, dig in. It's fun. I like learning about if something's interesting enough to me to write a story or a book about it, then obviously I'm captivated by that subject, and that is fun to dig into. The details often will open up new, possibilities for a story. But yeah, I've tended to do a few historical things lately. There's that, the Tibetan invasion by China, where I've got a guy who renounces his vows as a monk and becomes a paratrooper trained by the CIA and dropped back into the Himalayas, which actually happened. And I've got a story that takes place in the 1940s, which is a prequel to my Spectre Files cosmic horror trilogy. So I had to learn a lot about that, the lingo, the details of California, because a rocket scientist, Jack Parsons, who is a historical figure, worked for the Jet and founded the Jet Propulsion Lab and was an acolyte of Aleister Crowley. So that was fascinating stuff, but also, research heavy. If I could just have an idea that I could write without research, work a lot faster.
Yeah, I've seen
since COVID.
Oh,
sorry,
go ahead.
Go on.
I was going to say
we had a question pop up. But
I've seen people spend so much time on details of research that the book kind of reads like a textbook instead of a work of fiction. But I think I'd say like McCammon's why can't I think of the character's name? Matthew Corbett series there is they're all period pieces. Basically, he's kind of like the first American detective, if you want to think of it that way. Like, you don't get bogged down in research, but bogged down with details of the historical details. But it's just set perfectly in that time frame. But you never notice that you would notice it if you screwed up and put some like, oh, President Trump just walked by or something. but he nailed it with makes it look smooth.
Yeah. The slip ups are usually more subtle than that, but it can just be a matter of using some lingo that wasn't around at the time. It's also, I think, a danger with research to get stuck on like, oh, I have to get everything so perfect that someone who lives in this place or someone who who knows more about this subject, so they don't catch me out wrong, and then it's like I'm investing most of my energy on one theoretical reader, instead of what's moving the fucking story forward, So I've got to sometimes snap myself out of that. We do have a question coming in. Since COVID has ruined everything, what are your plans to get more eyes in your books? Good one. In person, there's no substitute for meeting readers in person and doing readings at bookstores, which I dearly miss, and doing conventions. We were going to have the Merrimack Valley Halloween Book Festival again this year, like we've been doing in recent years. Christopher Golden started that, and it's just an amazing day of being surrounded by hundreds of horror authors and readers. So I really miss that, but these days I think I'm learning a lot more about boring things like optimizing my metadata and keywords and how Amazon makes books visible. So that's something that I've started to learn about by taking an interest in how the most successful indie authors are doing things on their own. I figure I've got to have every weapon, every arrow in the quiver. Sometimes it's the right time to work with a publisher for a certain project. Sometimes, if you can empower yourself, there's no reason not to learn about that too. So there's a lot of resources out there for that.
Doug is obviously a much better speaker than I am, and much more presentable, and probably 1,000 times better reader. Nobody wants to hear me read anything ever, believe me. But I've been doing kind of the same.
Get used to it.
Like what you were saying with researching metadata and keywords. I've been looking into ways to sell my audiobooks better, and had success. I've had some success there. Obviously, there are things like Kindle Rocket that you can use for Amazon Kindle sales and stuff, but I'm no expert. So yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. Just try to learn them better and see what I can do to help me and my publisher sell some more books.
I'd love to talk to you sometime offline about the audiobook research you're doing, because that's an area where I feel like I don't know how to really market those or make them more visible. You get download codes you can give away, but if you're not finding people who are in the habit of listening to audiobooks, then that's it can feel like a dead end. So curious about that.
Well, for me, I love audiobooks. I go through them so much quicker. And actually, I'll give Brian Keene a plug here. I just listened to The Rising on audiobook. It's great. Cool. And so now you got me hooked on a new series to go through. But I go through them because I listen to them at like 1.5 to 2 times speed on the voice. It's too slow otherwise. And I just zip through them faster than I can even read. So I've been probably listening to maybe 15 to 20 audiobooks a month. And
nice. Yeah, it's great that you can listen to them anywhere. I'll have like a Bluetooth cap. It's a little hot for it now, but in the winter, it's like a knit cap with Bluetooth speakers in it, and I'll be listening to an audiobook at the supermarket, or when I'm walking the dogs. So that's a great way to catch up on some extra reading. I did find though that when I put out an audiobook of my prequel novella to the Spectre Files, length is actually a bit of a disadvantage. I had a great narrator; he killed it, and yet it's a little hard to get Audible. I found that this is kind of common knowledge. I didn't know at the time. Audible viewers are reluctant to spend their credits on shorter books. So if it's only like 4 hours, which I think mine's 4.5, that's just, I guess, harder to move than a full-length novel. They want more hours for their dollar. Makes sense.
That's yeah. The novels move easier. Well, think of it if you're an Audible member, and I am. Are you going to waste a credit on something that's 2 hours versus you could use it for something that I get the omnibus things all the time. It's just like a $30 price tag on them, and you're getting 4 books for 1 credit. I assume most people think that way. That let's use the credits for the bigger stuff, and if we really want the little stuff, we'll just pay for it.
Hi there. I'm popping in again. I was going to ask, does Crystal Lake do audiobook versions? I'll admit, I honestly don't know.
I don't either. Sorry. I mean, we're both first authors with them, so I'm not sure.
Okay.
I don't think they contracted for it, if that's the question. So I think I retained my rights to do an audiobook. If Crystal Lake wants to do one, that'd be great. That'd be fantastic. But
I definitely didn't want to step on Crystal Lake's. I didn't want to step on their toes, but we had somebody yesterday, Crossroads Press, who does audiobooks. So if you guys are looking for leads in that regard, I mean, I didn't want to step on Crystal Lake's toes, but if they don't do audiobooks, then I would maybe suggest Crossroads Press. I'm going to bounce out because there's another question here, but.
Well, it's funny you mentioned Crossroads.
I've noticed. Yeah, Crossroads has done a lot of audio, so that's
I've read a lot of them, especially the Tom I'm going to mess up his name too. Tom Pizzarelli, really stuff. Oh my God, so good.
Yep.
Picarelli.
Yep, thank you. Oh, there was another question. I'm sorry.
There it is. I know this is a standard question for writers, but what got you into writing books? I think anything that looks fun, I don't really want to be a bystander, whether it's playing music or, doing karate or whatever. If I see something that looks fun, I always want to be a creative participant in that. So I guess that's the way I'm wired. When I was a kid, after reading The Hobbit, a friend of mine, Lord of the Rings, so they had assigned The Hobbit in school, made me a reader in 6th grade. And so I read The Lord of the Rings that summer. And then a friend of mine said, well, if you like that, you've got to read this. And he handed me The Stand by Stephen King. So that was diving into the deep end quickly. And it just looked like so much fun to imagine characters and places and crazy events. So I haven't looked back since. How about you?
Escapism, I'd say. I think a lot of people write for themselves a lot when they're starting out, and work through things through writing. Sometimes, obviously a lot of characters are based on parts of me or the worst forms of me, because I write a lot of villains. But then at some point you say, I'm getting better at this. Never did I intend anybody's eyes to see what I've written, but I want to see if I'm any good. So you put yourself out there. That's another reason I didn't go to self-publishing room, because I didn't know if I was any good. I want to see if somebody else thinks I'm any good. So
That's a good point.
when people,
I really hear you on that. I had done some. Sorry.
Well, people ended up liking it and wanting more of it, so I kept going, and here we are.
Yeah, you raise a good point. I had done a certain amount of when I was in music. I went to music school and I played in some bands, and was a songwriter for a long time in between writing fiction, what I had done in my teens and then came back to. But in trying to approach the music business from an independent angle, when I came back to writing, I felt like, man, if someone else isn't willing to invest in what I'm doing, then that, maybe that should tell me something. Like I kind of needed that validation of getting my first novel published by someone else. Just that kind of confidence that that's that leap of faith a publisher takes in taking on a book. As a new author, I needed that to know that I was doing something people might want to read. I didn't feel qualified at all to judge that. So, with experience and practicing and reading readers, you start to, build some confidence. But I was in the same way. Question: would you consider writing outside the speculative fiction genres? What do you think, Jason?
Yes, and have. There's stuff out there you'll never know I wrote. But I write. I write poetry, short stories in different genres. Stuff that I want to say is more like contemporary. I won't go so far as this. It's kind of cross between commercial and literary fiction, I guess. Just to stuff with agendas. I've written stuff with agendas. I don't want to get political or social here, but I do a lot of that. So you just don't know it's me.
Do you find that? So some of this is published under a pseudonym? I'm not asking you what the pseudonym is.
Or anonymous, yes. But yeah. Well,
we're not talking Facebook posts, are we?
I've done some charity anthologies that have been, for I don't know how to describe it. Water relief. I don't know. Just to help certain causes across the globe.
Cool.
That have asked for calls that had nothing to do with horror, sci-fi. So I write horror, sci-fi, thrillers, dark comedy regularly. So yeah, I've been way outside those genres.
Have you found? So have you found that your work in those other areas, non-genre, has influenced the way you write genre fiction when you come back to it?
Yes, I'd say there's a lot more character development, a lot more emotion in the other stuff I write. That you see somebody like Chad, who chimed in over here, who writes very emotional horror, and I'm like, well, why don't I bring that over and put some more emotion in my work? I do like action horror, and that's going to be my main go-tos every day. But it doesn't hurt to add some feeling to it,
Cool.
What about you?
I also, have dabbled a little bit. I have a thriller that was my second novel with Journal Stone that I finally got rights back and put it out in a new edition. It's called Steel Breeze. That's a crime thriller. It's another one that required some research because it has roots in World War II and samurai culture, which is something that's also fascinated me as a martial artist. But there are no supernatural elements in it. There's nothing speculative beyond speculating about the influences of history. So I could see doing possibly more crime related fiction. I I definitely am. To me, the key element is suspense. You know, I don't, if whether it's cosmic horror or fantasy or crime, you know, to me, there as long as there's suspense in the storytelling, you know, I feel that I can work in that domain. So it's usually dark stuff. But yeah, I am largely drawn to things that have speculative elements, and I think horror is just the greatest genre for being able to put your toes in a variety of different genres. You know, we're just there are connections between horror to science fiction, to fantasy, to crime, to so many of the things that I think, you know, interest me as a storyteller.
So, kind of getting back to your Crystal Lake work, what's your main character's background and motivations?
He is a guy who served in the invasion of Panama. So again, this takes place in 1991. So you know, we're coming out of the era of the Reagan Central American military adventurism, and you know, headed right toward you know, Bush Senior's first invasion of Iraq. So he's trying to, you know, get away from military life and find something he can do for a job, and a friend from the service gets him involved in a small, you know, private eye agency in New York City. He figures it's not going to, you know, involve much action, but you know, life has other plans for him. So it's embroiled in this gruesome string of murders, and his connections on the police force, who he also knows as you know, some of the guys he served with. You know, he's working some of those connections to see if he can at least keep getting paid by these Tibetan monks for this thing that he doesn't even quite believe. But he gets deeper and deeper into it, and so that's for me an interesting opportunity for you know, a hard-boiled personality to bump up against you know, Buddhist philosophy and the supernatural.
So is it its own universe, or do you tie it to so many other works? Because I got your Red Equinox book, which I admittedly have not read yet, but I will. So I'm wondering if it's all one universe or.
Right. You know, I sometimes ask myself, is there anything in this particular book that contradicts it coexisting with my other books? Because I do a lot of cross-referencing. It could be just little Easter eggs, you know, to let you know that, yeah, we're in the same world, maybe. The Spectrophiles books of Lovecraftian thrillers, the trilogy Red Equinox, Black January, Cthulhu Blues, you know, that branches in a very alternative history kind of way in actually 1999, which when I wrote it was in the future. 2019. In 2019, you know, there's this cosmic event, this disaster in Boston that involves terrorist cultists and technology and old gods coming through. So anything I write that takes place anywhere near that, after that date, and now we're past that date, so in contemporary that I write, you know, it's either going to have to be in a totally different version of reality, more like our real world, or it'll have to be part of that series. I'm moving away from that series now. So that's a long-winded way of saying no, the wind in my heart, I don't see it as connected to that world, but there's nothing that says it couldn't be, because it's our world until the Red Equinox event of 2019. It is, however, tied into that Dark Regions Press novella, The Bardo of Becoming, in I Am the Abyss. And that is largely set in Tibet and an afterlife, actually. So now I've thoroughly confused any viewers who might be trying to follow that. We have any more questions coming in?
I have one more question for you before we wrap up, actually. For writers out there thinking of submitting to Crystal Lake, what advice would you give them?
Do it. No, I think there's an open call right now for novellas that are just ended. Obviously, respect their submission windows, but if you're, I mean, look at the quality writers that are already part of them. You got Kevin Lucia, Todd Kiesling, Mercedes Yardley, a lot of great folks. Chad Lutzke, who I see is in the comments here. A lot of great folks that have already published from them, published great works. I love reading them all. If you want to be part of that, then the only way to be part of that is to you know, send in your work. So
let's go for it.
Yeah, and you know, again, you know, Joe is doing a lot to reach out to unpublished authors. I think he's running contests all the time for short fiction. So if you follow them on social media, you're bound to find opportunities to connect. And it's a pretty broad range of opportunities that, it's not only when they have a call for books that you may be able to get involved with what they're up to.
That's right. The Shallow Waters anthology that he puts out each year. It's a flash fiction kind of anthology, and I've submitted to that as well. So.
Oh, fantastic. Well, I want to thank you both very much for joining the expo and for chatting and telling us about your books and about Crystal Lake Publishing. Thank you really for participating this year. I appreciate it.
Thanks you so for having us.
Thank you so much for doing this, Mary.
Oh,
great to be a part of
anytime.
it.
I appreciate it. Thanks a lot, guys. Take care.
Thank you. Bye, Doug. Hope to see you soon.
All right, Jason, catch you around.
Okay, folks, next up we have Bloodbound Books coming up at the 3 o'clock hour. So we've got about 9 minutes there. We're going to take a little break and show you some other cool commercials and advertisements and such. So we will see you in 9 minutes. Hi, Mark. How are you?
Hey, Mary, I'm doing great. How are you doing?
I'm great. Thank you. I'm really happy to have you here.
Thanks for having me. This is fantastic, especially since all of our conventions have kind of been canceled. I really appreciate this.
Exactly. And I tell you, we've had some like really exciting. It's been an exciting 2 days hearing everything that's that people are up to and these sort of creative ways they have of getting the word out. So I'm not going to take up too much of your time. I just want to let everybody know we've got Mark from Bloodhound Books here. If you have any questions, feel free to type them in the comments. Tag them questions so I see them so I don't miss them. And we'll pop them up on the screen for Mark to answer. And okay, I'm going to leave it with you.
Great. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Well, I appreciate everyone tuning in too. Fantastic. Thank you guys. Before I bring on a very special guest who's going to join me, which happens to be Christopher Triana, we're going to talk about his new book coming out in October. Might as well start with the big purpose of the whole company, our mission statement for Bloodbound Books, because every time you buy one of our books or any of our merchandise, you're supporting this mission. And our mission is spreading hope through dark fiction. And there are 3 ways that we go about doing that. And I just want to set them out really quick here because they also impact you guys. You can get free books by helping us out. So the 3 things that we do are, the first is Books for Blood. Now, these aren't the most creative titles for our programs, but the Books for Blood program is every time you donate blood, all you have to do is snap a selfie of yourself, basically at the blood donation center. Everyone loves taking selfies. So if you snap a picture of yourself or have somebody else do it while you're donating blood, you can go right to our website and you can upload that photo and we will send you a free ebook. We usually get to everybody within about 48 hours. You get to pick the ebook as long as it's something that we still have the rights to. There's a couple books that maybe we only did the paperback to. But other than that, you can upload your picture and we will send you a free ebook just for donating blood because it's a very important cause for us. So please think about doing it and you get a free book. The second way that we try to spread hope through dark fiction is by donating to St. Jude's Children's Hospital. And we have a book called The City, and it was a very, very popular book. And I know loads of Bloodbound Books readers have checked it out already and left reviews. If you haven't, please pick it up because every time you buy this book, we donate all the proceeds, all the profits to St. Jude's Children's Hospital. And the last way that we spread hope through dark fiction is through our Teens Need to Read program. Again, like I said, they are not the most creative titles, but the Teens Need to Read program is an opportunity for us to give books to schools. So I've been a teacher for the last, I want to say 13 or 14 years, and I've taught in some pretty rough places. And the biggest thing that I've run into is that a lot of young people, and I'm not saying across the board, but at certain schools, they have always hated to read. They're just not excited about it. They're not interested in it. And our schools have some very old copies of classic books. And there's nothing wrong with the classics, but I found that I need something to kind of really excite the students. And so we have a program where every year we select 4 teachers. The teacher picks the book. They tell us the lesson plans they want to have, what they're going to do with this book. And then me and my business partner, Joe Spagnola, have the very hard task of sitting down and picking one of those teachers to get free books for their classrooms. And it can be any book. So for example, this one happens to be a Bloodbound book. So we did this for an art teacher. So it doesn't even have to be fiction because we do coloring books too. This is a coloring book that an art teacher went ahead and asked for from us. And so, just kind of, this is my best attempt at coloring, but it's kind of creepy cute. So this was really good for middle school and elementary art classes. So we donated those to her. I've had teachers who have submitted applications for Goosebump books. Some people asked for Twilight Zone. Another teacher asked for The Long Walk by Stephen King, which is extremely violent. So if you're going to apply to our Teens Need to Read program, please check in with your administrators first and make sure that they're totally okay with you getting these books from us. But again, the books don't have to be our books. You just have to apply. Applications open on September 1st for this next round, and any teacher can apply. There's no restrictions or requirements. All that we ask is that you pick something. We try to go for dark fiction, so pick something. It can be a crime book, science fiction, dark fantasy, whatever you would like. You apply right on our website, same place where you upload your donation pictures, and just the teachers are going to tell us what book they want. what they're going to do, their engaging lesson plans, and then we are going to check it out. And we're going to do our best to pick teachers who I think have something really engaging and something really great that they're going to do with the book. And then we also try to weigh it against what schools are the most needy for them. So in my district, the school I was at was always the one that never had supplies, never had enough books. So it's an easy choice. Usually we can look at the district, we can see kind of the breakdown, and then we make the hard choice of who we should give them to. And we pick 4 teachers throughout the year. Again, submissions open up on September 1st. So please tell your friends that are teachers to apply. And if you want to support any of these causes on our website, let's say you don't even want to buy a book or donate blood, you can just donate any amount of funds and you can tell us what to do with the funds. If you want us to use them to send books to classrooms, we would love to do that. So please go to bloodboundbooks.com. You can even go to bloodgutsandstory.com and we'll always redirect to our site. We'd really appreciate your help in helping us spread hope through dark fiction. So that's the first thing I wanted to talk about. Let's see, the second thing, the Splatter Club. For those of you who are watching who are into extreme horror and bizarro and erotica and very dark, crazy stuff, K-Trap Jones came up with this idea about, I want to say it was 2.5 years ago now, and he asked me if I would help him out with the Splatter Club. And it started as a Facebook group. And really what it's going to be is, or what it is, and what we hope that it even grows more into, is just an online writing community and a resource for not just writers, but also readers. So far for the last 2 years, barring a brief break when we got super, super busy, we do a book of the month read. So every month we pick a new bizarro or extreme horror title. And really we use our connections from not just Bloodbound Books authors, but let's see, 2 months ago, we had Death's Head Press. So Jerry from Death's Head Press got together with Chandler Morrison, and they went ahead and did a book of the month read for Dead Inside, which is a crazy book, but it was a lot of fun. And the authors come in, and the presses interact with fans, and for 2 weeks, everybody reads the book. You talk about it, discuss it. The author's doing live readings, they do giveaways, and it was a way to kind of bridge that gap between authors and readers and kind of make it a really interactive book club. So if you are an author out there who writes that kind of stuff, or you're one of the presses listening, please contact either me or K-Trap Jones at the Splatter Club, and let's try to work out getting you a month. And so every month we pick a new book. This month we are doing Cherub by by David C. Hayes. And it's been great so far. We're in the final stretch of that one. And last month we did Womb by Duncan Ralston, and that was a lot of fun too. So the Splatter Club is just this opportunity for you to mingle with other authors. If you're an author and you want to beta read, ask people to beta read your story. We're really hoping it just becomes a place where we can, kind of build book lists, discuss books, but more geared towards extreme horror and stuff like that. Speaking of which, this is going to lead us into some new releases. If I have it. We just, to help promote the club and to help build, we want to raise some money because we want to get a website. We really want to build this thing up. We just released Welcome to the Splatter Club. And so this is an anthology. We got 13 stories in this one. And it's a mix between brand new authors like Nikki Knorr, who I have another book to discuss with her coming up soon. And then seasoned pros like John McNee and Chandler Morrison, who I talked about before. And so this is our very first anthology. It's just the ebook's out now. The paperback's coming out on September 1st. But we only publish people who are in the Splatter Club. And that's part of what makes it a great resource for writers. So right now, we're open to submissions. It's not just for the next Splatter Club anthology, because we hope to do these about every year. But we also are going to be posting short stories on the website. And we're even going to open up to novellas too. So this is an opportunity for you to submit a story, and you get it. The really cool thing about this is, I think it would get old if K-Trap Jones edited every single one. I think it would get old if I edited every single one. I already have a press where I do that at. One of the really cool things about the Splatter Club is that the community, they're picking the stories. So it's not just us as the editors. We'll do the editing aspect of it and put everything together, but it's the people in the club who are picking the stories. So as long as you are a member of the Facebook group, the Splatter Club, you can pick stories. Right now we have 3 readers. They're going through the piles of submissions, and they stay on for about 3 months at a time. So every quarter, they're allowed to pick 2 stories. I wish we could let them pick everything, but we could not publish all of that. So they're limited to 2 choices for a reading submission period. So if anyone's ever complained like, oh, there's gatekeepers in the horror community, or certain people don't have a voice or a say, get out there, join the club, and then submit to be one of our readers. And we rotate people out every 3 months, and we usually have about 3 to 4 readers in every quarter. So you get to be the one to pick it. So if you really want to have a voice in what's getting published all over, please come join the Splatter Club on Facebook. Let's see. Any questions? I don't have my comments section up, so if anyone has one, I'm sure Mary will just put it up on the screen. I'm going to jump over to some of our new releases, and then we'll get Christopher Triana out. Let's see. Oh, first thing, we don't just do books. I think I showed you our cemetery picnic coloring book. So this is one thing that we do, non-fiction related. We also have some really cool greeting cards, and everybody you know has a birthday. So also on our website, let's see if I can hold these up. This is one of my favorites. So we have birthday cards. There we go. So they're usually humorous. If you know the movie or the book, you totally get it. So happy birthday, and you're going to need a bigger cake. If you are a Clive Barker fan, we have some Hellraiser stuff. And again, if you know it, hope this year has such sights to show you. We have things for It, Saw, Gremlins. So those are some things we have out that are not book related. But the next book that we have coming out, let's see, pop over to this real quick. This is from Nikki Noir, and it's going to be called Black Planet, and it's actually books 1 through 4. Okay. Nikki had this really awesome idea, and she's brand new to this kind of extreme horror stuff. And I've been talking with her, and she is in the Splatter Club. She's in the anthologies, great story in there. And she had this awesome idea of doing a little short novellas, because I told her people love the novellas. You should really just do really short kind of extreme things and release them, you know, in the series. She also had this really cool idea of ending everything on a cliffhanger. And it reminded me of, I wasn't around for them, but the old shows maybe in the 50s where there's a woman tied on the train tracks and the train is shooting closer and closer to it and says, tune in next week to find out if she gets away. Well, Nikki basically did that with her stories. She ended one with a dude basically tied up in a burning building. The problem was the next book didn't really come out next week. It didn't come out next month. And everyone was like, oh my gosh, what's going to happen? She had all these insane cliffhangers and they weren't being finished. So I said, you know what? Why don't we go ahead and just put them all together, books 1 through 4. So we're working with her, and we're going to put this out. We're working on it right now. The pandemic thing has kind of slowed things down a bit, but we're hoping it's set for, Thanksgiving, but I think we're going to be able to bring it up a little bit. And I have the description on my phone. So I'd like to read this to you guys. Something's buried under the Arizona soil. Something that doesn't belong there. More than 2,000 years old and engraved in a dead language, the ancient stone technology has been unearthed by a deep state agency. As they experiment on the bizarre structure, the veil between our world and another is pierced, and a powerful substance begins to seep into the woods. Crime, shared nightmares, and lustful possessions grip the nearby town of Shale as the metaphysical substance grows stronger. Sex, murder, and glue abound in this occult thriller from extreme horror author Nikki Noir. Get seduced now, or more likely in November. So that's one book that we have coming up. The other one that is approaching, but I don't have an arc for it just yet, is Chew on This. And that's an anthology of food horror. And I know there was a pizza anthology that everyone's asking me about. It's not just pizza. And this one's not edited by me. I'm helping out with it a little bit because I enjoy that, and I'm publishing it through Bloodbound Books. But Robert Essig jumped in for us, and Robert's been working with us for a long time. He put out a novella with us, at least back in 2012. And he's been in our DOA anthology series at least once or twice. So it's been great to work with Robert again. So that's coming out. Also, we're planning for it around November. That's the hope. So Chew on This anthology. And then, without further ado, for these next 3 books, I really want to bring out our guest, Christopher Triana. So, Mary, if you're able to, could you bring that guy out? I haven't seen him in a while.
Yo!
Whoa, dude, how are you?
I'm good, man. I'm good. How are you? Hello to everybody watching.
Yeah, I'm really good, man. I remember, I think it was like, I remember the date because we had a phone call. It was like March 9th, and I was on spring break, and we were talking about this new book that you have called They All Died Screaming.
Yes.
And we started talking about it a bit, and we've had all these plans, and then everything was just killed and canceled.
Yeah. Yeah. So we're planning to release the there you go.
I mean, I'm gonna hold it. This is not the real cover, okay? Do you ever see the movie Delicatessen?
Yeah.
Okay. I just had this flash in my head, and I know there's pigs involved, and I said, I need something for an arc. So this is the arc that went out, but we have a new cover coming for everybody, but this is the book. Could you just tell us a little bit about it and how you kind of came up with this inspiration and what They All Die Screaming is?
Yeah, sure. Well, the interesting thing about it is the book is sort of about a plague, but it's not the type of plague that we're dealing with in the real life where people get sick and bronchial issues and die. It's a plague that makes people snap. It's almost like a rabbit thing where they just start screaming and they cannot stop. So they just slowly go more and more insane because they can't sleep, they can't eat, they're just constantly screaming. And so that's the plague. And it's not known if it's passed, like from person to person or how you get it or anything like that. So the funny thing is I finished the first draft of this in January of 2020. And as everyone knows, it was, sometime in March, mid-March, I think, when COVID first hit. So here I was, and I had this plague book in a way, and I'm like, shit, and so I reached out to you because we were talking about, doing this book together, and I was like, are people going to be sick of plague stuff by the time it comes out? And they're like, well, it's not really like that kind of plague. It's, more zombie-ish in a way, even though they're not zombies. It's kind of its own thing. And they're like, well, should we wait a little while or should we get it out right away? Because now, every writer is going to be inspired by the plague. So, but yeah, it's coming out in October.
Yeah. Halloween, if everything goes as planned, that is our set date. Actually, you should put down in the comments real quick, what do you guys think about plague books? Do you even like them during it? But again, I was surprised because when you were talking to me on the phone, I was like, oh man, I don't know, because this is going to be touchy. Of course, it was March and everything felt okay. It was like March 9th. And then literally like 2 weeks later, you and me were like, oh, things went to shit, man. Holy cow.
Yeah.
Fast. And so I was like, well, I don't know. I don't know if it would bother people, but I think what you're saying is correct. There's so much more to this than a plague story. It's really character driven.
Yeah.
One thing that I love, the line that I highlighted that I wanted to put on everything was, in a world full of monsters, even heroes have fangs. It felt really powerful to me. And I think the book does a great job of, would you say, blurring the line between heroes and villains?
Oh, very much so. And that was the impetus for it, is when I came up with the initial idea, it was, you get these movies about like survival where people band together and everything like that, or they're by themselves, like an I Am Legend or something. But I was like, well, what if the last people on Earth, or the main characters, what if they're all a bunch of scumbags? What if they're just just rotten, awful people? And I was kind of like, okay, what if like Charles Bukowski wrote a survival horror novel, and what if I filled it with people like from Selby's Last Exit to Brooklyn type of characters that are just disheveled and all kinds of messed up. So yeah, that's where the story first came from. But there's, as you know, there's kind of two stories going on in this, and one is the story of the scream, as they call it, happening, and then there's another story about a young boy who is kidnapped by a pig farmer and brought to his farm, and he just makes him work on the farm. But there's all sorts of horrible things that happen there because the guy kidnaps young women, and so it's kind of like those two stories, and then like how they converge.
Yeah. Yeah, I did love it, and again, I see a couple comments coming on there. Yeah, some people, not so much with plague books, but otherwise, when they're crossed with other genres, they love them. I agree. I've never loved like just this flat out end of the world or zombie apocalypse. It's just not always been my thing. And this one, I absolutely loved. Let's see, was there Oh, that's what I wanted to ask you. Was there anything you changed a whole lot because we sent back some edits back and forth. We talked a little bit about it, and of course, all this is going on. Was there anything that you felt like you had to change, or you couldn't touch anymore, or you wanted to adapt?
A little bit, because there are some characters in the story that kind of politicize this plague. But not to the extent that we're actually seeing in reality, which is even more absurd than what I wrote in the book, which is dumbfounding but true. But when the only little things that I edited, because I didn't have to change much, because again, the plague isn't like the plague that we have in reality. But the things that I did change was just the government's response to it, because I was seeing things happening in real life and like how like the timing and what was going on. But in my book, of course, the plague spreads 100 times more rapidly than it does than COVID has. So I kind of had to adjust a little bit based on what I had seen in the real world, the response by the government and foreign governments. So.
Yeah, yours goes very, very fast. I remember that, and I love this one. Was there anything before I jump onto some of the other stuff that maybe you wanted to say about They All Die Screaming?
It's got some really sick, twisted stuff in it. It's not super extreme like some of my other books, like Full Brutal and Body Art, which we'll mention. But it's got some really twisted, depraved stuff. It's more depraved on a humanity level. As again, I said, like these characters, how just demented and deranged they are, and so it's more disturbing on that level, I would say.
Yeah, when I was giving it out to reviewers, I was like, this is super bleak. That was the way I described it. Don't think of it as an extreme. Like, this is dark. I just said Bukowski, all that stuff. I want to shout out to Dave Thomas. Alex Skolnick once slept at his house. We'll have to hear that story sometime. You must have seen the Testament shirt. Let's see what else you got here. Jason Parent met you at an event in CT. Great guy. I agree. He is a very nice guy. I like Chris. Okay. Then let's see if I check out any more comments down here. See if I don't miss anything. Okay, good. So there is something really cool to announce, and I started to tease it, and then I pulled back because I wanted to wait till I had the actual book, and you and I talked a little bit more, but there is a second edition of Body Art coming.
Da-da-da.
A director's cut, and for those of you who know the book, this one is directed by Rutger Malone and starring Kennedy Hart. It's totally awesome. This is going to be called the director's cut, but there's something very special about this one. What's different about this book than the first edition?
Yes, there's something very special added to it. There's an all-new epilogue added to it, which you talked about cliffhangers with Nicky Noir. It's kind of a cliffhanger of an epilogue. So there's that in there, and also we're going to include the first short story that you and I published together in DOA2 way back in 1984. A long time ago, though.
It feels like so long ago. I can barely remember that one. Wow. It'd be 2012.
Yeah. So it's called The Devouring, and it's a really sick, twisted story that I continue to get comments on. And I know when we were at a convention we were doing in Phoenix, and we had people coming up going, "Oh man, that book and that first story," and I was like, "Yeah, that's my fault. That's me. I did that." And they're like, "Oh man, it's so twisted." So we thought it would be a nice treat to put it in the director's cut of Body Art, because it kind of shows where we first started together with that short story, and then Body Art was the first novel that mine that you guys published too. So it's a director's cut, special edition package. But you also wanted to talk about an actual package that we have.
This is going to be the triple X package, because it's going to come.
Triple X package. Yes.
Yeah, I like that. I was going to call it get Chris's package. I was bouncing a lot of ideas. I'm like, I don't know. Maybe I better ask him first before I start throwing his package around. But real quick, before I show all of it together, I did The Devouring, and I'm so thankful you came out to Phoenix that time. And I can't wait till we do it together again. But yes, fans always remember DOA2. That is the book. And it was a really magical time. The minute Joe and I read that story, I remember, because we read stories on the couch. We used to read them on my couch submissions, and we just stopped and we're like, that's going in. And not only is it going in, that's the first story in the anthology. It was so much fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was everything. So we have a triple package of all of these. So if you go to the website, I have it up right now. Again, this isn't the official cover, but you're going to get a paperback of They All Died Screaming. You're going to get the special director's cut edition of Body Art with the epilogue and the short story if you haven't already read it. And then you are going to get the cool coloring book, not the one that we sent to the schools, mind you, but Body Art, the coloring book. And this was something that I think we came up with at Comic-Con that time, right?
Yes. And we were just like, oh my God, that's such a demented idea. Because for those who haven't read it, Body Art is about a porn crew making the most disturbing, sick porno ever made. And it includes mutilation and all sorts of stuff. So as you can imagine, the comic book is filled with really I don't know if you can really show this on the.
Oh wait, I don't know. Wait, yeah, I gotta look at
I
might be able to show this.
Yeah, it's really intense and really messed up. I mean, it is an X-rated coloring book. Yeah.
And really, you guys got to check this out because we are going to count on all you guys who are viewing right now to get the word out because I can't advertise this thing anywhere. I can't buy any Amazon advertising. I can't talk about it anywhere.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons we did a new cover for the novel too, because that original cover was also too racy too hot for TV.
Yeah. So me and Chris had these awesome ideas. I feel like we were literally the dudes who are like, we're drinking beer, watching video nasty. You're like, man, this is a great idea. Put that on the cover. Like, yes, do this. Yeah. And we don't really think these things through. And then we're like, we've got an awesome product. We can't show anybody. We can't advertise it. Nobody knows. So please help us spread the word. Yeah, so you can pick all three of these up. We have it going on for now. If you like Kindle, we actually are running a pre-order for They All Die Screaming. It's 50% off. I think after this weekend, though, we're going to put it up to full price, so they should jump on and get that now. And then let's see. You do so much more, and I didn't tell you about this, but I wanted to ask you a little bit about it, than just extreme horror. And it's some of those things where you write other stuff. We actually have a book from called Shepherd of the Black Sheep. Could you maybe talk about that for a moment and some of the other things you do besides extreme horror?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I do conventional horror and I also do crime fiction and even small town drama, which is what Shepherd of the Black Sheep is. That's more just about, there's a murder of a child in a small town and it just turns the town upside down. The main character is older man. He's a rancher and he's the grandfather of a young girl, and she was the only witness to the murder. So again, this isn't extreme horror. You're not getting like this graphic killing of a child or anything. You're just getting the story. It's kind of like a thriller and a small town drama. But it's definitely a dark book, but it's a non-horror book of mine that I would hope people would enjoy just as well. As it certainly the response to it has certainly been very good. But then I also have a book called The Ruin Season, which is also along those same lines. Different story, but along those same lines. So yeah, I do write other things. Even my horror stuff, it's not all as extreme as Full Brutal and Body Art. I've gone to see The Riverman, for example. It's a new one that I had out through Cemetery Dance, which is actually being put out in paperback for the first time by Grindhouse Press in the fall. So. And that one isn't extreme horror, but it's, again, like They All Died Screaming. It's just really dark and disturbing.
Oh, we do have a question here from Travis. Oh, good to see you, Travis. Christopher, would it ever be an option for some form of continuation of Full Brutal, another novel or a series of stories? We need more Kim White. I
don't know about that. I don't think so, because I think that Full Brutal is perfect the way it is. It's got from start to finish. I think to expand upon it would lessen it in a way. Like some stuff, I think is just best left alone. Like in my heart, I would love there to be a second Big Lebowski movie, but it's so perfect the way it is. Like I wouldn't want that at the same time. So as much as I appreciate the love that you have for Kim White, Travis, I appreciate it. Lots of people love that book. It was the one that won the Splatter Punk Award. It's my most popular book. I don't really think it's needed. I don't think continuing it, and particularly, the book has such a finalistic ending that I think it wouldn't really work to continue. But Body Art would.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm excited for that one. Can I, before we get to the next, oh wait, no, let's go with this one. Apparently, where's your Mandy shirt?
Which one? I have like 3 of them. I love that movie. But no, I'm wearing my, this is Brain Damage. It's Elmer.
Oh, before there was Lord of the Rings.
Huh?
Before there was Lord of the Rings, he was
that's
doing.
right. No, you're thinking Dead Alive, Brain Dead.
Oh, thinking Dead Alive, right.
Yeah. This is Frank Henenlotter, who gave us Frankenhooker and so many other wonderful movies. So
he's got good stuff too.
Yes.
Right. So let's see. No, we got all those. Okay, I do have a question for you because this is something I think I remembered about you when we talked one time at a convention. You like science stuff too, right?
Yes.
You're big into science. I remember talking to you a bit about Prince of Nightmares. We've got thoughts on quantum physics and all that great stuff. Do you ever have an idea for a science and horror kind of thing? I mean, I know you were in our anthology Crash Code. Maybe you talk about that for a bit.
Yeah. Crash Code was like science fiction horror. So yeah, I have a short story in that that's based off of deep fakes. For those of you who know that technology, it's super creepy. And so I did a story based on that. And I have some other stuff that's been, like, I have this story called Skyscraper. It's in an anthology I have out called Blood Relations through Grindhouse Press. And that story deals heavily with physics and the possibility of alternate dimensions. So I have written some stuff that's science fiction, but it's more based in hard science. It's not, just like, aliens or something like that. It's more based on the properties of physics because it's like a nerd thing, that I'm into.
That's good. No, I love that stuff. It's kind of like when you read like Michael Crichton books and you knew that there was an element like this could kind of happen. This is real. He had tons of research behind it.
Mm-hmm.
And so seeing more hard science into the horror field, excuse me, or dark fantasy would just be fantastic. I would love to see that from you. That's awesome.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I loved the old analog, anthologies and stuff, which were all based in hard science, yeah, there's definitely a love for that in fiction wise. And Prince of Darkness, which we had talked about, that movie was a big inspiration for me, like really like of how you can fuse those things. You can take science and mix it with horror without it being a like conventional sci-fi horror movie, So.
Yeah, I love that stuff. Well, the deep fake, I really love that story because that stuff is starting to scare me. I have this idea when you watch TV. Did you ever see the movie Wag the Dog? The old one with Robert De Niro.
Yeah. A long time ago.
Yeah, it's not horror at all, but there's this idea that we only know what we are seeing. And they basically fooled everybody that this war is going on. And I watch some of the stuff nowadays in these deep fakes. I'm like, oh my gosh, I wouldn't even know. That's a true horror story. I wouldn't know it's real anymore. I'm getting confused.
It's crazy how convincing those things are, and they're just going to keep getting better. CGI ages poorly. Like if you watch CGI movies, from 2 years ago, you can tell it's fake, but at the time you really couldn't. And so these things will just continue to advance to keep up with that, I think. And in my story, the deep fake, it's actually utilized in a way that's put on actual people, so you can actually wear the face of whoever you want in person, not just on camera. I don't know if it's necessarily going in that direction in real life, but that's how the story works out.
Yeah, so if you're curious about checking out Deep Fake or The Deepest Fake, it's in Crash Code Anthology, so it's all science fiction horror. And of course, with guys like Triana in there and John McNee, it's going to be extreme, but there are some science fiction based ones. It looks like we have another question. So from a writer, since we have, we'll do Travis's. Yes, he did just tease Body Art sequel.
I teased it. I said it's possible.
That's true.
Not 100% guaranteed. It's not written yet, but I do have ideas floating around, so it is possible. Again, there's a new epilogue in the director's cut edition, so check it out and you'll see where it could potentially go.
You write like a madman. So after we talk about this next question, I'll have to ask about your writing routine. But since both publisher and writer, I'm curious to know what tactics you're using to promote your works during the dark age of COVID. I want you field first.
Kind of the same thing that I've always used. I mean, and even more so now, the internet, like doing these kind of online conventions in a way. I've done this one. I did, Scares That Care. And I was going to do KillerCon, but I lost power for a week due to storms. But yeah, promoting it online, using social media, interacting with fans as much as possible, and just like doing stuff like Mark was talking about like trying to do promotions, giving away ebooks to people that donate to a good cause, things like that. And I also have a podcast with another writer, John Wayne Comunali, and it's called Vital Social Issues and Stuff with Chris and John Wayne. And it's a podcast that's just about fun stuff. Like, we never talk about politics or anything serious that's going on in the world, even if it's in our own, horror community. We don't get into it. We just talk about silly crap like, is Stallone better than Schwarzenegger? And are vampires better than werewolves? And Batman, it's a fun podcast. But we use that also to promote not only our own books, but also the books of other cult writers and underground authors that we know. And try to, and we have something called Book of the Week where we promote one of those books, usually a book that just came out, but sometimes a book that we just discovered, or that one of us just read. But we always keep it to, the writers who really need that promotion. It's not like, hey, Stephen King's new book, everybody, he doesn't need our help. So
yeah. I would agree. At this time when we're so distanced, I think making you feel and seem like a person again is super important. I love the idea that he's doing podcasting. I had tried at the beginning of quarantine. I had my phone and I was like, oh, I'm going to read stories to everyone. So I would prop it up. I got one of those like stands and I was trying to read short stories from anthologies to promote authors that way and promote a book. And we even picked some old ones. But I realized that my technology is not so great on my phone and wasn't coming across very well. So I ordered some new podcasting stuff. And I think, reading to fans and interacting that way is going to be really, really important. Sometimes I get so caught up and want to get the next book out. Oh, we should got to work on this. And all I'm ever doing is editing. And I fall away from things like the Splatter Club, getting in there and saying, hey, let's take 2 weeks and let's read a book together and let's talk about stuff. And I think it's that personal touch. One thing that I learned from teaching, and it does relate, I promise, but people, you can use all the data-driven tactics and everything, but kids learn from people they like. And I think we forget that a lot, you know? Yeah. And people want to buy books from people they like. And if you're out there and you're a genuine person and you're interacting and giving it your all the time, and you're a nice guy, not dividing people with politics, not dividing them over all this crap, like, oh, I like Chris, let me check out some of his stuff. And you might find some new fans. And I think that's going to help you sell some books. So anything you can do to interact with people like this, use technology. It can be our friend. It can tear us apart, but it can also bring us together. So this is fantastic. Hopefully that answered your question, Matt. Let's see. What do we got? Oh, Brad says, fuck Ralph's. Of course. Yes, definitely. I was so sad to see Donnie go at the end of that. Travis, we're going to thank you right now because you are always sharing stuff in the Splatter Club. I think he's one of those people who gives way more than he takes. So many people like to just jump in there and promote their book all the time. It's like, hey, if we want this to be a community where we grow, share somebody else's stuff. That's probably the best thing you can do. Let's see. I know we're winding down to about the 10-minute mark. So does anybody have any other questions while we have Chris here for either Chris or I? Got his ear. Okay. Oh, we do look like we have someone.
I do have a question. I think it's so great that you do such like outreach stuff, a lot of the, hope through dark fiction kinds of things. And we had talked to some other publishers, earlier in the afternoon about, different creative outside the box thinking. And I get that, just in knowing Chris, hi Chris, just in knowing Chris and, and in hearing all these great ideas that publishers are coming up with, thinking outside the box. How did you come around to doing that kind of stuff? To think, like, I guess I'm just fascinated by the thought process of thinking outside the box and where that kind of inspiration comes from.
So I think a lot of people have this notion of when they hear extreme horror, maybe they have an idea of me or about the company or my business partner, Joe. And, it's hard to explain, but you get this idea of these like crazy people bringing out blood and guts, and there's torture and rape and all these things. And you start thinking, and as you get a little older, you go, oh my gosh, you know, there's such a juxtaposition between this life that I have. I used to teach elementary kids. So I used to teach PE. We were doing the parachute and stuff like that. And I have this version of my life. But then I also have I do kind of love these books, and I love all this dark stuff. And I was like, okay, I can't really put this out into the world all the time. I feel like that I'm doing too much darkness maybe. And so I was like, what can we do to use our platform to bring good? And one of the great things about horror is that every time you go through something horrific, you usually grow and become better at the end. Not everybody. Unfortunately, some people we become too traumatized, we get too hurt, and we fall into ourselves and we become too dark. And we forget how great the world really is. And so I'm hoping through the company that we can really kind of show that the darkness is what brings the light to you. And so if we can use this platform of dark fiction and bringing a community together, but use all the profits to save lives through blood, to get kids new books, you know, to help the Children's Hospital, that would make me really happy. So I don't want to get choked up. I saw Rose got a little choked up the other day, and there's nothing wrong with that, but I need that in my life. I always have to do something good. And it's been so great to know Chris for these last, gosh, almost a decade now. And I love these guys. And so part of me, I tell myself that, man, I'm making their dreams come true. No matter how much time and work I get into it, I always want to sell more books. I always feel down if we don't sell enough. But like, I'm helping make their dreams come true through this hard work they get to an audience. But then I'm like, okay, I also got to do something bigger. And I think everybody should always focus on something bigger than themselves. And so that's what we hope to do with the company. So that's kind of how it came about. As you get older, you want to give back even more. And so it's kind of now become, rather than just crazy books, it's let's see what we can do to change the world. And that's kind of where we're going with it now. So thank you for asking about that, Mary. I appreciate it. I don't think enough people know about our charity work, and that's really our entire mission. And it's really great working with Chris for all these years. So thank you, Chris. I do appreciate that.
Absolutely, man. I'm happy to be a part of it.
It's good. We have many more years to do this, and I can't wait till COVID is over. So let's see. Oh, a couple more questions coming in. Oh, you can feel that one, Chris. Can I see the Riverman?
Cousin Uski, I see. Yeah, you can go see him if you dare. Muhahaha. Like I said, it's out in ebook right now through Cemetery Dance. Grindhouse Press is putting out the paperback in October. So yeah, you can go see him.
Any new Thunderstorm book versions of novels coming out?
Yeah, I mean, the Riverman one just came out. It sold out in about 14 hours. So that was really something. That was really cool. There is another one coming out. It's a book that's already out now, but I don't know if I can reveal it or not yet. So keep your eyes open. It's coming soon.
Sounds good. Thank you again, Travis. Let's see. Did I miss any? All right. Well, let's see. Thank you, Travis. I appreciate that. All right. Well, unless anyone has any questions, we are coming to the end of our time here. Triana, I want to thank you, man. It's always a pleasure.
Oh, man. Yeah. No, it's good to see you, Mark. Good to talk to you as always. Yeah.
And I can't wait to catch the Arnold Stallone one because I've been on the road. I just got back about 2 hours ago and popped on here, but I'm like, me and him.
Oh, I know. You love Arnold. Yeah. Yeah. And that whole episode we talk about just one-man army movies in general. Just, Chuck Norris, Van Damme, all of them. Yeah.
Yeah. I got invited recently from David C. Hayes. He's doing a Chuck Norris. It's called Missing. I think it's something Missing in Action, but it's all about critiques of the film. And he got me for the last one he did, which was the Steven Seagal book. Oh my God. Steven Seagal is not a one-man army. And I was I watched the most horrible movie for that one called China.
I'm sure if it had him in it, it's a bad movie.
Really bad. I last saw him, I think, with Hard to Kill and stuff like that. So
yeah, all those 3-word movies: Above the Law, Hard to Kill, Out for Justice.
Yep. So thank you again for coming out. We appreciate that. And Mary, thank you for having us. This is fantastic. Been a lot of fun, and I really appreciate everyone's comments and jumping in. That's huge. So you are helping support us. So thank you so much.
Oh, thank you. I really appreciate you both participating. It was really great to hear everything that you guys are up to, and I'm really excited. So thank you so much for being a part of everything.
Anytime.
Thanks.
All right. Take care, guys.
All right, guys. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, folks, we have two more to finish out our BuzzBook Expo day. Coming up next is Perpetual Motion Machine. That's going to be at 4 o'clock. So we'll see you in a little bit. We're gonna run some more really cool advertisements for neat stuff that's coming out. So we will see you in about 15 minutes for the for Perpetual Motion Machine.
In a world filled with mind-numbing television programs, reality TV shows, and storyless books about teenage vampire love, John searches for something a little different. John found just what he was looking for: blood-bound books, horror that breaks all the rules.
Just keep telling yourself, it's only a book. It's only a book.
ones they're showing.
Yeah.
Okay. Hi there.
Hello.
Hi.
So, folks, we have Max and Lori from Perpetual Motion Machine Publishing, and they're going to tell us about the cool stuff coming up with their publishing company. And I'm not going to take up any more of your time, except to say, folks, again, if you want to ask questions, feel free to type them in the comments. Just tag them questions so that I don't miss them, and we will pop them up on the screen for Max and Lori to answer. And I will leave you guys to it.
Hello, I'm Max Booth.
And I am Lori Michelle.
And this is the Book Expo. So before we begin, I'm just going to go ahead and add this up front. We have a discount code on our website. Book Expo, 10% off any book, perpetualpublishing.com. Bam. All right. So I guess this event, we're going to tell you about things we have published recently and things we plan on publishing.
Yes.
Now, do we need to explain what a book is?
I think we're okay because we're at a book expo. I'm thinking
Excellent.
Most of the people that are
we all
on
good?
here know what a book is.
Are we all on the same page?
Har har, very nice pun.
So let's get right into it because we have a thick stack of sheets to go through of notes we planned. So just to catch you all up, back in April, we released the debut book of Michael David Wilson, who is the co-creator of the This Is All podcast, and that was a novella called The Girl in the Video. And this is what it looks like. Now, folks, just looking at this cover, they might be surprised to know this, but it does open. Those contents inside. It's nice and thin. It's a little nice novella. It's doing pretty well. Folks seem to like it. It received praise from folks like Josh Madelman and Alan Baxtel and David Moody. So, I mean, if you like books that open and have content inside, Michael David Wilson's The Girl in the Video is something you should go with.
Also, in July, we did our 40th issue of Dark Moon Digest,
which is a magazine we do.
Which is our quarterly magazine.
Yeah.
And it had stories from Paul Michael Anderson. I thought you were going to say something. Lillian Cernica, Anna Gardner, Lucas Mangum, Scotty Milder, KP Taylor, and columns by George Daniel Lee and Jay Wilburn.
I agree.
So, again, it opens.
It does open. It has content inside. It even has
pictures.
It even has illustrations you made. Well, not illustrations.
No,
I don't know how
to
photo
draw.
Manipulations, and I can't find any.
Of course not, because you're looking for them.
Hold on now, folks.
My God.
Hold on to your butts.
That was one.
You
missed that one.
Too fast.
That was another one.
Yeah, this is one. See, it has images in it. Pretty cool, huh? You impressed yet?
Of course you are.
Just wait, because now we've gone over 2 things we have published this year, and now we are going to do announcement number 1, because on this program we are doing 2 things. We are doing news updates, and we're doing announcements. So announcement number 1, do you want to go ahead and take this away?
Okay, coming shortly, like in the next week or so, we will have our first young adult magazine, Night Frights. Very exciting.
I'm excited.
I'm excited.
I'm so excited.
Do you want me just to read the authors, or do you want me to read the titles of their stories?
We can do the whole table of contents.
Ooh.
So as you just said, Night Frights. We launched that last year, I believe. It is a spin-off of Dark Moon Digest, a YA spin-off, also known as a YA spin-off. That's how I think you're supposed to say it. It stands for young adult, which means an adult who is young. If I am taking that definition correctly, is that how you would explain it?
Typically, yeah.
Okay, and we finally settled on a table of contents.
We did.
We have not announced it yet.
No, this is the first announcement ever of the stuff that's in this anthology. And the first story is The Year They Canceled Halloween by Madison McSweeney. The second story is When Helium Isn't Enough by Nick Manzolillo. The third story is Wandering Witches of Triven Glen by Donna J.W. Monroe. The next story is The Last Minute Babysitter by Priya Sridhar. Mr. Staples by Brenna Harvey. Jason's Crib by Ahmadin Agbewi. The Selfish Meme by Christopher Moscato. We Don't Need Another Hero by Angela Sylvain. Two Mouths by Jody Bilku. And last but not least, The Mummy's Bite by Jeff Strand.
Jeff Strand. You listening, Jeff Strand?
Plus, there's an interview in there with Adam Cesar, the author of the newest novel, Clown in a Cornfield.
Which is a great book. You guys should pick that up. We didn't publish it, but you should still pick it up.
Why not?
I think Adam agreed to send us half of his royalties if we promote it.
Sure. I don't think so,
but
that
was the
it's
agreement.
nice, wishful thinking on your parts.
All right. So those little things, pretty cool, huh? Yeah. Pretty exciting, right?
Ooh.
I'm excited. How about you?
I'm excited, I guess.
And that is available on perpetualpublishing.com right now. That YA issue, you can go buy a copy. We're going to be shipping it out next month. And for those just now tuning in, go to perpetualpublishing.com. Book Expo is the discount code. Get 10% off. Even that new magazine.
What?
Now, in September, we are going to be publishing a really exciting novella from a man with 3 names. And those names are Andelson, Paul, Michael. But not in that exact sequence. You would, if you will type in and out the way it was meant to be typed out, it would be Paul Michael Andelson. And that novella is called Stand Alone. And we have a copy to show you right now. Look at this. Look at that. Stand Alone. That's the title. That's the man's name. He wrote that book. We published it. It is a novella. How would anyone describe it? I guess on social media, I've been describing it as John Wick meets A Cabin in the Woods meets Monsters, Inc. So if that is something that is exciting to you, hey, you can go pick up a copy right now over on perpetualpublishing.com. Even more exciting, the first 350 pre-orders we get on the website will receive some extra bonuses. They will receive a signed book plate from Paul Michael Andelson, and also we came up with an exclusive deck of Slashel-themed trading cards to include with all the books. Look at that. Look at these. How amazing is this? You want these. Look at the back.
Whoops. I don't have enough hands.
Someone isn't going to get one now. I mean, even Stephen Graham Jones, this is what Stephen Graham Jones had to say about this book. You want to go ahead and read that?
He calls it a metaphysical science fiction slasher that doesn't scrimp on the gore and might just get you rooting for the guy with the machete, the axe, the knife, and that certain glint in his eye that lets you know it's all over. And Standalone, though, it's also beginning again already.
Yeah, there you go. Stephen Graham Jones wouldn't lie to you, would he?
No, no, he wouldn't.
I don't think he would. But it's possible. I can't vouch for him. All right, going on, Gold. We're just moving right along, huh?
Hey.
All right. In October of the year 2020, we will be releasing the debut novel from Jessica Leonard, which is called Antioch. I think is how you pronounce it.
Yes, Antioch.
I see it spelled all the time, but I don't say it out loud often. So I doubt myself often. Antioch by Jessica McHugh, and it's already available.
No, not Jessica McHugh.
Fuck. Okay, well, we can just edit that out, right? This isn't a live stream.
Oh, no, not at all.
By Jessica Leonard, Antioch.
We have too many Jessicas floating around.
You can never have too many Jessicas. So this is coming out in October 27th. And you can pre-order it already on the website. The front cover hasn't been revealed just yet, but we will be doing that soonish. And like any book we do, we will have extra bonuses in the website pre-orders. We haven't discussed that publicly yet, but trust me, it's going to be pretty cool. And I would not lie to you. Much like Stephen Graham Jones, I would not tell a lie. But you want to read what this book is about?
I will. Antioch used to be a quiet, small town where nothing had ever happened. Now 6 women have been savagely murdered. The media dubs the killer Vlad the Impaler due to the gruesome crime scenes of his victims. Clues are drying up fast, and the hunt for the monster responsible is hitting a dead end. After picking up a late-night transmission on her shortwave radio, a local bookseller named Bess becomes convinced a seventh victim has already been abducted. Bess is used to spending her nights alone reading about Amelia Earhart's conspiracy theories, and now a new mystery has fallen in her lap, one she might actually be able to solve, assuming she doesn't also wind up abducted. Why can't I say the word abducted? Antioch, a cross between Session 9 and Disappearance at Devil's Rock, is an eerie, mind-bending debut horror novel guaranteed to leave you drowning in paranoia.
You know that, folks, you better look at a fucking life raft. You might drown in the paranoia of it all. I'm really excited about this book, and I can't wait for folks to check it out. Just today only, we made the pre-order page on Perpetual Publishing, so you guys are hearing about this before anyone else. Antioch by Jessica Leonard is available to pre-order right now, coming October 27th. Moving on to the year 2021, although it doesn't seem possible that we could ever reach the year 2021.
My God.
We've been stuck in 2020 for
Forever.
the last decade. So on April 4th, that's a full of 2021, which is Easter Sunday, a holiday to some people, we will be publishing a book by someone named Michael Allen Rose. And that book is called Jurassic Christ. This is essentially a book about Jesus Christ fighting dinosaurs with a machine gun. I don't think you need to know any other details to understand this book is the definition of badass. So yeah, stay tuned for Jurassic Christ by Michael Allen Rose. It's gonna do something to you. I don't know what, but it's gonna do something.
Then in March, we will have the second volume of George Daniel Lee's horror collection series, Born in Blood. We did volume 1 last year in 2019, and people seem to love it. If you like Clive Barker at all, especially his books of blood, I cannot recommend this book highly enough.
If you don't like Clive Barker, buy it anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll take no money. We don't. Either way, it's fine with us.
Volume 1 is already available, so we suggest you go ahead and pick that one up now and read it, so that way when volume 2 comes, you'll have it handy. You'll know what's going on. Though it's a short story collection, so it's not really linear anyway.
You can follow along by reading any collection any way you want to, but the front covers of both of the collections, when combined like that,
Just like that?
they film one cohesive illustration.
Yeah, it looks really cool together.
Kind of like how that one press did with Brian Evanson's books. So yeah, gives you some incentive to buy both of them. Then in June of 2021, an impossible date that will never happen, we will be publishing the 150,000-word novel from David James Keaton called She Was Found in a Guitar Case. And this is a book about a lunatic whose wife shows up dead in a guitar case, and the fucking insane road trip he goes on to crack the mystery of what happened. I've read most of Keaton's fiction. We did a collection of his called Stealing Propeller Hats from the Dead. I co-edited an anthology with him called Tales from the Crust, a book that should have never happened. I think this is the best thing Keaton has written. It's huge, it's nuts, it's 100% David James Keaton. And you guys are going to like it a lot. Some of you will like it a lot. A lot of you will like the beginning of it and then go, wait a minute, this isn't the book you sold me. But that's just the way things go with David James Keaton. He advertises one thing, then he gives you something else. Much how we advertise a pizza anthology and then we destroyed the genre. Now, do we have any type of sound effect?
Dun 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 dun.
It's the Jessica McHugh alert. In the summer of 2021, we will be reissuing a new edition of Jessica McHugh's cult classic mindfuck of a novel, Rabbits in the Garden. This is a longtime favorite book of Jessica's. Fans, I guess I fucked up saying that sentence. What I'm trying to say is people like this book a lot, and we're stoked to be publishing this new edition. And here's a bit about the book for those who have somehow never heard of it. Nothing is stronger than young love, except maybe a muzzle owned with the golden sizzles. Rabbits in the Golden follows a teenager in a horrifying tale of morality, madness, and homicide, set against the backdrop of 1950s Martha's Vineyard. Oh, that sounds pretty good.
What voice is that?
I don't know. It's my movie voice.
I see.
Like when you see a preview.
I know. Yes, I do.
In a world.
Yes, thank you.
Rabbits going Goldens.
Now, some of you probably already know this, but we aren't quite done with our Jessica McHugh talk yet, because Thanksgiving 2021. Do you think we'll make Thanksgiving 2021? We haven't even made Thanksgiving 2020 yet.
Fun fact about Thanksgiving. I am positive it is spelled Thanksgiving, but no one agrees with me.
We are going to publish the book's extremely anticipated sequel, Hares in the Hedgerow.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to read this in a movie voice. I will just read it in a normal voice.
You have to read it in a movie voice.
I
Well,
don't
no
have
one's going to listen.
15 years after Rabbits in the Garden, Sophie Dillon discovers love and art while living in the Bay Area. With the help of the enigmatic Mother Agnes and her spiritual community, the Choir of the Lamb, Sophie is catapulted down rabbit hole of music and martyrs, where she discovers her ties to a dangerous legacy and a fiery little girl named Avery.
Yeah, that's what's going on with Jessica McHugh in 2021. I mean, maybe she has other stuff going on too, but that's what's going on with us and
here.
Jessica McHugh. The McHugh-vilse continues.
Woo.
Be excited, folks. I'm excited.
So we have 2 other books scheduled for 2021 because we are crazy. One of them is the second issue of our YA magazine, Night Fright. So it'll be issue number 2.
And we're doing this once a year only because we don't have money.
Well, plus we do 4 editions of the regular Dark Moon Digest a year. So doing 1 more is not a big deal, but doing 4 more would be like insanity. So for those of you interested in submitting, stay tuned. At the beginning of the new year, we'll reopen for submissions.
Yeah. What else we got going on? So
this is our most exciting news. We need a trumpet.
This is the I don't have a trumpet.
How about a drum?
That's the desk. Don't lie to the fans.
I'm sorry, I don't have a drum handy.
So this is the big announcement of this stream with us.
Yes.
I should have planned out how to talk. Anyway, we teased this on social media today, so let's get right into it. Longtime fans of Perpetual Motion Machine should know. Hi, Thomas. We have released 2 critically acclaimed anthologies titled Lost Signals and Lost Films. Now, when I say critically acclaimed, I mean my mom has bought both copies. These anthologies have featured fiction from folks like Josh Malerman, Brian, and Christy DeMeestel, Gemma Files, Damien Angelica Wattles, and so on. One thing we've been asked about the most probably is, when are we going to complete the trilogy of these lost anthologies? And, well, it's pretty obvious by now. Imagine if I just said, we don't know. That was the end.
That was our
But
news.
we intend on completing the trilogy in 2021, but we need help. I realize my hat, like I'm not looking at anybody, but I can see you. Which is why, beginning right now, right this goddamn second, at the moment we're talking to you guys, we'll officially open for story submission for a brand new anthology called Lost Contact. Now, what does Lost Contact mean? I guess that depends on what the word contact means to you. To lose contact. Does that bring to mind something physical? Something mental? Does it give you a sense of isolation? Does it bring to mind aliens, maybe? Being stranded, just being lost. I think in the times we live right now, the phrase lost contact might mean a whole heck of a lot to all of us. And we want to see what you make of it. And since this is the final entry of the Lost trilogy, Lost Signals and Lost Films being the previous 2 entries, it would be to the writer's benefit to include technology of some kind in the submission you write. Whatever that might mean to you, the stories need to be deeply rooted in the whole genre, but if it also contains flavors of strange science fiction, that would be pretty fucking radical. Now, the deadline is New Year's Eve, and we intend to publish this book in August of 2021. We'll pay in pro rates of 5 cents a gold. Nothing longer than 7,000 golds. No reprints. Until all submissions to lostcontactanthology@gmail.com. Contactanthology@gmail.com. Lostcontactanthology@gmail.com.
Okay.
You got that? We will be doing a social media post and a blog post and all that shit sometime tomorrow, most likely. But you guys know about it before anyone else.
Hooray you!
Now, obviously, we highly recommend picking up the other 2 volumes we've published to give you some sense of an idea of what we like, especially when it comes to this anthology trilogy. Lost Signals and Lost Films can be bought any place, but if you pick them up through perpetualpublishing.com and use the discount code Book Expo, you get 10% off of them. So that's cool. You can also use that code in books that haven't even come out yet, like Stand Alone, like Antioch by Jessica Leonard. And what was that one you just said? Woo? Who wrote that?
Me.
Oh.
Night Frights, Dark Moon Digest.
Yeah, anything.
The only thing it cannot be used on is the subscription that we offer for Dark Moon Digest, and that's because it's already heavily discounted.
Well,
but if you like Dark Moon Digest, that's a great way to purchase it.
Yeah. That's all we've prepared. So if any questions, we will take them all.
I know we have questions.
Chris wants to know, will my Mandy t-shirt is? I do not have any, Chris. I tried to buy the one off of you at the convention we went to, but then you punched me. One. Steven wants to know about Null Pizza anthologies.
If you make me ever do another pizza anthology ever again, I swear you will end up on a pizza.
No, if as many people who asked for Null Pizza anthologies bought the original one, maybe we would have, Steven. Maybe we would have.
Is it harder to publish a magazine or not? I would say it's harder to publish the magazine.
Okay.
Because you've got 7-8 different authors you're working with edits. I mean, it's easier to edit because it's a short story, but putting it together, you're dealing with a lot of people and a lot of different deadlines and making sure their names are spelled correctly, getting pictures for all the stories. Finding stories that are worthy of being in the magazine. There's a lot of slush reading for the magazine.
Yeah.
So
it's all really time consuming.
Yeah.
I think I enjoy publishing novellas the most of anything. I don't know.
I like doing the magazine.
I click with novellas.
Yeah, I like doing magazines. Only you've been a dancer my whole life and a dance director my whole life. And I really love putting together like recitals.
Yeah.
And I think putting together the magazine reminds me of that, how the stories need to go together in order to like cohesively flow.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I really love doing the magazine. Yeah, it's purely a labor of love at this point, but it's one of the things I enjoy. So I can't imagine giving that up. Next question is for you, Max.
Oh, Chris wants me to say what. Can you tell us about my new book? We need to do something. Yes, it's a book about a family. They seek shelter in a bathroom because a tornado is passing by, and a tree falls down. It goes crashing through the house. It lands on the opposite side of the bathroom door, and because this bathroom opens to the outside and not the inside, it's one of those ensuite bathrooms. You can kind of see. You can see it behind me. It's based on the bathroom I'm pointing at.
Well. Oh yeah. Well, you can see our bathroom door.
They get trapped in the bathroom, and the book kind of covers the weeks that follow of them being trapped. And that's all I want to say about the contents of the book. Stay tuned for news about that book sometime in September. Can't say anything else about it, but good things will happen with it in the background, and soon it will be announced, not by me, by someone
else,
somebody.
Age range for our YA magazine?
Yeah, I would say between like 17.
17.
17 and 56. like 11 and 16 is the age group we're going for.
Yeah, my own son is almost 13, and we tended to pick stories that I would be comfortable with him reading.
Yeah, we're not going for like middle grade, really. Middle, junior high, high school age ranges. Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, anything that you were saying here from 11 to 16 would be great.
Did you say grape?
I did say grape. Strawberries.
All right, I think that's all the questions. That's great.
Aha.
Oh shit, we have a new fucking question. What is the story behind the name of our company?
You can answer that one, Max.
So we decided while imbibing in alcohol and messy nachos that shut up. That we would do a publishing company, and we decided. I decided to make a Facebook page immediately within the spill of the moment without thinking it out, and this was back in 2012. And we needed a name. And at the time, we were listening to a song called Perpetual Motion Machine by Modest Mouse. And I thought, that's a good name. And that's what I titled the Facebook page. And then we just got stuck with it. And now there's no way we can quit, because it would be kind of ironic if a company called Perpetual Motion Machine stopped functioning. So I guess we'll end this until we die. Yeah.
Hi there. I have a question. It's a question we've been asking different publishers throughout the weekend. With the lockdowns and the quarantines and whatnot with COVID, have you had to change your promotional methods or distribution methods in any way? What kind of creative new ways have you come up with to reach people when so much of the conventions and the hand selling has been limited?
You want to take that? Me too.
Well, I mean, so far our normal convention season starts in August and goes through October.
Mm-hmm.
So we've done one convention online.
Yeah, we've done one convention online.
Yeah. So far it hasn't changed anything yet, but I'm sure it will. I know it's taking us a lot longer to get books from the printer.
Yeah.
So if you buy a book from us and it takes us forever to get to you, it's not intentional. It's because I can't get the books here.
Yeah, some issues we've gotten. It's just a lot of mail delays, printing delays. But we've been trying to take advantage of little online events. You can do a lot of things online. I mean, look at this thing we're doing right now.
This is awesome. This is so great.
We wouldn't, getting all these different presses and the authors together like this.
Yeah.
It would be a lot more difficult to do it face to face. And this is great. So thank you for putting this together. This has been a blast. We've been really just focusing a lot on selling directly through the website.
Yeah, and be making sure we're organized on our backside because we had the time to do so.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, we have no time to focus on looking on the website itself and organizing things and getting the postal service organized in a way that we know when to package books, when to mail it out. We have a dedicated day once a week. We go to the post office. We have everything pre-packaged and already paid to fill. What's that service you discovered?
A pirate ship, and they're great for us to buy our postage on, and then it prints the labels for me.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you have a question about where's my book, I know exactly where it is. I can track it instantaneously without trying to figure out which one is your number and figuring out, I can just click on it and it tells me where it is. And it's been phenomenal.
Yeah. But I do think come in the next month or so, the next few months, it's going to be a pretty big disappointment at the lack of conventions we do. A, because we won't be selling them hand to hand, and B, it's something we always do, and what's gonna fill that gap now?
I know. What am I gonna do in October? I'm gonna have to stay home or something.
I guess online conventions is probably the way to go. I know in the back of my mind I want to try to launch some type of convention online at the end of the year or maybe at the beginning of 2021 called a Ghoulish Con, which would be an expansion of the podcast I do called Ghoulish, which is hosted by me, Max Booth, a host. Yeah.
You got a question. It's for
Oh.
you. It's
Thomas.
Thomas. Hi, Thomas.
How are you finding including a real life stuff from your child? Okay, I see. How am I finding including real life stuff from my childhood in my latest whip? What the fuck is a whip, Thomas? Does it help you look through feelings about it by writing about it? Yeah, I guess recently on social media, I announced I just began a new book, tentatively titled Majestic. It's about my my true experiences living in a hotel as a rowdy teen with my mom and dad. When I was a kid, we lost our house and we moved into a hotel for like 3.5 years, and we just kind of stayed in the hotel room and didn't talk to anybody. We'll go outside, and it was strange and probably traumatic. So I'm writing a book about that now, and it's mostly just putting me in a grumpy mood. I'm having lots of imaginary arguments with my parents, despite the fact that they live across the country, and I'm not talking to them about it. So once in a while, my mom might call, and I have to remind myself that she has no idea what I'm thinking about right now, and I have to kind of calm down and not begin some crazy argument about something that happened like fucking 17 years ago. Yeah. But I think it'll be good. I think it'll be something folks might enjoy. We will see. Yeah. Someone said Touch the Night was fantastic. Well, thank you, James. I agree. Yeah.
Thank you for the pizza anthology. Yeah, sure, Joe.
You don't have to be sarcastic about it, Joe. Yeah, I assumed the notes we made would cover the entire runtime.
I know. We have a lot of notes. I thought it would take us longer.
Should we say it all again?
No.
Should we say it back?
No.
What do you guys want us to talk about? We have like fucking 20 minutes. Oh my god. Should we read something?
Sounds for you. Don't make accent.
Hi again. I'm popping on again. One of the things I did want to thank you for is I like the idea of a discount, like a book expo special discount. That was really kind of cool. You know, I really appreciate that.
Well, thank you.
That's
Yeah.
Awesome. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just talking to talk. I had nothing planned in my head. It was just whatever was going to come out was going to come out.
Okay, I've got some questions popping in, so I'm gonna bounce off here. Hold on.
Okay. Oh God. Okay. Pretty
morbid.
Pretty morbid monkey porn. Nope. Well, now it's stuck.
Now we're pretty morbid monkey porn. Hey.
It has a good ring to it. I would watch that.
What?
You can cut this out. I know. Yeah, it'll go live at some other day.
Is there something you need to tell me?
The discount. Someone said they missed the discount. Book Expo, 10% off all books. Perpetualpublishing.com. Yeah, Book Expo. Thomas Julie says, Touch the Night was fantastic. I agree, it was. Question, wouldn't a sequel be great? Possibly. I'm not doing anything with the sequel now, but I have an idea for one down the road. We'll see what happens with it. One day I might.
Somebody says our hound is handsome. Yes, he is. I don't know where he disappeared to. He came waltzing in, and we have 2 hounds. So we have to show the hound because he's our baby.
Okay.
Oh, puppy!
Dog.
Oh, cute puppy!
Do you have any questions for the dog?
Puppies. I have questions for the puppies.
Okay, Jack. This is your
What-
time to shine.
What is it like working with your mommy and daddy?
Say mostly it's a lot of sleep. They feed us. Sometimes we go for WALK. That if I say that word, they would go insane.
I think Jack wants to talk.
Okay.
Help us. Jill, God help us! I'm trapped. Help! So freaking crazy. Oh my God, Jack. Oh my God. Don't talk.
It's
about
funny because Max has a chair out in the library that if he sits in, the wiener dog jumps up in his lap, and it looks like an evil hench dog. It's hysterical.
that. Yeah, it's I'm cracking up just thinking about it now.
Okay, it's not like hysterical like that. Why are we dogs and not cats?
That's not the question. The question is, do you have a dream or bucket
Oh,
list?
I'm sorry. I
project?
was reading the wrong
Do you have
question.
a dream or bucket list?
No, I can't think of one off the top of my head. Pretty much if we've ever gotten an idea, we've kind of run with it. So
Yeah, that's how we got stuck running a press. I've always wanted a bucket designed off of my head, like an actual bucket.
An
that
actual
looks like
bucket,
me.
we could do that.
What would you put in it? Anything.
I could put Reese's,
Pudding in it.
Reese's peanut butter cups.
Nails and pudding at the same time.
Don't think so.
That's how they created Pumpkinhead in those movies.
Oh,
I don't know. I've never seen the movies. I don't know why that came to mind. Probably because it had head in the title.
how do you get in the right mindset to write dark, not to mention extreme? I don't know.
I guess I just think about things that bum me out. With Touch the Night, I recount a really true story about a lady who, Millie Vincent, I believe the name is, back in the 90s, I think. Some terrible stuff happened to her, and it's mentioned in the book by passing Killixill. And I was always fascinated, obsessed, just, I don't know, for some reason, I was obsessed about that real true story. And it kind of became this odd theme that created the rest of the book in an odd way. So I guess just thinking about things that bum me out.
We always take like situations we see and then we'll banter back and forth. Well, what if this happened?
Yeah.
Well, what if this happened? And then he'll take and run with it book wise.
I've never run in my life. Don't listen to these lies. Like the We Need to Do Something book I wrote. I already talked about what it's about, but I mean, the whole idea originated because a tornado was passing by this house, and all of us, we went into the bathroom and we waited it out. And because I don't know why, I began saying, hey, what if we got stuck in this bathroom and we couldn't get out? And then everybody in the bathroom looked at me and they hated me for the rest of the night. But I guess based on the way they reacted to it, I thought, that might be an idea worth fleshing out. And that's what I did.
But see, Dave wants to know why we are dogs and not cats.
I am a human, Dave.
The answer to that is both Max and I are super allergic to cats.
Yeah, that's also a good answer.
I love cats dearly, but my body does not like them and just reacts badly.
I would go blind.
More blind than he already is.
I recall at one point as a kid, I got around a cat, and I woke up the next day unable to open my eyes. So I would like to avoid that from happening. Dave. Dave Thomas. You got any questions for me?
What are you going to fix me for lunch?
That's a Jack question.
Oh.
What should we eat?
Hey guys, I have another question while I'm thinking of it. You both have such a great sense of humor, and I've heard Max on his podcast, and he's got a great sense of humor on the podcast as well. When you look to acquire work for Perpetual Motion Machine, do you look for a certain sense of humor in the work that you're acquiring? I mean, I know that sometimes extreme horror can have that sort of tongue-in-cheek aspect to it, but is that something you actively look for?
I don't know if I'd necessarily actively look for it. I think it just depends on how the story hits me.
Like comedy. I don't know if I've ever set out and gone like, okay, this book that'll be funny. But on the other hand, if a book isn't funny, I do notice that. I'm not saying it needs to be a comedic novel, but if it doesn't have some sense of humor to it, like at least through the dialogue at some points, I don't feel compelled to finish it. it can't be completely just dry and
dark
and just overly depressing. It needs to have some type of lightness to it in the film of comedy. So yeah, I guess I do feel it when, even if I have never realized it until now.
I mean, in real life, comedy is very important, I think, just to get through. And if you've got a book that doesn't contain that, then it's not necessarily realistic.
Something I've noticed with just writing and all these books and being in the book community and reading all my life and being around folks, comedy, how do I want to phrase this? When something horrific is happening in real life, it's like, say to me, for example, I don't begin acting deadly serious about it.
No.
I am still going to crack a joke or two just to relieve the tension, and that's just how I deal with being stressed out. And I think that's true for many people, and I like to see stuff like that in the books I read and also the books I write. What got us into writing and publishing? Go right ahead. I just talked.
I got into writing. My last college class was a creative writing class because I needed one more English credit. And so I took creative writing because I was sick of reading Beowulf.
Mm-hmm.
And the professor said, you know what, you're really good at this. Why don't you try to see if you can get the story published? So I went looking around and I found a group of writers and on a website that no longer exists. And I felt like I was found a place I could belong. So I just kept going with it. I haven't written really anything in a long time. Got into publishing by answering an ad for somebody who needed help with his magazine, and that was Stan Swanson. And from there, I took over Dark Moon Digest. We bought Dark Moon Digest eventually, but we decided that was something we kind of wanted to do on our own with what we wanted to do.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't you agree? So
yeah, I agree. You pretty much answered how I got into publishing as well. I mean, we got into it together.
Yeah.
Writing wise, I recently, within the last 10 years, I was hitchhiking. I came across a spooky man in a robe, and he said, if I gave him my soul, I would become rich and famous through the craft of writing. And I said, gee, mister, I don't need no soul. And I gave it to him, and he said, it's true. And then now I'm rich and famous from writing. And
sure,
I don't regret a second of it.
This is every day here.
that answers that question. Yeah. We're about almost done.
We are.
We have 8 minutes.
7 minutes. You've got 7 minutes to ask us any burning questions.
Yeah.
Anything.
Any questions that'll. Yeah.
I'm back again. I keep forgetting to unmute my mic before I try to talk. This is something we've had a couple of extreme horror publishers over the course of the weekend, and I don't know why it never occurred to me to ask this, but I guess it's just sort of a two-part question.
Okay.
One, is there anything that, I mean, aside from bad writing, is there anything that you're not comfortable publishing? And also, is there anything that fans of the books that you publish have ever done or said to make you uncomfortable? Like something that's like, oh, okay, this is a little creepy.
I don't know if we have a limit of what we would publish. I don't know if I consider myself like an extreme horror publisher, although we definitely have published extreme horror. Absolutely. It's not something we look for always.
No, but if it happens and
we're not against it at
yeah.
all. We don't have anything like, I know like some presses will say like no violence against children. Kill all the kids you want in fiction. That's cool with me. Nope.
No, we are not killing children. No, but I mean, if it fits the theme of the book, I mean, if it fits the then it's something that needs to be done, then it's what needs to be done. Same thing with like swearing. You know, if it flows in the thing of the story, go for it, you know?
The only thing I would say is we refuse to publish anything that mentions the word baloney. We just won't do it. It's an automatic
it's
rejection.
a bad lunch meat, and we're not going with it.
I don't feel like that should be how it's spelled. And
Bologna.
yeah. I refuse to accept such a blasphemy. And as well as someone saying something that we disagreed with or made us kind of like do a spit take and go, hey, what's going on with that? Anything come to mind?
We do a lot of local conventions, and we get some.
Well, I think the question is about someone that
we know, yeah. No, she's asking about something like if one of our like fans has said to us.
Oh, I misunderstood.
Yeah,
okay.
I don't know if any of our fans have really ever said anything to me. I'm like, But we get a lot of weird questions, like when people come up to us at local conventions and they'll tell us some strange shit and thinking that's what we're interested in. We're like, security.
Yeah.
So
I would go, I already prepared to answer, like if someone we published said some things. I thought she wanted like some.
I don't think so.
Wanted us to dish on people we've published. I'm okay with doing that. I mean, let's talk shit. Who do we have to talk about? Christopher Triana we've published. He's a scumbag. I went to a convention with him once, and he just walked up to me and said, I always poison Halloween candy. And I just went, whoa, Chris, you shouldn't tell me that. I'm going to be at a convention sometime, and I might mention it. Andrew Hillbilt we've published. He hates Christmas. I don't know why. Betty Rocksteady we've published quite a bit, and she's Canadian, so
that's all you need to know about her. She's Canadian.
We just released Michael David Wilson's book, and this odd thing he always tells me is he hates physical books. Whenever I've tried to send him contributor copies, he says, "No, mate, just send that."
So now he's Australian.
Hello, mate. Just send that to hell because I don't want a copy of it. He only does ebooks. If he passes a physical bookstore, he spits in it and leaves. That's something you should know about Michael David Wilson. He's a funny fella. Oh, we have a question.
We do.
I'm sorry. I just have to pop in and say that may be the greatest answer to that question of all time.
You talk.
Do you think adding humor makes horror, not just extreme horrible, more palatable?
Yeah.
Yes. That's kind of what we were talking about before.
Yeah.
That when you get stuck in a situation that's so super scary or fearful, a lot of times you'll use humor to break that tension.
So I know we don't have a lot of time left. So let me just get right into a thing I talk about sometimes. I think humor and also something terrifying. They have a rhythm that look together. It's really much like a joke. I think stand-up comedy and writing something spooky, terrifying, is really similar. They both have a build-up and then they have a punchline. And I think having something funny happen to immediately get interrupted by something fucking terrifying, it makes the body react strangely in a way it doesn't know how to comprehend. And the same thing if something really scary is happening and then someone cracks a joke, it's like, how am I supposed to feel right now?
Right.
This book is making me not comfortable. So I think those two things blend together, and it's the writer's job to figure out how to make that joke, that punchline land. And when I say punchline, I don't just mean a joke. It could be a punchline, could be a kid, not a kid.
What is it with you and kids today?
The punchline could be someone getting decapitated, right? That could be a punchline. It builds up and then bam, now you have no head. Shit.
Right.
So it's up to us to figure out a way to make those two things go together in a natural way that makes the reader uncomfortable and not know what to expect. You are muted. You are on mute. No one knows what you're saying.
Mary unmute.
Oh my God, I did it again, didn't I? I did it again. I'm sitting there gushing about how appreciative I am that you both did this, and then to a muted mic. So of course, why not? Anyway, what I was sort of silently saying, silently was that I really appreciate you both for coming on the expo. This was great. This was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And I'm really looking forward to the books that are coming out.
Thank you.
Thank you for having
Thank
us.
you so much.
This has been great.
Oh, absolutely. And one more time for folks, Book Expo is the discount code. If you go to perpetualpublishing.com, right? I got that. I'm making sure. Yes. Perpetualpublishing.com. You get 10% off all kinds of cool stuff if you use the discount code Book Expo.
Yeah.
So thanks again. It was a pleasure to see you guys. Take care. Okay, folks, real quick, I just want to let you know that we have rescheduled Silver Shamrock for 5 o'clock. We're going to run some more really cool ads, and we will see you again at 5 o'clock.
Do you like stories about monsters? Monster Complex explores monster fiction in all its forms.
I'm not going to keep writing books where the character can't grow anymore.
I've had people say, I had the razor in one hand and the book in the other, and I put down the razor. There's nothing more powerful to hear than that.
We're just starting to be more aware of not just the male-female breakdown, the stories that all different communities have to tell.
We thought, how fun would it be if there's this whole underground part of Hollywood where there are supernatural beings that are an active part of movie making.
Psychologists will tell you there's a thin line between laughing and screaming, a tension reliever, so it just kind of all makes sense.
Reading a story about a character, in your mind you think this person looks like me, and then you see a picture or a movie, it doesn't look like you. And that, I think that's the part that becomes a little hurtful for our community.
I don't want to write without purpose. So there's always an underlying lesson or theme in everything that I write, even though the story itself is fun and adventurous.
But a lot of writers were getting rejected just because people either didn't understand their stories, they weren't working from a place where they knew about Black culture, or they just had expectations of Black writers, that Black writers can only write about Black things.
And I really wanted fantasy, urban fantasy, with a little bit better respect for actually trying to stay inside the lines of what was set up. If we're going to be working with law enforcement, we can't be going off the books all the time.
And I thought, oh, our skin color is different because we have melanin. What if melanin made these vampires able to be daywalkers? And then I was like, okay, off to the races.
Well, apparently, test audiences laughed at the monster's thick Hungarian accent, so all the dialogue was cut.
Horror is actually a way of getting at that area of ultimate concern because of what it deals with. Questions of life after death, questions about the nature of reality. Is there something beyond the physical world? What does it mean to be here? What things threaten us and impinge on our reality?
If you're a monster fan or a monster hunter, Monster Complex is devoted to monster fiction in all its forms. Stick around for author interviews, lists, special features, and more.
It's alive!
Hi, everyone. We were hoping to have Silver Shamrock at the 5 o'clock hour for presentation, but there appears to be a scheduling issue and they will not be able to join us at this time. So I wanted to thank everybody, all of the publishers who participated in this event over the last 2 days. I am beyond delighted in all of the really cool stuff that we got to hear about, all of the neat ways that they're promoting things, all of the cool projects that they have coming out over the next year. I think it's really an exciting time for horror, and I'm really proud to be a part of a community that's doing so many innovative things. I also wanted to thank my I wanted to thank everybody who attended as well. All of the readers, booksellers, writers, the podcasters, the bookstagrammers, everybody who watched and came up with some great questions. And I had some funny chat in our running chat that we have going along the side there. And it was really such a great event. And I'm just so pleased that so many of you turned out and seemed to have a good time. And of course, I want to thank my staff. I could not have done this without Matt Wildeson's help. He is a technical wizard, and he has really, he's really come through. He's fixed a lot of problems ongoing as they were happening. Matt Wildeson. I want to thank Dave Thomas. I want to thank Katie Southard, who's been an excellent liaison between us and publishers and the public who's watching, and book reviewers, podcasters, and booksellers, and everybody. She's been on top of things. She did great interviewing. David Wilson from Crossroads Press. And I want to thank Pat McDonough and Richard Gerlach for helping to promote the event and for getting the word out there, for spreading the word about this great event. Just thank you, everybody. Hopefully we will see you all back here next year for Buzz Book Expo #2. So thanks, everyone. Take care.